I used to play the trap spot, propped on the block like I was part of the backdrop. Now it's scale, props, effects, and backdrops. The right lighting, you never catch me biting. Say you make it look so real when you pose the figures fighting. I caught lightning, stuck it in the detour. Replicate epic scenes from the Creed War. Compose pieces with artists that span the globe. Fearsome foes, Spidey in the picture perfect pose. Insert the comic book cutout to shoot a show. Oh, you ain't know? Yo, everybody know me. I made nerds cool, cool nerd like my man Zoe. Took the everyday display, gave it a spark. Welcome to articulated comic book art. Book art, 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 book art.
Yo, what's up, girls and boys? It's time to make some noise. Cause I'm back and I'm on this track now. Let's talk about some plastic toys. You can bet I pose them all. Legends to Dragon Balls, Batman and Kaijus and Kamen Riders. I collect them all. Gotta make sure your pose is tight though. Make sure your lighting's right, yo. Keep it contained because you train for this your entire life, bro. So please don't adjust your TV. This is your host, Moncheesy. Sit back and relax and learn this fact. Posing ain't easy.
Man, I got toys mint on card. Toys out of the box. Man, I got toys in my detox. Catch me at the toy shops. 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 Man, I got toys mint on card. Toys out of the box. Man, I got toys in my detox. Catch me at the toy shops. This ain't for no scalper. You a scalper? Then fuck out shit. This one's for them real collectors. That's army building and posing figures. Marvel Legends, imports, mini matey, I'm fucking with them. Hype beasts, we know about you. Stay buying figs, don't know about me. Boog nice, my nigga. A.C.B.A. been popping lately off top. My nigga, they cut out game be too amazing. MUs, my nigga, that's that shit that don't amaze me. This was for my niggas, that's really about they legends. Shouts out to Savage Poop, my niggas out in Texas. I don't fuck with no scalper, nigga, fuck what you selling. I'm all up in the toy aisle, I'm kicking kids, I'm reckless. My nigga built Maruby on that Google chat straight flexing. Look, I pop the package, I smell it. Pop the package, I smell it. Me and my nigga Tiny at the toy fair straight spinning. They asked you for that Deadpool and he ain't asked no questions. We too fly, I know this. Let me give your ass a checklist. Got the Giant Man, got that Ares, that Cable bruh, it's nothing. I get the Blue Wire, Silver Luke Cage, that Dragon Man, then I'm stunning. And this song for them fuck niggas that's hating on your collection. Yeah, they talking all that shit, but it's A.C.B.A, we reppin'. Man, I got toys mint on card. Toys out of the box. Man, I got toys in my detox. Catch me at the toy shops. 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 Man, I got toys mint on card. Toys out of the box. Man, I got toys in my detox. Catch me at the toy shops. I'll take that. We're taking that right there.
Man, I used to play the trap spot, propped on the block like I was part of the backdrop. Now it's scale, props, effects, and backdrops. The right lighting, you never catch me biting. Say you make it look so real when you pose the figures fighting. I caught lightning, stuck it in the detour. Replicate epic scenes from the Creed War. Compose pieces with artists that span the globe. Fearsome foes, Spidey in the picture perfect pose. Insert the comic book cutout to shoot a show. Oh, you ain't know? Yo, everybody know me. I made nerds cool, cool nerd like my man Zoe. took the everyday display, gave it a spark. Welcome to articulated comic book art. Comic book art. 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 Book art.
Yo, what's up, girls and boys? It's time to make some noise. Cause I'm back and I'm on this track now. Let's talk about some plastic toys. You can bet I pose them all. Legends to Dragon Balls, Batman and Kaijus and Kamen Riders. I collect them all. Gotta make sure your pose is tight though. Make sure your lighting's right, yo. Keep it contained because you train for this your entire life, bro. So please don't adjust your TV. This is your host, Moncheesy. Sit back and relax and learn this fact. Posing ain't easy.
Man, I got toys mint on card. Toys out of the box. Man, I got toys in my detox. Catch me at the toy shop. Catch me at the toy shops. 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 Man, I got toys mint on card. Toys out of the box. Man, I got toys in my detox. Catch me at the toy shops. This ain't for no scalper. You a scalper? Then fuck out shit. This one's for them real collectors. That's army building and posing figures. Marvel Legends, imports, mini matey, I'm fucking with them. Hype beasts, we know about you. Stay buying figs, don't know about me. Boog nice, my niggas. A.C.B.A. been popping lately off top. My niggas, they cut out game be too amazing. MUs, my nigga, that's that shit that don't amaze me. This was for my niggas, that's really about they legends. Shouts out to Savage Poop, my niggas out in Texas. I don't fuck with no scalper, nigga, fuck what you selling. I'm all up in the toy aisle, I'm kicking kids, I'm reckless. My nigga Bill Maruby on that Google chat straight flexing. Look, I pop the package, I smell it. Pop the package, I smell it. Me and my nigga Tiny at the toy fair straight spending. They asked you for that Deadpool and he ain't asked no questions. We too fly, I know this. Let me give your ass a checklist. Got the Giant Man, got that Ares, that Cable, bruh, it's nothing. I get the Blue Wire, Silver Luke Cage, that Dragon Man, then I'm stunning. And this song for them fuck niggas that's hating on your collection. Yeah, they talking all that shit, but it's A.C.B.A, we reppin'. Man, I got toys mint on card. Toys out of the box. Man, I got toys in my detox. Catch me at the toy.
Y'all ready?
Yeah, let's go.
We are live, Boog.
Oh, we are live. Yes, sir. We're
Officially back at it.
That's crispy.
Yes, sir. We're officially back at it. Boog Nice coming at you with the Articulated Comic Book Art Podcast episode. I don't even know what episode this is, but we lit. We all the way lit. I'm Boog Nice. I'm your host. I got my boys with me, Fabster 360. I got Rick Dom with me. He's here, ready to go. He's naked. You can't see him, but he's naked. I got my man Pancheesy. We ready. What's popping? How was your week?
It's pretty good. I mean, it's been a bad week for international trade, but hey,
no,
we're still here.
A.C.B.A. 1 million. Instagram. Let's go.
That's right.
1 million.
That's true.
Let's go. Talking my shit tonight.
That's right.
I don't care. I don't care who you is. It's 6 degrees of separation. You came up out of this fucking cloth. I'm telling you. If you're doing this shit anywhere in the world today, you came from up under A.C.B.A. in some way, shape, or form. I don't care who you are. I don't care what company you work for. I don't care what's going on. This shit all started from right here on YouTube 10, 11, 12 years ago. I don't care what you're reviewing, who you're reviewing for. It don't matter. I got so many fucking setups. I don't even remember some of the setups. And I see people replicating that shit 10, 12 years later. A.C.B.A. 1 million tags on Instagram. And we should have been at 1 million a long time before now. But I'm talking my shit tonight.
Hell yeah.
What's up?
That's those champagnes you posted talking, right?
No doubt. Yeah, you know what's funny? I was at a pandemic shit. I was with my girl and we was at one of her girlfriend's house, and she's part of this like wine tasting champagne class. It's a educational class. Like they tell you about the vineyards and like where shit originates from, and like, but they send you a kit of whatever champagne you're gonna be drinking or whatever. But of course we was indulgent.
Hey, I'm trying to get the same deal done with White Claw. They got a new flavor pack out, and I have not been able to find it in my area. Variety pack number 3 is out, you guys, and there's an iced tea variant now.
What are you doing, man? You should be drinking the new Travis Scott seltzer, the Cacti.
I'm talking about the finest champagne from the finest vineyards. You talking about White Claw? Come on, man.
Oh, I thought we were talking about the same thing.
Nah, but it's all good though. How was everybody's week? Tell me something. Tell me something funny. Tell me something cool you did or saw or what? What's going on?
I mean, well, obviously the coolest thing or the funniest thing that's been happening is the boat stuck in the Suez Canal and all the memes that come from that. It's so funny. You hear about that or not?
I'm not hip to this. What happened?
There's like a giant like evergreen like shipping container boat that like apparently if you like track its, you know, all these boats are like GPS tracked and everything. This particular boat not only like drew a dick in the ocean, like in their path, but then they went down the Suez Canal and like, I don't know, forgot something, tried to U-turn, and now they're stuck in the Suez Canal.
No.
Which is like a huge trade route in all international trade.
Oh wait, maybe I did see something. Is this ship supposedly as like tall as the Empire State Building or some shit? Is that what I saw? It's like as long. Well, it's as long as the Empire State Building is tall or some shit like that. Was that the deal?
Yeah, something like that. It's like a huge, you know, cargo ship, and they have to literally like excavate it out of the canal right now, and it's so funny.
Somebody's going to be out of a job.
Literally, like I think the statistic is that it's halted like 12% of the world's trade, and now like while that's happening, all the other boats have to like reroute under like the Cape of Africa. It's wild. That's so if you're waiting on anything, you know, from an import company, it's probably stuck on that boat.
Period.
All right, what about you, P? Anything? Well, actually, you did do something quite exciting this past week.
I did some wild shit last week. I was in the Rocky Mountains, baby. Let's go.
Dude. You doing like literal like wilder people shit.
Yeah, I was doing white people shit in the mountains. It was pretty great.
Whoa, I said wilder people. I don't know what you're.
Well, I mean, that's the same shit, right?
let me tell you how Caucasian it got out there. So we were just hanging out. My little sister just got back, 11 years old, by the way, just got back from riding the ATV around with her mom on the back. The most incredible story. And they're like, oh shit, we saw some elk out there. And I was like, oh, tight. That's pretty cool. Elk out here. First of all, they live in the middle of fucking nowhere. Like it's a farm they bought in the middle of nowhere. It's pretty great. Very, very, really cool place to unwind. She gets back and she's like, we saw some elk out there. And I was like, oh, that's awesome, dude. Elk. That's pretty rad. 10 seconds later, like my father-in-law was like, tight, let's load up. Let's go look at these elk. I was like, okay, tight, let's go. So we got in the truck and we tracked elk for like half an hour until we found them. And then we just looked at them. It was pretty cool.
I'm sure you took pictures though, right?
We took mad pictures.
Yeah. Is that the same farm where you were like, you know, your parents-in-law are telling you guys like, hey, come on, move onto the property, build a shack here. It'll be great.
Yeah, I mean, like it's a really nice like property for sure. It's really cool out there, man. They're like the town that they live in is called like Guffey. It's so small. It's the size of like a city block. And like all the buildings there are still made from like the same wood they were made from in like the fucking 1800s or some shit like that.
Damn.
And like the newest building there is like a school that they built like, I don't know, like 100 years ago or some shit. And like it's crazy. Like the mayor is like a cat, an actual like animal cat. It's wild. It's like, you know, they always do like weird shit like that like all the time. it's
the small towns they could get away with shit.
Yeah,
it's like a Red Dead Redemption town. Damn.
It really felt like a Red Dead Redemption town. The antique they have an antique shop, and they had like old pictures of the town when it first was like founded, and it looked exactly the fucking same. It was great. It was great.
You telling me this is an antique? This is timestamped to yesterday.
Yeah, basically. So like
that's actually one of my bucket list things, to like either live on a farm for some time or own a farm outright. I really want to do that, actually.
It was nice, man. Like it was really cool being like truly unplugged. I mean, I say that as if I wasn't doing that all of last year anyway, but like it was cool just to like be here in the States and like unplugged and stuff like out there. It was really cool. It was just cool to be in like, it was like mad cold. It's in like Colorado. So like it was like 20 degrees out there all last week. It was snowing like every day. And you know, like we were just out there just doing like wild shit. Like we just shot guns, and like I learned how to shoot like a compound bow. It was pretty rad, dude.
Nice. I'm not gonna front. You had me sweating for a minute. That whole thing, like, you know, not to be on a somber note, that whole thing in Colorado happened. And I was like, shit, man, let me look up where the hell Poncho's at. And then I looked and I was like, oh, he's nowhere near there.
Yeah, I noticed you didn't mark yourself safe from it on Facebook, so I got a little worried.
And I never do any of that stuff.
But no, that is crazy. You were actually in the state like when that happened.
Yeah, coincidentally, we went there like 2 days after it happened. Like, I guess we all found out at the same time because like we're all, we don't know shit. Like our phones don't work out there, so like we're on our way into town and like we see like stuff happening. And we're all like, oh, what's going on? And then we're like, oh, okay. That was pretty wild. But
I mean, you're back to normal, you guys.
Sure.
Right.
Jesus Christ.
Back to our regularly scheduled programming.
Yeah, mass shootings, back to normal.
Yeah,
great.
Oof.
There you go.
But
America's back, baby.
But yeah, it was cool. We did that, and then we went to like the Stanley Hotel. That was pretty fun too. I captured some paranormal activity on my phone. It was pretty tight.
Wait, for real?
Oh yeah, for real, baby. For real.
like video or audio, or what are we talking here?
Just of the video variety, my friend. Moving and still pictures.
We talking ghost hunters? What's going on here?
We're talking ghost hunters, adventures, paranormal state, the whole nine, baby.
You went deer hunting and ghost hunting. Damn.
Yeah, basically.
No toy hunting though while you were out there, huh?
I tried. Believe me, I tried.
I'm sure you were looking at an antique store to see if you could find any little props or some shit.
Absolutely. I found Fabio, you'll like this. I found a gift box of WCW Nitro Cologne for men.
What?
It was incredible. I was like, yo, this is crazy.
Wait, I would want to smell like Sting from that era. That's
I know,
awesome.
right?
Is this the ghost of the girl of room 22?
we chilled and we went to like so in the real hotel the room was like 217, so we went to room 217. It was pretty tight, man. Like that hotel was wild, and like we went downstairs to like where all like it has like a network of caves. You can go down into the cave. Well, you can't go down in the caves, but like we took a picture in front of like the mouth of the cave, and we captured some disembodied eyes at the mouth of the cave. Pretty wild. Yeah, spooky shit, man. And like at first we thought it was like just like a trick of the light or something, but like it was on my sister's phone, and she captured it with like the live photo feature for iPhones. And like you see the eyes like moving around and shit, like in the live photo. It's wild, man. It's crazy.
Dude, okay. Damn, I hope you didn't bring anything back with you.
Hopefully not. I felt a little uneasy last night.
Yeah. That's wild, dude. Very cool.
But yeah, that's it. Before we move on, let's we got some donos in the mix already. Let's go. We got Bo Biggs, the man, the myth, hit us with 20. He said, glad to see we back at it. Let's admit, Boog had a 4X white tee and the Wallaby out last weekend for the versus battle.
No doubt.
Yeah, dude.
The Lupinator. Hit us with
What a
5.
time that was to be wearing a fucking huge dress T-shirt.
Yeah.
And we all did it.
Yeah, that was high school for me.
Thanks, Bo. Appreciate you, bro.
Shout out to the G Unit.
Both big, dude. Always doing it big.
That's it. Lupinator hit us with 5. He said, just dropping in to support the boys. Keep doing what you're doing. Thank you so much, man.
Thank you, bro.
Hell yeah.
Thank you, dude. The
Lamar,
Lupinator.
that's it. Lamar Newton, $5 again. Said, what a way to cap off the week, hanging out with the true collectors and appreciators of action figures. Keep up the excellent content, fellas. Thank you so much, man.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. We will try.
That's it. So that being said, we got a pretty stacked list. This is the biggest the list has been in a long time. A lot of these are, as Boog would like to say, surgical strikes, baby. We got NECA. Some of these are a little more loaded than the rest, but we'll get through it. We got NECA, Hasbro, Marvel Select, Amazing Yamaguchi, Mezco, Bandai, SH Figure Arts, Storm, Sentinel, miscellaneous. Then in the after show, we got Snyder Cut, Suicide Squad 2 trailer talk, and Falcon and Winter Soldier. Let's go, baby.
That's right. It's been a big kind of week and a half, honestly.
Yeah, and I think that's a big thing is because we did that like kind of middle show week in Wednesday, so we missed like a lot of the big like weekend like push for like toy headlines and stuff like that.
For sure.
Yeah, so let's pop right in. Let's go.
Let's do it
With NECA.
NECA kind of broke the internet, you guys.
Oh, that's true. Yeah,
they
really
like
did.
actually did.
For sure.
It was a bit of a like out of left field reveal. Like it came randomly at midnight.
Mm-hmm.
A stroke of
But
12.
not so random, huh?
Not so random, yeah. But, as everyone knows, the gargoyles come alive at midnight, so that's when Randy was doing some late night tweeting, and they went ahead and revealed Goliath.
I think it was actually still just like a tad bit late. I think it was like 12:20 or something like that. But I don't know.
This is huge.
But
This
you
is,
picked up on that pretty fast, though. That was a cool little Easter egg, I guess you could call it.
Mm-hmm. And it's kind of an out of left field property for NECA because it's not really it's not anything connected to properties they already own. This literally just seems like, no, we want to do this. Nobody's doing this. We're going to do this. And this was the first image we got, just Goliath, just like this.
Hey, did we ever get a Gargoyles like feature film? It was just a show, right? We never got like an hour and a half movie or anything with
I don't
it, right?
think so.
I don't believe so, no.
Yeah, I think it was just a show, and it's on Disney Plus now too. So their numbers like went up this past weekend just from
for sure.
Whoever's running the
Like,
programming over there is like
50% of the comments on this was like, "Oh, I got to go back and watch it."
Yeah,
right. So we got that first reveal right here image, and then we got some additional images the day after. This to me kind of looks like the DC kind of like comic body or like the Defenders of the Earth. At least the arms, maybe the torso is different because it looks like it might have a diaphragm instead of like the crunch. But either
that torso looks like the Batman one.
Exactly. Yeah. And the thighs too, but I don't know because it's got these new single jointed, but like insert molded joints, and then the feet obviously have the two joints in them as well at the ankle and at the toes, so that's cool. Probably gonna have a bendy tail. The wingspan is like 12 inches, which is huge.
The Reed poster.
Yeah, right.
Unlocked a memory right there.
Exactly. all the promotional art out there.
I'm not mad at the reuse of some of those parts there because it works kind of well. This guy was pretty massive in the show, I guess.
Yep. And the response to this was like completely unprecedented. Like NECA was not ready for this. Everybody was like going wild over this. As soon as it dropped, everybody was just like posting it everywhere. I didn't even have a chance to like let people know about it. Everyone already knew.
Oh yeah.
And they went ahead and kind of addressed some of the comments for it, saying, we've been blown away by the response to this figure. Because of great demand, they are going to have to close the pre-order earlier than anticipated. So now you have until April 2nd, which is next Friday, to get your orders in. Pre-order this on your preferred online retailer, secure it, and after that, don't complain that you can't, because they're telling you when you're able to get it till.
Hey,
That's just so odd, though. Shouldn't it be the other way around? Like, oh, the response is so crazy, you're gonna leave it open longer. It's like, no, it's so crazy. You're not gonna. We're cutting it off.
It's a real shame that they didn't do a one previously before this. Otherwise, they could have told us how much that goes for after market on eBay.
Right. To be fair, that would be Loot Crate telling us.
That's true. Well, does it?
NECA
owns Loot Crate now, right?
I think they're owned by the same company, but they're not.
Okay.
NECA is owned by the same parent company.
That makes more sense. Okay, there
yeah. So then I'm trying to find the exact statement, but Randy basically came out and said, like,
group chat.
This isn't a one and done. They have like 5 more in the works. They have a full line of these ready to go, probably variants as well. You know,
I think that's in the same blurb as the April 2nd thing right there.
Yeah,
no, it's not there.
Nah.
Oh no,
it's in the group chat, Fabio. He also states that not only is there 5 ready to go, but that there's going to be more.
Yep. Oh, here it is. Thank you. Yep. The response to Gargoyles and Goliath is nothing short of phenomenal. Thank you. I want to confirm the following. This is a full line. We have 5 more figures completed and more in development. If you aren't familiar with the show, do yourself a favor and watch on Disney Plus after this podcast, of course.
Yeah, that check cleared, right? All right. Cool.
Yeah. Can I get the check?
Yeah, be sure to check it out on Disney Plus.
Yeah. And by the way, the bundle price is increasing $1 if you have the Hulu, Disney Plus, ESPN Plus bundle. That's me getting my check right there because I just got that email. But yeah, it's kind of huge. It's a really big license for them to pick up. I mean, NECA's picking up Disney money basically, you know?
Hell yeah, dude.
That's big. That's big money. So, what's your guys' predictions for other characters from the line, or where else it might go? I was actually thinking that they might do like some stone versions of them, and maybe try to incorporate that in some way. You know, try to incorporate that on their like street set in some type of way or something. I don't know.
Yeah, that would be cool if they had like like posed, like pre-posed kind of gargoyle statues of them, but then also like the figure that is, kind of made with like a more rocky texture rather than just like repainting this one gray or whatever.
It's funny. There's so many people who like who obviously they're not really NECA collectors, because some of them were asking like, where's this accessory and this accessory? My response was always the same: well, get ready for the ultimate, because that's the only way you're going to get the accessory that you want the second time.
I think this is technically an ultimate, so I mean, I'm sure any further accessories will be in like variants and stuff, but I'm trying to find the solicitation page. But he comes with a book. He comes with a jalapeno pepper. He comes with a ton of good stuff.
Up on a Big Bad Toy Store.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, for sure they're doing
let's see if it's referred to as an ultimate or not.
I saw people complaining about well, not complaining, but I think it was actually
it is labeled an ultimate.
I think it was actually David Walton that said something about the fact that there should have been another sculpt for the wings so he could have them kind of like wrapped around himself, Yeah.
It's often like that in the show.
Right.
Yeah, he like the little hooks on his wings kind of like clasp in front of him. I don't know if these wings will have the articulation to do that, but I mean, it's a beautiful looking figure for sure. Here it is. Get the book, and then the face plates are interchangeable. So you get like the more monstrous one, and then the one with pupils and the jalapeno pepper.
I'm in for the jalapeno pepper in the book.
I mean, well spent. As someone who just put like Carolina Reaper sauce on my quesadilla this morning, I need a pepper in my collection.
No doubt. But yeah, what's your guys' predictions for other characters? I mean, obviously they're gonna do the main crew. I would assume, right?
Yeah, they do like Broadway, Brooklyn, all those dudes.
Brooklyn.
Bronx is like the big bulky one, right?
Yeah. They'll do all those. I mean, we'll get like you said, Boog, we're gonna get like stone variants. There's like another character like Dialogue that looks just like Goliath. We'll get that guy too. I wonder if they'll do like the human characters like Elisa or like David or anything like that.
I was wondering.
I could see that happening for sure.
Absolutely.
Well, those are happening.
Demona first. I mean, like I feel like Demona, like everybody would want like the female like gargoyle for sure.
Oh yeah, definitely. It's a great cast. I mean, they're all very colorful, different sizes. Everyone's got a different like silhouette. Yeah, it's going to be like a really, really sick team to build for sure.
The smaller characters would be nice to have like as a 2-pack.
Yeah, some of these smaller ones, I could definitely imagine that. Maybe we'll get some kind of like diorama element to go with them too. Who knows? If the response has been this good, I mean, it's probably enough for them to say, "Well, let's go further. Let's give them everything."
True. I'm wondering what else they got up their sleeve in terms of Disney stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was just gonna say a lot of people are talking about gargoyles. Oh, what's gonna come from gargoyles? Like, no, man, we're working with Disney again. Like, what if they want to tackle Nightmare Before Christmas again? Like, what if they?
Mm-hmm.
But it asks. It's a good question. Like, what's next if they have anything else with Disney?
I'd hope they do like a my ultimate like dream not NECA, but like ultimate like dream revival would be like the Mighty Ducks, like the animated Mighty Ducks show.
That's exactly what
an idea.
That's exactly what I thought. I told that to David Walton in our group chat actually.
Oh yeah, did you?
I was like, oh man, I could see the Mighty Ducks happening next.
I totally forgot about that show.
Hell yeah.
Chippendale Rescue Rangers when?
Oh, true, very true.
Yeah, come on, man.
Speaking of this, Kevin Johnson hit us with 5. He said, "Goliath's such a great figure. It makes me wish I owned a house to display it in." Me
Dude, that's
too,
my
friend.
KJ. What up, KJ? Thank you, dude.
Hell yeah,
What's
dude.
up? Thank you.
And then Naomi M hits us $2. He says, "Will the NECA channel get restored on the A.C.B.A. Discord now?" Hey, you never know. You never know.
Shit, maybe.
Yeah, dude. This is unrelated because it's not from NECA, but it is related because of the properties that we're talking about here. But I have a friend like locally here who works, kind of the same place I do. We've done a bunch of like Lifetime movies together, for example. And he's a sculptor on the side, and he like actually works in the toy industry. So he's actually done some sculpts of his own for some of these characters. My buddy Tito, who is from upstate New York. So he and I use the same term for hamburgers, steamed hams.
Hams. It's a Utica. It's a Utica.
Oh, Albany. No, of course not. I'm from Utica.
Term.
He actually is from Utica, though. I make that joke.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, but these are his sculpts. Like this isn't from NECA, but just to give you an example of like it's possible.
But that's the thing about some of these Disney properties and NECA, I'm pretty confident that they could nail a lot of these real expressive sort of like, cartoony looks and like real. I mean, they've done an amazing job with Turtles as far as the looks go. So I think they could really nail some of these Disney things. I'm excited to see what else they may do. I don't think that I'm gonna buy any of these, but I will live vicariously through some of you.
You're not gonna get the gargoyles?
Say it again.
You're not going to do the gargoyles?
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't need it, but I appreciate it though. I do appreciate it.
You have until April 2nd to change your mind, bud.
Right.
True.
Honestly, I'm down, but I might replace the skirt with like a soft goods piece.
Here we go.
Yeah, I mean, we should have seen something like this coming just because of Super 7, like late last year, announcing their line of Disney. Like we should have known that Disney was going all in with giving people their license.
Mm-hmm.
True.
But this is really cool, man. I don't know. I'm trying to think of like series or like movies or something that like has like a more like rougher look to them when it comes to Disney, because I think they would do that good too. Just like this, like Goliath. I'm trying to think like what else would be good.
Well, John P brings up something similar to what you were saying. He says he really likes it, but he wish it looked more animated.
Right. Yeah. I was just gonna address that. That's a pretty common complaint that I've heard. Like it's not like a 1-to-1 adaptation from the cartoon. It's more kind of in their realistic style, which makes sense because if they are reusing parts, they kind of have to adhere to that same style. But I don't know. I'm not mad about it because I like reinterpretations of things. So if this is NECA's realistic interpretation of Goliath, it makes you wonder how these other characters would look more realistic.
For sure.
The head sculpt with the pupils drawn in the eyes, I think that looks pretty animated to me.
Yeah, definitely.
For sure. I think it's just because like it's just so defined. Everything about it is so defined, like the musculature and like even the facial features. He's very like chiseled.
Yeah, he's looking real jacked, brother.
Yeah, basically, that's true.
I like the way they did the legs too. The single joint insert pins right here look really good.
Yeah.
This shit gonna be a nightmare though with some of these parts though. I could see might be some real breakage issues here, man.
My our friend Wade was definitely correct in saying, like, listen, I don't care if I got to put this thing in a hot bath for 20 minutes. Like, this is a must. Whatever it takes to make this thing work, as long as you have it.
Yeah, whatever it takes.
Whatever it takes.
But yeah, I don't need it. You know, I don't need it, but I do appreciate it, and I like to see how far they'll take this and what else they may get in terms of Disney licenses for sure.
And it's estimated to arrive July 2021 too, so that's coming out this summer. Yeah,
summer blockbuster, huh?
Mm-hmm. So once again, just to recap, this by popular demand is going to be limited. You know, like the pre-order window will close next Friday, April 2nd. So if you want this, you got until this Friday to get it. No complaints after that. If you didn't get it by then you didn't really want it.
Yeah, that's definitely it.
All right, what is next? We got some Hasbro news, huh?
That's it, yeah.
Yeah, wake me up when NECA uses the Doug license.
Right. Oh my God! But it would have to be Disney's Doug, right?
No, crap.
Yeah, well, that's who owns. Nickelodeon lost Doug a long time ago.
Mm-hmm. And to address the jalapeno, like people didn't. They were like, "Why does it come with jalapeno?" You know, if you don't remember the cartoon, that's like I think he tries it in like the first or second episode or something, and then for the rest of the show, it kind of becomes like their swear word.
Jalapeno.
Yeah. And there's like that scene where it's like echoing through the city and everything. Yeah. Really cool. Really cool. This is
or like every white mother says, jalapenos.
Yep. I just call them jalaps, you know?
Jalaps.
Or jalaps.
We're on that kind of basis.
I used to work with this old lady that like legit could not pronounce jalapeno and was just like, I'm like, yo, you are like 50. Like what's going on?
You got a lot of time to practice.
Yeah.
My sister's old boyfriend couldn't say Chipotle, so he would call it cilantro. Cilantro.
I'm sure that's
there might be some cilantro somewhere. But,
all right, so that is once again, go to your favorite retailer, your Big Bads, your Entertainment's Erts, your whatevers, and get your Goliaths.
That's it.
Cool. Let's get into some Hasbro.
Yeah.
All right, what do we got? What do we got from Hasbro? Well, I guess we'll start with the Fan Fest thing, if we're going in order, which was announced for April 9th. I don't know if we talked about this. Did we?
I'm pretty sure we talked about Fan Fest already.
We did, yeah. Cause
okay. It was on the 15th.
My birthday.
Yeah, you got to relaunch. Your screen's a little blurry.
Oh, my bad.
But yeah, we already talked
Pancho,
about.
You have to, real quick, Pancho. You have to click into my stream so we can see it on.
Oh yeah, I was just off of it, just because it was blurry.
Got you. Okay, so we did talk about the Black Series stuff. So we'll get into the kind of big news, a little bit of controversy surrounding it as well.
Actually, real quick before we get into that, I mean, it's not really like super important, but it is Hasbro news. But they had put out an email during the week saying that they were going to have like a big reveal, and the big reveal ended up being the snacking Grogu. So everybody thought that it would be some type of big like Legends or Star Wars Black Series drop or whatever the case may be, because they sent out this mass email. And but yeah, it was just another Grogu figure for kids, basically.
As if he was reading your mind, Bo Biggs hit us with 5. He said, "No offense to Baby Yoda fans, but that middle finger to Hasbro for that epic drop email."
They literally were like, "Get ready, it's going to be an epic drop."
Yeah, they categorize it as being so epic, and then also this past week, for a hot minute, the SDCC Marvel Legends Hulk popped up on Hasbro Pulse. Shout out to Rectangular, who shot me a message and a link and I was able to actually grab one. I actually have it right here.
Yeah.
I got to talk about that in pickups, but yeah, I was actually able to get that, and it came already as well, so that's cool. And
while we're talking about Rectangular, I got to shout him out too, because he sent somebody into my DMs earlier this week who was looking for the inside scoop on the NECA Homelander figure that they've like just shown once and has there's been no follow up since. And he's like, I'm wondering if you can tell me anything about this. I'm like, well, I hate to tell you this, but Rectangular may have misled you a little bit. I'm not really like, I don't have any kind of inside scoop on NECA. that would be like if somebody asked David Vonner about his work with Hasbro and why Hasbro does the decisions that they make currently. Gonna get you about as far.
That's a deep cut, but I got you.
It is what it is. They just showed it while we're speaking of NECA. They just showed it. We don't know anything else so far. I just told them. You want to update? You got to keep up with yourself.
Fabio might be going to brunch with Randy, but that doesn't mean he has all the info.
Not all. I get piecemeal info, depending on how expensive the mimosas are.
Yeah, so there was that news. There was one more thing from Hasbro in terms of news. Oh, they put out a email too saying that anybody who ordered the Hellfire Club box set and that like second or third drop or whatever the case may be, that the release date for that got pushed back until May, I believe. So there was that. There was the so-called Epic News. There was the STCC Hulk drop, which I think that they did based on the fact that that Select Hulk was getting a lot of burn and a lot of love online. I felt like they just dropped that strategically. And then this. So go ahead, Fabio. What was this? I don't know what's going on.
Well, we knew that Hasbro has picked up the 6-inch Fortnite license from Jazzwares, who is now only doing 3 3/4 inch or 4-inch or whatever. Mm-hmm. So 6-inch has gone to Hasbro, and this is besides that Snake Eyes that we already saw, which was like basically just a reuse with new accessories. Mm-hmm. This is the first like actual brand new Fortnite figure, and he is called The Foundation.
Hell yeah.
Zero Crisis Edition. Now, I'm not a Fortniter.
What's the deal?
Well, the deal is, it's a Fortnite character, and this is what he looks like, and this is Hasbro giving him to us. Oh, now, the controversy comes from the fact that, all right, the accessories listed are.
You blurry again.
Oh, god dang it!
Like NES, brother.
I got to make sure nobody else is using my internet right now.
Uh-oh. Kind of lay down the law. Stop watching Netflix.
Dude, seriously. So this is, it's a cool design. It's a fun-looking character. The articulation looks good. It's a good sculpt. Yeah. But it's a little lacking in the accessories department. The only things listed are this umbrella glider and the back bling, which is the cape.
Interesting.
Which if it's listed as an accessory, maybe it's removable. I don't know.
It usually is with because those are interchangeable between characters.
Oh, okay. Mm-hmm. But it's a $40 figure. This is a $40 figure.
Whoa! No.
Yeah.
No way! Get the fuck out of here.
There's no way.
Wow.
Here it is.
Oh no!
No, that's crazy.
Bugging.
Up for pre-order. I don't know if that's a condition of the license or what, but like, all you really get is the umbrella, and the Fortnite is a shooter at the end of the day, and you don't get any guns with him.
You don't get any guns.
What a failure. Jazzwares figures are way better than this.
Honestly, I mean, the only thing that I would say is better with the Hasbro figure is the fact that it has like actually molded hands instead of like articulated hands, So that would make it easier for him to hold stuff, but he comes with nothing to hold.
Damn, dude.
Did Jazzwares actually lose the license, or did they just happen to give this to Hasbro as well?
They lost the 6-inch license.
Huh.
They're still doing 3 3/4 inch, but the
is that
6-inch
confirmed? Because they're still releasing new 6-inch figures even to this just a couple of weeks ago.
Well, they're technically. Well, are they still hanging on to that 7-inch line then? Because there's like a.
That's McFarlane.
Oh, that is McFarlane. Oh shit.
Yeah. So yeah, it's I don't know, man. This seems like a weird move. Seems like we're getting less than we got with Jazzwares, which by all intents and purposes, everybody really considers that to be a really, really good line. Like tons of people who don't get or who don't, are into Fortnite, who are not into Fortnite, are getting these figures just because there's some dope designs within them.
Mm-hmm.
And there's
where did you read that they lost the license?
It was a press release that Hasbro put out that's like, we're doing 6-inch Fortnite now. And then
that doesn't mean that like they lost it.
I don't know in terms of lost it, like they misplaced it, but I think that the license for 6-inch transferred to Hasbro.
I don't think that's something that they would say like, hey, by the way, Jazzwares lost it, we picked it up.
I know there was a press release that it doesn't say we lost it, but it says Jazzwares will be continuing the 3 3/4 inch line.
Oh, okay. They mentioned they were continuing just 3 3/4 inch Jazzwares themselves.
Right. I have to. I don't know where to even find that, but it is definitely something I read. I swear I'm not making that up.
No, I thought that McFarlane stopped making Fortnite. I didn't even know that they still had it.
They're doing 7-inch, so technically it is a different license. But I don't know how many of those they're putting out either. It's just
I actually thought that they lost the license.
Right. I mean, I
haven't seen any new ones in stores or anything like that.
And that's really like the story behind this whole thing is like there's so many questions and like it's just a weird move. Like it's more expensive. It doesn't seem like it's got as many accessories. It throws the licensing into question. Like it's just I don't know.
No, if anything, it has like less than half the accessories that the Jazzwares had.
Well, Tyrone West in chat is saying the Fortnite sculptor said the weapons aren't being shown because they're spoilers for the game.
Oh.
Okay. Yeah, I guess. And Bean 2099 says JC reached out to Jazzwares and they confirmed. So
yeah, the One Fist also says Jazzware announced that they're done with 6-inch at the end of the year.
Okay. Yeah, that's some.
McFarlane is still going. I guess there's stuff on pre-order still. So
Mm-hmm.
I guess it's just that 7-inch is just a big difference.
Okay. This is why we appreciate you guys in the chat. We need all this content and all these news aggregated.
Oh, please let us know. We're never above being corrected.
Right? No, never. I mean, you should listen to our Star Wars segments.
Oh, brother.
Yeah, we're always dead on.
Yeah, we're the number one Star Wars toy podcast.
Very seldom do we get something wrong when it comes to Star Wars.
Truly. The canon and lore bend to us, actually, as a matter of fact.
Right.
We consulted with George and with Disney. We basically tell him what needs to be done.
A lot of people call this the Ryan Johnson of Star Wars podcasts.
No.
For sure.
I mean, whether you think that's good or bad is completely dependent on you. But yeah, if that's true about the weapons, then that's good. But is it $40 good?
No,
I don't know. It's a little weird.
I mean, like
Snake Eyes, I think was $40 too, but that was like actually a very like deluxe figure with like premier packaging and all this shit. It was like a special edition type of release.
Well, what's interesting is because McFarlane, when they released their new like branch into their line, like legendary, like they have legendary series, which is like I think they're like 20 or 24, I can't remember right off the top, but then they branched that off into legendary brawlers, and they're like taller and beefier. That's where that Meowscles is from, that like that like cat, and all those figures are $30. So like maybe it's just them thinking like, well, this is a better figure than anything McFarlane can make. I mean, surely we can like squeeze $10 more out of these guys. I don't know. It's wild to think.
What Tyrone Wested is saying it rings true as well. He says that all those Fortnite figures at Ross kind of killed them too. But how is this $40 figure not going to end up at Ross either?
Yeah, I'll get this $40 figure for $15 at Ross. Thank you.
Right. Yeah, it's interesting. It's a weird move for sure. I don't know. The Fortnite fans in the chat can let us know. Like, is this like the thing to make you like swap over from Jazzwares to Hasbro for your Fortnite collection moving forward?
Yeah, it's strange. Tyrone also said that this is probably like the Snake Eyes or any other Pulse classified release, higher price for some more accessories and premium packaging. But like that just seems like such a misplacement for Fortnite as a license. Like, I mean, like, I don't know, dude. Like Fortnite kind of. Go ahead, Rick.
This is something that needs to be in a store. This isn't something that needs to be some exclusive on some random website. Like, this is something that should be in a store. I don't know.
I mean, the only thing that I saw when I saw this is maybe this was like some potential army builder, honestly.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, it's a cool design. Don't get me wrong. The figure itself is fine. All the Fortnite character designs are cool, you know, but I don't know, man.
Just not for $40.
Yeah.
Speaking of army builders, there's a Fortnite figure from McFarlane that is just an army man.
Yeah, it's an army man.
Oh yeah, the green one. Yeah.
Yeah, the green one. It's literally an army man.
And it even comes with like a stand base, like a flat, you know, thing that he stands on.
And it comes with a hot dog on a stick.
That's it.
That's right. Yeah, he does.
Staple of any member of the U.S. Armed Forces.
That's right. Right along with a Dodge Charger.
Yo, I want to give a big shout out to my my sister's boyfriend. He's trying to buy a Skyline right now. Godspeed, my friend.
Skyline, bro.
He's really trying to break the stigma. He's like, man, I got to get rid of this Charger.
Hey, you know what, Josh? You know what, Josh? More power to you, my friend. I love you, brother. Go chase your dreams.
Yo, I will say that was my car of choice in Need for Speed Underground too.
That's exactly what I said. Like my my parents-in-law were like, why a Skyline? I was like, clearly you've never played Need for Speed. Like, come on.
But is it a GTR Skyline?
We'll have to ask him.
All right.
He's got to replicate Paul Walker's. You know what I mean?
Damn. All right, that is our Hasbros. That is our Hasbros news.
All right.
So yeah, we're still waiting for to find out what's going to happen with this Fan Fest thing, April 9th, which is Friday, I believe, right?
That's it. We're about to pop bottles on April 9th. Let's go.
And people are waiting for updates on the Sentinel as well. People are complaining that there hasn't been enough. I was just looking at Dan Yoon's Twitter, like randomly while looking up the news here. And there's a bunch of people commenting like, yo, why aren't we getting enough updates on the Sentinel when we should be, the Jabba's sail barge got updates every month and Unicron got them every 3 months. And here we are 6 months with no updates on the Sentinel.
I mean, I don't really need an update. What do I need?
Right.
It's like you know what's annoying is no offense, we dog this guy all the time, but like I don't need an update on these damn spawns.
I was just gonna say that. I don't need odd in my emails every week.
Yeah, I've gotten 5 different emails like the ports are backed up. Okay, man, you told me that 2 months ago.
Right.
Yeah, basically. Those spawn updates is a pain in the ass, for real.
Oh,
yeah, and the last spawn update was just this picture right here. So the blockage is cleared. It's coming. But like half the people who ordered those spawns already have them already, and like I'm still getting the updates, and I've already sold my fucking spawn.
Put their differences aside to clear up the canal.
Absolutely.
Right. All right. What else we got?
Next up is Marvel Select. You want to cue that up? Let's go.
Oh yeah. Big update week for DST releases this week. But the one we really want to talk about is the Hulk that's blowing everybody's minds right now.
Let's go.
A lot of reviews out there.
And Hasbro's pissed.
Oh yeah.
We told you guys not to do this.
Hey, I thought we had a
it's
deal.
kind of wild how similar they are. Obviously, the scales and everything are different, but like the color palettes are like nearly identical.
Oh yeah, chef's kiss for sure.
And like, I mean, I'm on the fence on this one. I'm not really a DST guy, but like when they got big figures and they're good, like it's hard to resist them because they do big figures really well.
True.
I like the fact that. Go ahead, Pete.
I was just gonna say, like, 9 times out of 10, the only Marvel Selects that I ever pick up are like these like big hulking figures, and 9 times out of 10, they're the Hulk. like the what do you call it? Thor Ragnarok Hulk. I think that's the best, like, Gladiator Hulk that's probably on the market right now. It's like it's so good. It's unbelievable.
Yeah. And then this one also comes with the alternate, like, robot Hulk head.
That's it.
Now you're talking to me nice.
Basically.
So no head?
It's called Rampaging Hulk. I mean, for $25, it's gonna be hard to find a better Hulk figure, especially because the Legends one that is in the same color palette is in a 2-pack, and then the one that Boog got over the weekend is technically an exclusive.
Yeah.
Do be.
It do be like that. We also got a few more solicits for stuff that will be coming out soon. We've seen this before, but some updated images. Yeah. WandaVision, Scarlet Witch. Alternate hood head.
Do be hooded.
She
was like that in the show. I don't remember her being like that.
What do you mean?
The hood up?
She has a hood on at some point?
When she's flying away at the very end, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I didn't even remember that. That's crazy.
Yeah, this is definitely a situation. This is definitely a case of like, here's the concept art, just make it. All right, we'll see.
Right.
See how it turns out in 8 months.
It's like with like you guys remember that infamous Ant-Man figure that has like it had the random like face thing that didn't end up being in the show.
Right.
And he's like, hey, his mask doesn't have like a mouth part. What the hell?
Yeah. And then there was the Giant Man that Legends did, the Giant Man Build-A-Figure that had like the tongues on the boots like sticking out all wild.
Yeah, all weird.
That's really it though. I don't think there's much else from Diamond except for I guess these Lord of the Rings figures.
I guess if we're not trying to spoil anything, remember there was a leak of the Falcon.
That's true.
Oh yeah, I guess we could pull that up too.
That's in our group chat for the podcast, I believe.
Yeah, let me see.
My bad. I totally dropped out. Yeah, I got off a Hulk that fast. Jeez.
Yeah. Did you have anything you want to say?
Yeah.
I was just saying that I really like the addition of the other head to do the cosmic robot Hulk or whatever. I could see Legends adopting that at some point and giving you an additional head and hands or something like that for the Hulk that they put out, because they've invested so much time in that sculpt and given us all the different Hulks on that sculpt that adding an additional head like this would be pretty easy. Also, I don't like the feet on this particular Hulk. I think the way the feet, I don't know, it's good for standing him and what have you, but something looks odd with the way that they're kind of like real spread out. But then again, I don't know. I guess if he's a massive 8-9 foot dude, then his feet would have to be pretty huge. But I don't know. I'm not. I don't need this either. I'm totally fine with the 6-inch scale Hulk, and he doesn't really have any crazy accessories that I really care about, so it's all good. But I do recognize that it's a super nice figure, though. It's very nice for sure. But yeah, that's it. Now, there have been updated images since then, but this is the first one that I found, and it's the kind of a spoiler, I guess. But come on, you knew where this show was going. Come on,
who becomes Captain? Oh, you don't what?
Well, just in case, let's
come on, let's get real here. There's more images, of the actual figure. This is just an in-box one, though, but this is a Disney Store exclusive, it looks like. It's Falcon and Winter Soldier, Captain America. So that's cool. I think he's actually going to be Captain America.
Yeah, speaking of the Disney Store, did you guys know that Super Targets have a Disney Store section?
What?
Yeah, they do. It looks like a Disney store.
Yeah,
it looks like a Disney store inside of a Target. Yeah, one of mine has it near here. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah, I went to a Super Target for the first time in Colorado, and I walked in and I was of course blitzing my way to the toys just to see what was fucking out here, and all of a sudden I'm enveloped in magical music and shit, like sparkle sound effects and shit coming out of speakers and stuff, and I was like, where the fuck am I? And it said Disney Store in Target, and I was like, whoa, shit. And they had it was probably what is it, Rick, maybe 15 by 15 feet, something like that. It's like in a circle, and they just have
it's right before the toys in a circle.
I was gonna say, isn't it kind of in the kids clothing area, and it's just in the middle?
That's wild, man.
And it's funny because I was telling my friend who I was hunting with the other day that I saw the first Target that was like that. That's the Target that's next door to Disneyland. remember thinking like, oh man, that's so cool. It'd be nice if other targets were like this. And now they're all fucking. All the super ones are like that now.
I don't know if we want to include it here while we're on the subject, but there were some Marvel Legends leaks as well for Falcon and Winter Soldier.
There was.
Unless we want to save that.
That was the other Hasbro news, right?
Yeah, that was the other Hasbro news, but nobody said anything. So I was like, oh, maybe they don't want to spoil things. All right.
We could save it until the Falcon and Winter Soldier segment, or we could do it now. Whatever you guys want.
How big of a spoiler is it?
It's along the same lines as this.
Is it stuff that's happened in the comics that everybody knows about?
Basically, and stuff from the trailers or stuff you could like reasonably assume would happen in the show because of the comics.
Also, Todd already gave us this whole list of the Disney Plus wave already some time ago too. So,
that's true. So we can talk about it.
Oh,
it's
this
no
shit,
point
okay.
for the show. So we got Bucky Barnes here, and you can clearly see a section of the of Falcon's wing.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, it's going to be another situation where it's a build a wing situation.
Yeah,
and so we got Bucky Barnes here, and what else we got?
We got U.S. Agent
with his very strange lower jaw area. I don't know what. It's a really weird looking dude with that.
And I would say, like, again, this is probably the biggest spoiler, but again, something you could reasonably assume would happen in the show anyway. You know, in the first 2 episodes, he's only Captain America, and he's in basically this uniform, but in the blue. So, kind of interesting that we actually are getting like the black U.S. agent suit, and he will be called U.S. Agent.
Is that Casey Neistat?
Right. He's not wearing enough sunglasses.
Oh no!
And not enough chipped sunglasses.
Right.
And there's another section of the wing with him, and then we see Baron Zemo, which we all saw on the solicit posters for the show, the movie posters for the show, or show posters, whatever you would call it.
Yeah.
We're gonna get a masked and unmasked version of Baron Zemo, which is not surprising. Although when I first saw the wave breakdown, we were hoping that some of these figures would be comic-based figures, and that Baron Zemo would be a comic-based figure. But we later found out that it's all MCU figures in the Disney Plus wave. Do we have a picture of Rectangular's thing?
I don't know if we have it here in the chat, but off the top of my head, I remember that the WandaVision figures, the ones that we've seen, which is the Scarlet Witch Wanda and the White Vision, are part of that wave listing. And I believe the last one is Loki from the Loki TV show.
I'm gonna tell you right now. But yeah, Baron Zemo here. Obviously, you could, maybe reuse this and fudge a comic style Baron Zemo in some way, with a kind of casual kind of look, I guess. But yeah, I don't know. A lot of people do go for the MCU stuff, so they often give you new sculpts and some new accessories and stuff like that. So sometimes it's really worth it just from like kit bashing perspective, if you want to like mix and match and make like civilians and make background characters and stuff like that. So that's
what Horiyusu is saying, that Zemo coat's going to get used in a lot of customs.
Yeah, no doubt. Exactly. So,
and then he also comes with the Winter Soldier's like red ledger thing.
Okay.
And then it looks like a cap helmet, or I don't know if this is just like an imprint in the bubble, but this kind of looks like a helmet, but I think I'm wrong.
Yeah, I'm trying to find the list here. Just give me 1 second.
And this is even branded with the Disney Plus wave right here.
Do we have a Tamashi section?
Yeah, we do.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll get into that. We can get into it right now if we want to jump around while we're on the subject. Around.
No, it's nothing pressing. We could stay on track. I just saw something that reminded me that we should talk about it.
For sure. All right, before we get too spoiler heavy, let's move on. Let's get into what do we got next? A little amazing Yamaguchi action.
Let's go.
There it is.
Yamaguchi. It's my boy Yamaguchi.
Anthony Yamaguchi, former president.
Yes. The famous Puerto Rican dancer Antonio Yamaguchi.
Basically just a black repaint of the Iron Spider that we've seen already in red and gold, but this is meant to be, I believe, Prowler, according to this.
It's spoilers.
Real quick, I'm sorry. The MCU listing, according to Rectangular, was U.S. Agent, Baron Zemo, Scarlet Witch, like you said, Winter Soldier, Vision, Loki, Captain America. So we've damn near seen everything, I guess, except Loki at this point, right?
And Captain America, unless it's the Falcon as Captain America. We don't know.
Oh, you know what? Yeah, you know what? Well, I would assume that the Captain America is just Falcon in the uniform, and then the wings, like I said, are the are the Build-A-Figure or whatever. So you'll complete his wings, but the figure will be a single carded figure. Basically, that's what I'm assuming.
That makes sense.
So I guess at this point we've seen every figure in this wave.
Pretty much.
But yeah, that's that. So Yamaguchi, Spider-Man, black and gold.
What do you think?
I think this is
enough to double dip. It's two different characters, technically.
True.
Nah, I'm good.
That's all I need.
I'm straight.
That's all I need. Yeah, this is like the color scheme is like too good for me to pass this up.
Yeah. No, don't get it fucked up. The color scheme is fire. It looks so cool for real. But yeah, I don't know. I don't need another one of these. Damn, that shit looks good.
I wonder if like this is if this is actually a whole new figure, they just like color corrected the old one. Like just for these promotional shots.
You know what? That thought just crossed my mind in that last shot.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, it looks like it's just color corrected.
Yeah, that looks Photoshop, right?
Yeah. But the other ones, I don't know. It's hard to tell. They look pretty legit.
That's true. I mean, like it won't take much. Just who fucking knows? But yeah, like it's really cool, and like you said, like it's actually like Aaron Davis, so like whatever, it's tight.
Right. Just exact same body sculpt as Peter Parker, though.
It's rough. It's definitely a what do you call it? Who did that? Moffex did Gwenpool, just like that a couple of years ago, where there was just regular Gwenpool, and then like the shadow, the shadow realm,
the shadow realm.
But yeah, man, that's it for Yamaguchi.
Nice and surgical, right on in there.
That's it. All right, Fabio.
Oh, just one quick incision and we're out.
You're out, baby. Let's go.
All right.
You know what I mean?
Maybe is Mezco time.
Are any of you guys picking up that Hulk?
Oh, yeah.
I'm thinking about it still. I think if I pop into my comic shop like randomly on my way to like run errands and they have it, I'll get it. But I'm not like dying to get it either.
Same.
Yeah, like I said, I don't need it, but for reviewing sake and for the sake of size comparisons and stuff like that, I would pick it up if I see it.
Yeah,
I mean, you're doing a Hulkorama video. Why not have the latest Hulk to complete that?
Well, because I was kind of keeping that shit, Legends and Toy Biz kind of classic stuff. I wasn't really trying to go into select. I honestly don't own. I don't really have any selects. I keep the props, but I don't really fuck with the select stuff like that.
Yeah. All right, so if we can wind the clocks back just a little bit to March 23rd, which was what, Tuesday?
Yep.
Yeah, Tuesday. Mezco drops this little teaser image, and this came like not long after they dropped like a similar teaser image for the 5 Points Popeyes set. Just 3 emojis on a blank screen, and they're like, "You guys got any guesses?" And immediately, everybody is like, "Oh, it's got to be Snyder Cut." Like,
yeah, no question.
If they were hoping to, for this to be a subtle tease, I think they failed because everybody's immediate guess was Snyder Cut, and I had to make this spicy OC meme right here to coincide with it, and that was my response to them. I'm like, Mezco Toys will release the Justice League flag.
You're so clever, Fabio.
Sometimes I just happen to have my graphic design program open, and I'll just whip it up.
That's it.
Somehow, Fabio.
But, I mean, a lot of people were thinking maybe this is Cyborg because he rockets into the air and shit in the movie and whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But then one day later, like 2 hours after their regular drop time, so for a while everyone was like, "Oh, I guess there was no drop today." Boom, we got this. the Mezco Toys Zack Snyder's Justice League Deluxe Steel box set, baby.
Damn, dude.
Steel.
That's right. Deluxe Steel.
Man of Steel?
That's right. That's who he is. That's him right there. So obviously this image right here is a straight up like BVS Superman image that they've just color corrected.
Look at those fucking eye effects. It look like two
Right.
like Twizzlers or some shit. What is that?
It's literally the picture on the back of this box. Like, come on.
Oh my god.
It really is.
But it's a mock-up. It's the same thing that Mezco did with like their Mezco Con and all those mock-up images that they put up. It's like just kind of whipped together for a showing, but it's more like a proof of concept than like an actual representative image of the product as it is right now.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like this is what it's planning on looking like. So obviously these laser eyes were a little questionable. Hopefully they fix it up. This reminds me of like when Kylo Ren figures first started coming out and like all of his lightsabers were like super smooth. You know what I mean? And then like later releases had like the more like kind of energy jagged kind of like rippling around it. So hopefully like by the time that comes out, this will look a little bit less like hot dogs.
Brother.
But if not, you can
it's supposed to look like
and use them in the Barry Allen scene.
I was gonna say so they're keeping in theme, they have to look like hot dogs.
Right. And included now, obviously it's the black suit, but now they're including an integrated posing wire inside the cape, which the original Superman did not have. So that's cool, learning from subsequent releases like the Batman's. And then finally, over 2 years after we first saw him at Toy Fair 2019, in person, we had an actual like solicitation for this Flash as part of this 3-pack.
Motherfucker.
Which has some kind of interesting engineering going on because you see the cloth in like kind of the thigh region here and in the armpits and stuff, but then it like looks like the actual elbows and knees are like regular articulation on there, like this points right here. Not
I was gonna ask, I didn't notice well enough, but is there fabric in his suit? I don't think there is.
On the like in the in-betweens, like on
in the
like,
movie.
Yeah. Is there?
Yeah, like where
it looks to me like it's like an undersuit and then like the armor plates kind of put on top of it. But I think because of the proportions of the figure, it would kind of bulk it out a little too much. So they kind of minimize that on like the actual like joints. But it looks like the crotch and the torso at least will still have cloth underneath it.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't really know because this is not, these are so chopped up. We don't know. Look at the feet. Look at the ankles. Right. Shit looks
more than anything. More than the other two though. This Flash is like an actual prototype because we did see it in person at shows. Right.
That's true.
This is probably the most actual like representative image of an actual product. The ankles, look fucking weird. I don't know what's going on here. I don't know if that's that part itself is Photoshop.
I was gonna say, what's the other Justice League figures that they had already put out? Aquaman. They put out a Justice League Wonder Woman.
From Justice League, they only have Aquaman and Tactical Batman, but they did Wonder Woman from the Solo movie.
Got you.
So she's
the same costume, right?
It's the same costume, same outfit, but the only difference is the sword and shield because she has the ones from her movie instead of these. So that'll lead me to the next point. But the final figure in this is another heavily photoshopped Batfleck with kind of the new little armor pieces, like new abs and all that stuff. His suit was like slightly different from Batman vs Superman versus Justice League, and that's basically the little armor pieces put on it. And then the new gauntlets have like the straps or whatever for his energy absorption stuff.
Get the strap.
That's right.
So correct me if I'm wrong, but the other BVS Batman, or what was it? Was it BVS or Justice League? The other Batman that we had that was this suit. Most people consider that one of the best Batman figures from Mezco, right?
Yeah. That was the BVS one because that's like in the regular cloth suit. The the Justice League one is like the tactical one with the goggles and the armor and stuff.
Right. Yeah. Not that one. Okay. All right.
No.
So
this is the suit before he gets that tactical suit at the end of the movie.
Got you. So
I just want to interject.
What you say?
Yeah, I just want to interject. I don't really buy Mezco like that, so I didn't know. This is really disappointing that he didn't have wires in their capes before. What the hell kind of ship are they running over there?
I know, like it really took until like the last two like exclusive Supreme Knights for them to like integrate the wired cape into Batman.
Yep. And that
That's
is
really
pretty
good.
fucking atrocious for a company that is primarily doing soft goods, and that's their thing. Like, you know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Like Magneto, like a bunch of other characters since Batman up until that the Supreme Knights. There's a few other figures like Magneto and like a couple others that actually do have the wired capes, but the first Batmans to have it were the Supreme Knight MDX ones.
So
not only are they giving you like a new suit technically for this Batman, it's cool that they're also incorporating the wired cape into it. So in every way, it is kind of an improvement. So that's good that you're not just getting like the same Batman. So here's the actual like accessory spread. The light up mother box is pretty cool. I like that they're going with like the non encased design, like when they're actually like activated and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It lights up. That's pretty dope. I mean, Black Suit Superman, customizers everywhere just weeping after dying their suit black, myself included. But it started as General Zod for me, so technically I could just put it back to Zod and I'll be fine.
Oh, true.
You know what? When I saw the mother box here, I just knew that each of the characters was going to be packed in with their own mother box or whatever. But I guess maybe they'll spread that. Maybe they'll spread that out. Maybe they will do a Cyborg and he'll come with one. And
So that's my next point. Is basically this set. I think it's an open pre-order. Like this isn't like a Mezco thing that's sold out already, and good luck getting on the wait list. It's still up for pre-order. Mm-hmm. So if you actually do really want this set. I personally, and I got downvoted on Reddit for saying this, which is ridiculous. I literally, a whole thread of like really, really good points that I, was going back and forth with people on. And the one thing that got me like -3 downvotes is like telling people to pre-order this directly from Mezco to help the production numbers to like, let the company know that like enough individual consumers want this direct to, kind of encourage them to give us either a Cyborg, just a single release Cyborg with the third mother box, because we've only gotten one mother box from Mezco, and it was with the Aquaman from Justice League. Mm-hmm. So if they do, another one, and this is the second mother box right here, then maybe if they give us a Cyborg, it'll have that third mother box. The other option that I've heard, and I think it was maybe Dallas was telling me, it would be cool if they did another 3-pack, and it was a refreshed Aquaman, which would be basically exactly the same as the one we have already, but maybe new accessories or like a new expression on the head or something. And then a refreshed Wonder Woman with like accurate accessories, the shield and sword from this movie, and then throw in Cyborg with that as well. And then that would, each one of those three would have their accompanying like encased mother box. Which is
it would make sense, and it would fall into line with what we see here, because basically we got 2 reissues here and 1 new figure, right? The Superman and Batman is basically reissues. They're just different decos, right?
Yes? Pretty much, yeah, pretty much.
And then the Flash.
Batman and Superman the Flash is the only like brand new figure. Right. The other 2 are kind of like new variants of ones we've gotten already.
Right.
So that's why I'm saying like, they could technically do the same with a second 3-pack and have Cyborg be the new figure.
It would be the same kind of setup. Yeah. All right. Yeah,
but if they don't want to do that, they could do like a straight up deluxe Cyborg, depending on like how much die cast or whatever kind of stuff they would like incorporate into it. That could be like expensive enough on its own that they might not want to lock it into a 3-pack.
For some reason, though, I feel like they just. I feel like they're just gonna shit the bed and not do anything else. I think this might just be it. I don't know. I don't know. I don't see them like caring too much about completing teams sometimes. I don't know.
It really is all going to depend on like how much they, Mezco and Mez themselves, liked Justice League or Zack Snyder's Justice League. Another cool thing about this Batman, though, is you're getting an accessory that was previously exclusive to the Nightmare Batman, which is the unmasked Ben Affleck head.
Yeah.
That's cool.
I think
they're giving you.
Okay.
And I gotta address Schwan 182 says I deserve to be downvoted for that. Like, come on. we already know, like, we were literally told like how their pre-ordering and waitlisting process works, and it's like if there's enough people doing it, then it is a direct show of demand rather than like Big Bad Toy Store ordering 50 sets or whatever and then those selling out. Like, they already got their money for that, and I guess they could increase their pre-orders and stuff, but it's more, it's $17 shipping flat usually, but for a 3-pack that's $260, it's like, whatever.
Well, you got downvoted because you're a shill, basically.
I guess. I mean, it is what it is. I mean, I ordered this one direct, and I usually don't order anything that's non-exclusive direct from Mezco. I usually like wait for my retailer to get it in.
Mm-hmm.
But this one, I felt like, no, I kind of want to like contribute. This is like adding to the 1.5 million hashtags to restore the Snyderverse. You know what I mean?
Yeah. True.
No, it's not. But yeah, this is a pretty cool pack. But I think most people just care about the Batman more than anything, especially with that the Ben Affleck head, and people are going to be able to create their own kind of like civilian Bruce, and that's what I'm thinking about. I did pre-order this too, but I could care less about the Flash and
give me your Flash.
And
which is kind of wild because like Flash is literally like the draw of this set for Mezco collectors, because again, we saw it 2 years ago and like never heard anything about it. It was, for all intents and purposes, canceled. So
I could see that though. It makes sense for other people. It's just
in terms of completing teams, it's pretty significant.
Yeah, if they go ahead and finish up and give us Cyborg.
Let's do it. I mean, that's why I'm saying order direct and let them know that this is a desired set.
No. You're not going to be conning us into getting on the Mezco team.
Hey, you get the rewards points. You get enough points, your shipping's free anyway, so who cares? Real quick, somebody else had something to say.
I don't know about you guys, but this Kool-Aid's tasting pretty good so far. So
right, it can be a little sleepy, but I like it. And then Plastic Thunder says Fabio Zod does not have the same chest plate as Kal-El in Man of Steel or the comics. I know, that's why I like had to painstakingly Dremel the emblem off of a Mattel figure to put it onto this body.
Oh my god!
3 hours of Dremeling in my backyard.
Your backyard.
So anyway, $260, still up for pre-order. If you don't want to shill out for them like me, then get it on BBTS, get it on like whatever retailer you want. But
and Big Bad Toy Store, it's the same price, isn't it?
I think so, yeah. I know there's like a few like smaller retailers like Mallfish, who's like one of the ones who like really advertises in like the Facebook Mezco groups. They only ordered 30 sets and they've already sold out. So it really is going to depend on like how many, how much quantity each of these retailers orders. And it another reason, in terms of like supporting directly and ordering it from Mezco, is that's the reason that like Iron Fist and KG Beast went up in price like crazy, because like literally nobody ordered it direct, and then all the retailers got it, and then they sold out, and then everyone was like, oh shit, these are dope, I want them, and they were hard to find. So that's why
what
it's like 150.
I've been thinking about that Iron Fist just in case they get around to doing a Luke Cage. I've been thinking about trying to get him and just keep him on ice and see if they actually get around to doing Luke Cage at some point.
Mm-hmm.
But he sold out everywhere, so fuck it.
Exactly. So that's Mezco. That's really all there is, because we had a big week of like the Black Skulls drop and everything last week, which we talked about. But
they also had the 5 points Popeye shit. You talk about that?
Yeah, we can talk about that. That was the other thing they kind of teased with emojis as well. And I think this is actually a pretty cool set, but I would mostly want it for the actual like playset.
Oh god.
I'm liking the fact that they did this and they're giving us two characters aside from Popeye and Bluto, because Olive Oil was actually one of my top wants for Mezco for 2021 actually. So maybe they'll expand on the 112th line with some more characters for Popeye We'll see.
Yeah. And it's cool. It's a double-sided playset. You know, I'm thinking it'll be like just big enough that, you know, because Popeye's kind of a small figure anyway. Maybe like this set will work good for that Popeye as well. You know.
Mm-hmm.
Let's pray.
Let's pray. We can only pray.
We have to pray to make it today.
Yeah. Your deco on the Popeye too, than the 5 points that we got in the actual in like the bodega box or whatever.
All right, so fuck Mezco. Moving on.
Oh no.
Hey, KJ knows what I'm talking about. This Flash is literally the white whale. Like,
yeah, I'm on the same page too.
It's kind of wild because this would technically be like the second, you know, Snyderverse figure that like got willed back into existence by Mezco collectors, because Nightmare Batman originally like got canceled, and then people wanted it enough that they released it as an exclusive.
All right.
This property just won't die. Everybody go tweet #restore the Snyderverse.
So how long do we think the pre-order is going to be open though?
That's a good question, because the Destro is still open, and that went up, you know, 17th or something. So usually they do like 2 to 3 weeks. I would say once Destro starts going to like waitlist, or usually they'll actually have a post saying we're going to close the pre-orders soon, so get them in.
Did we hear anything from anybody about who got waitlisted for the Black Skulls?
I know a lot of people did, but they're starting to convert now.
Okay.
I got mine coming in Wednesday.
A lot of people have never done the waitlist before, and so many people thought that they got converted when it was just them confirming that they were on the waitlist.
Right.
Yes. Yeah. I think they charged you like $1 or some shit too.
Yeah, maybe. They usually only charge like if you're on the wait list, they don't charge you the deposit, but then they just charge you the full amount like when it converts. And a lot of people, obviously the Black Skulls drop had like a lot of shit wrong with it as well, like people getting their cart inventory changed and stuff like that. So I think enough people reached out to Mezco, and a lot of them got their order like rectified and everything. Either way.
All right, moving on. What's next on the topic list? We can move on from Mezco.
We got some Bandai's got some happenings.
That's it.
That's
sure do.
Arts. Right.
Well, there's a separate SH Figure Arts thing. Bandai there's a Warhammer 40K figure and a Hops figure.
I was gonna say, man, how crazy is that and random is that damn Hops figure?
I know. Good lord.
Of all the characters they could have made.
Wait, Hobbs? What Hobbs are we talking about? Hobbs from Hobbs and Shaw?
No, from Stranger Things.
Stranger Things.
Oh, Hopper. Yeah.
Hopper, yeah, my fault. If you just go like through Toy Arc, it's like within the last couple of pages or something.
Yeah.
Who at the office at Bandai was like, you know what, man, we got the license for Stranger Things. What do we do? Oh man, do Russian Hopper. Who said that?
Which is technically from like I guess it's from season 4, but we really first saw it at the end of, you know, season 3 in that one scene when we figure out that he's actually alive. And interestingly enough, this is not an SH Figure Arts.
No.
It is.
It's
listed. It's listed on Big Bad Toy Store as an SHF.
Really?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw this and I was bugging. I was like, what?
I thought the same thing. Wow, this is a new thing. They call it Bandai Spirits, but when you go on Big Bad Toy Store, it says it's an SH Figure Art.
Okay.
Very odd.
Oh, strange.
It's weird.
It's just too specific. Like he's in like the gulag suit or whatever.
Yeah, like who like I'm just baffled. Like who made this and was like, yeah, let's not do the most popular character with 11. Let's do Russian gulag Hopper. What? Who's doing this? Like, whoever was in charge of this license was in charge of WWE.
Oh no.
Same guy, man.
Oh my god. Yeah, man. I don't know. I you know, again, I'm looking at this shit and I'm just seeing something else. Some other like character that I might want to make. Basically.
Yeah, I mean you can get a few of these guys and have yourself a nice little chain gang, you know?
Yeah. Or that. Yeah.
Break the box for the man.
Yeah. It's possible. But yeah, fuck that. What else?
Apparently a Demogorgon is in the works.
There's a Demogorgon too. I'm seeing. Also from Stranger Things, of course.
Also, this is what they should have fucking led with.
All right, yeah, kind of buried the lead on this one, huh?
Lead out figure for sure. Yeah.
Jesus Christ, this Jim Hopper's name is #1 Jim Hopper.
You know what? They missed the opportunity here to make this, maybe tie this into the Monster Arts shit. You know?
Yeah, that'd have been sick. Tie this into Monster Arts. That'd have been dope.
Yeah.
Stop making so much sense, Kendall. Damn it.
No.
That's it.
All right.
There's a new Warhammer 40K figure coming out too. I just wanted.
Yeah, it's funny because I actually pre-ordered those because I was gonna get them as a birthday gift for my roommate because he's really into Warhammer and he's not a figure guy but he's into Warhammer, so I figured this will be a nice little marriage of the two.
There you go.
It was on P Bandai though, but I was just looking at it on Warhammer.
Yeah, it's a P Bandai exclusive.
Yeah.
Just like the previous one, I would imagine. No, never mind. P Bandai wasn't around when the first one came out.
Oh
but like when the first one came out, like the blue color scheme one, like people were kind of bugging that it was a little bit expensive.
Mm-hmm.
But then like, dude, as soon as it sold out, it was going for like 2-3 times more.
Yeah, dude. I actually got 2 because I think I might want to resell one.
Yeah,
like I got one of each, and I'm gonna tell my roommate like, "Yo, which one do you want?" All right, cool. Here, I'll keep the other one.
Did they send you an email about reselling like NECA or like Luke?
No, they didn't even tell me. How did you know that it went up in price like that,
No,
Poncho?
they didn't tell you. What the?
But the update on that is that it is starting to ship out like pretty soon, right?
Which one? The white one that they just showed? This one?
The white one is the new one, right?
Yes.
But they've already come out with the blue and the yellow one, the Primaris, Intercessors, and the other one.
Yes, the blue is the first one. Yellow is like the one after that.
Yeah. But this is the new one you're talking about, right?
Yeah, this looks nice. This looks very nice.
White Scars Intercessor. What a sick word, Intercessor.
I know.
I like that word.
What a great property this is.
Yeah. Big, bulky Space Marines.
True.
I think that's cool.
That's it.
Better articulation than the McFarlanes, for sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
And yeah, look at that posability, Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that was it for this. I guess we can roll right into SH Figure Arts.
Yeah.
Well, I guess Pancho, you were right. It used to say SH Figure Arts, but Big Bad Toys to remove that. I guess they themselves weren't aware at the beginning.
Uh-oh.
But it's Bondi Spirits. I guess that's like a new thing for them.
Could this be the new SHF 3.0s?
And then this right here is the 2 I'm talking about.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, what are these
called? A little mustard and a little relish, huh?
Exactly. So here's the kind of timetable. Yeah, ordered it September. It's being produced. Thunderhawks are loaded, and your Space Marines are due to arrive March through April. So if you ordered this yellow and green one, then you should be getting them pretty soon.
Very nice, very nice.
Dope. All right, let's get into some actual SH Figure Arts now, right?
Hey man, is that a young Danny Glover?
Is this Lethal Weapon 5?
Oh no!
Getting too old for this SH.
Back to back, like the cover of Lethal Weapon.
Right. I hope they just switch parts halfway through, though.
Jeez.
that head sculpt with the goggles look pretty good, though.
Yeah, with the goggle looks fine.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know about without, however.
You know what's funny is that they nailed the other Falcon that we got from Civil War, I guess it was.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That head sculpt is really nice. That figure in general is really nice. It's kind of a slept-on figure, I think. But
yeah, I remember it was $70 for a while. It was very cheap.
Yeah, this head sculpt with the goggles is kind of fire.
Yeah, look, I mean, are you ever going to take the goggles off? Let's be honest. You're going to take that unmasked head and put it on another body, and there's your civilian Falcon.
Yeah, you could just use the unmasked head from the previous one.
Put it on that Hops body, huh?
That's true.
Now, they got a little flight stand for Falcon and Red Wing. Woo!
There we go.
I saw this and I never even clicked on it to see it. I'm literally seeing all of these for the first time. Once I saw that first picture, right? I said, "Fuck it." Just I didn't even want to see anymore.
It's like an all new stand and everything too. You know,
yeah, that's cool. That's pretty cool.
And here's Buck, who comes with a shield. Interesting.
I don't like this design though. He looks super slender, and I don't know, something looks weird. He looks like an alcoholic.
His head's like too big.
Yeah, it's not the right Buck for him. I don't know.
Yeah,
it's not the right Buck for Buck.
Damn.
Yeah,
maybe a Bucky cap is in high demand now. You guys talked your shit, huh, for so long. Who's laughing now?
Interesting that he comes with the shield, though.
It's true.
I thought if only we'd gotten the interchangeable arms, you know, you can have him pre-ripping the sleeve off.
Yeah, I mean, I guess they figured that. I guess they figured it was going to pack Falcon in with so much stuff that, you know, it would make sense to give Bucky something.
Yeah, and that brings up the next point is that they are pretty expensive. I mean, the Winter Soldier is $80. That's, you know, average, but Falcon's gonna run you $131.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It's the wings, man.
That's got to be the wings.
It's the wings. Yeah. Yeah, I don't like the pelvic area on either one of these guys either, man.
Mm-hmm.
And I know exactly how that's gonna look in person and feel like. I don't know. Pause.
McDoug says it's like they got the physique swapped on them.
Yeah, it's wild. Yeah, I think the Marvel Legends version will do just fine.
Right.
Because, I mean, at the end of the day, you could buy the entire wave of that Disney Plus wave, get your Falcon, get the wings for the price of just Falcon right here. It's pretty nuts to think about.
Honestly. Or you could just not buy them and wait for Mezco's.
That's not going to happen.
No. But Black Widow, yeah. Black Widow, we know, is happening.
From Mezco?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Could be Taskmaster too. That'd be sick. But anyway, yeah, $80 and $130 for Bucky and Falcon here, respectively.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, man. I mean, if you're a MCU collector and you know you're trying to complete,
that face looks so funny. Oh my god!
It is fucked up on every level. Like I just who okayed this shit?
Like he's being forced to fight. Like he is like
he's definitely like, I can't do this all day.
Right. Yeah. What? You want me to go head up with the Hulk? Nah, man. That's not right.
Oh my god.
All right, man. That is your SHF.
True.
All right.
True.
Moving on, we got some Storm collectibles.
Let's go.
Let's do it.
All right.
We'll start. We've seen Kung Lao. We'll get into that preview image, but real quick, let's hit up this evil Ryu.
There we go.
Or Dark Ryu. I don't know.
People are pretty stoked on this.
That's it. Just one image.
Tight. Looks great. I'm glad it's being made for sure.
Mm-hmm. From Street Fighter 4 Ultra.
That's it.
Dope. All right, and then an actual release. I mean, does anyone collect Storm Collectibles Street Fighter? The Chad or anyone? Like, what is the premier Street Fighter line? Like, most people going with SHF, or is Storm like holding people?
I think for me, I mix and match. Like I do big characters with Storm, and then regular characters with SHF for sure.
Okay.
Super stoked. It's really nice. Like E Honda just came out. The guy's like a unit. The guy's huge.
Yeah.
And
then this actual images from Samurai Showdown.
Hell yeah. This looks really good. You know, it's so funny. It's like, it's so interesting because like Storm, you think of Storm and they have like a very, very unique art style with their figures and stuff, but then they do like a very like anime stylized figure like this, and it's like they're right at home. It's crazy. Mm-hmm. it's like they're just so damn talented.
Those look good for sure. I just have no idea who she is.
Yeah, she's from Samurai Showdown, basically. Jamichael hit us with $5. He said, all these 40K figures look just like the angels from Darksiders, making me want even more for someone to make a property in 6 inches. I need the 4 horsemen. For sure.
Dude.
Hell
That
yeah,
would
dude.
be.
Darksiders, what an underappreciated IP.
Honestly.
Damn.
Well, you into this Samurai Showdown?
No.
All right. About this bird.
I never. This looks cool though, but I never really was a big. This is probably why I don't really buy any of the Storm stuff because I just didn't. I don't really care about fighting games like that. Honestly, I mean, don't get me wrong. I did grow up playing Street Fighter in the arcade and playing Mortal Kombat in the arcade and stuff like that. And the first, few Street Fighter and Mortal Kombat games, I had them on the consoles and stuff like that. But I don't know. I just never really got into the figures. And again, another thing that I do admire, and I see other people using these figures, and they look really cool. They photograph really nicely and stuff. But I don't need it, so I stay away.
Right.
Sure.
Tyrone Westhead says she's also in King of Fighters.
Really?
Is she really?
Mm-hmm.
Nice. Bird looks good though. Good looking bird.
Yeah, I like that it has an interchangeable open wingspan and tail too. That's cool.
What is that? A falcon? That's supposed to be a falcon?
Doesn't matter. Birds aren't real, so it doesn't fucking matter.
Maybe it's a hawk.
Government.
Maybe it's a hawk. You're right.
Man, Hawk. When are we gonna get some Cobra Kai figures from somebody, huh?
Word. My daughter was just talking about that.
Man, now that's a series that needs some figure love. We've gotten some Karate Kid. NECA, let's get him.
Yeah. Do your old
All
flame one more favor.
Hey, if anything, I can just take those soft goods and put them on Mezco bodies, right?
Oh, brother, here we go. Always 6 degrees with you.
I'm trying to have a uniform aesthetic through line.
It's like 3 degrees, bro. It's not even 6.
I know.
Now 6 degrees, we're reaching Kevin Bacon status. It's way below that.
Yeah.
All right, that is Storm Collectibles.
That's it. Next up is Sentinel. Let's talk Sentinel, baby.
What is there to talk about with Sentinel? They just came out with
it's that.
This guy, right? Yeah.
It's just the preview for the Deadpool and then the Captain America one was making rounds again as well. I think they just put it up for its shipping soon or something like that.
Okay.
I don't know.
There he is.
Mm-hmm.
There he is. Let's go.
Have people gotten the miles in hand yet? This one?
No, it's not out yet.
It's supposed to be out in May, I think.
Okay.
It'll be May.
Yeah.
It's gonna be May.
I can't wait to see how this one gets thrown into the conversation between, SHF and who was it, Mayfax that did him already?
Oh yeah, I think it'll be the best one. There's no question about it.
I was about to say, look, it looks like it's gonna beat their ass.
Yeah,
right.
It's gonna be no contest. I truly think so.
Contest.
I say it. I think I don't say it enough on the podcast, but like Sentinel is truly undefeated when it comes to articulation technology and just like making it look good in their figures and stuff, and just being overall like very well made. It's just like it's really I don't mind paying a lot for Sentinel figures, and they do cost a lot. So
they're top tier, man.
True, very true.
You got one of your Marvel characters in complete Iron Man armor.
I know, I think the guy just recently they came out with a press release for this, we're all like, hey, you ever wonder what it'd be like if your favorite Marvel characters were in armor? Well, check this shit out.
Right.
That was it. Because I know we asked the same question when they first started showing these off, like, why are they all in armor? And then I guess the official answer is, hey, you want to see these guys in armor? Basically.
Yeah. These are,
I gotta get this damn Iron Fist shit.
It's going up, dude. You gotta get it.
I just saw a picture from Brandon Patterson in the group.
There you go.
King B. Cooper. This shit looks so good. Fuck.
I mean, the effects alone, fire. No pun intended.
Reset your thing, Fabio.
I don't know. The figure is not. It's all right. It's all right. I just need it just in case they do Luke Cage for sure.
Mm-hmm. I mean, you gotta have your defenders, right? You got your Punisher. You got your Daredevil, right?
Yeah. Street level dudes, the street level dudes and Doctor
Mhm.
Strange. That's what he's got going on here too. Like Marvel Knights shit right here. This is phenomenal.
Okay.
Yeah, I just wanted to slap this on here just for the Deadpool.
Okay.
Because I mean, he looks. I don't know, man. I love shit like this. I love when like I have like my shelf for a display or whatever for like traditional looking characters and stuff, but like I also really love whenever like they just do weird and wacky shit like this. It reminds me of like, those wild ass Batman toys from like the 90s where like, you ever wonder what he looked like if he was fighting in the Antarctic Circle? Like, sure, why not? So like,
this reminds me of the Toy Biz, like what if Marvel, if it was the 4-inch figure inside of a giant suit of armor that looks like the character.
Yeah, shout out
No doubt.
Right.
That stuff like this is fun for me. I don't know if it's like $120 fun, but it's just fun to look at. Like,
yeah, man, it better be.
Very
I used to have a Spiderman toy when I was a kid that he was dressed in a soccer jersey and came with a soccer ball.
Yeah.
Oh wow. I haven't seen this one.
Speaking, yeah, for sure. This one looks cool too.
I knew they did a Spider-Man, but I didn't know they did specifically Iron Spider as well.
I don't like the webbing on the face. Why is it so embossed like that?
It's not on any other part of the body either,
yeah,
so
if it was on other shit, that'd be cool. But I get why it's on other shit. They'd have to retool everything else. Like, this just seems like this line just prints money for completionists. Like, it's the same figure over and over again, except for a head sculpt.
Yeah. This is the same kind of like thigh piece that's on this Deadpool here.
Yeah, man.
Okay, interesting. I mean, cool. I mean, I'm never gonna get mad at reuse. I think that's actually really smart.
Very smart.
Iron Man. This Iron Man, I've seen people put up with regular comic displays, and this one actually does stand up as like a classic kind of modern armor Iron Man.
Well, they kind of robbed us here. It was supposed to be Iron Man armor and an Iron Man armor. What the fuck?
Incredible.
That looks pretty cool. It's got light up features too. Am I wrong? Or is that just for the?
I don't know.
Mock-up?
They're known for doing light up features, so
they sure are. Very very true.
Yeah, this is cool.
So that's it for Sentinel. Next up is miscellaneous. There were two things you wanted to talk about, Fabio, that were in miscellaneous.
There's three.
Oh yeah.
Three.
That I wanted to talk about. I've forgotten.
Well, you had put it in the group chat. Hold on.
Let me see.
While you look that up, Rick, Captain Tsubasa is shipping right now, or is on its way.
No.
I'm very excited.
I found one of the posts. I'm pulling it up right now.
Oh yeah.
Boom.
Oh, that's right.
Where's Wally?
Where's Wally,
Here he
baby? Let's go.
Not even making you look through 100,000 different characters to find him. Here he is.
It's an easy find, bro.
That's it.
Right?
Now, before we move on, Jamichael, it's also 5 more. He says 1 more for the weekly Pimp and Paul Mooney versus Predator shout out to top tier.
Yeah.
they should make an armored Dr. Doom. Now, that's money.
Mooney.
Man. I don't think I'm ever gonna live that down, but I'm cool with that.
Hey, you know what? It could
Because
be.
I make. What's that, Poncho?
I said it could be much worse.
Right. I mean, it's not exclusive to any person. I confuse people all the time. This looks cool. There's also a 1/6 scale version with soft goods, but for the 1/12 scale collectors, I think a lot of people also learned that he is called Where's Wally everywhere except America.
Is that right?
Yeah. Here we know him as Where's Waldo.
Waldo, yeah.
Yeah, but Where's Wally? Here he is.
Which is kind of funny because Waldo sounds more like Spanish or Argentinian or some shit like that, and Wally sounds more American, really.
Yeah, I don't know what the thought behind that is. Maybe it's like a Vega versus
Bison.
M. Bison kind of situation. Translation.
Well, that's due to them getting threatened with a lawsuit. So.
Oh, that's funny.
It's because what's his name? What's that boxer's name in America?
M. Tyson.
No, what do they call him in Street Fighter here? Boxer.
They call him Balrog here.
Balrog, yeah. In Japan, he's Mike Bison.
Mike Bison, yeah.
Right.
Mike Bison.
M. Bison. Yeah, so that's why they switched it.
That is hilarious.
I don't even remember his American name just because I love the Japanese name one so much. Mike Bison.
Mike
Yeah,
Bison.
that's awesome. The thespian of our generation.
16 shooter in chat is saying this thing is 110. It's 110 for this version. There's a stripped down version that doesn't come with like all of his shit, and that's like like $60.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. I'm down for that. I think we all care about this a little bit, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
This is definitely a cool property, and this is the same company that did the Inspector Gadget that people are getting in hand now.
True.
Absolutely.
I like.
I buy the stripped down version. I don't need all this. As long as the stripped down version comes with all of that shit on his neck, the goggles and all of that shit.
It does not.
It does.
No, he only comes with the book, the cane, and the dog, and the stand, I think.
That's it.
If this company doesn't make us an Arthur Reed,
Oh my God, let's go.
I'm gonna be
Can we
pissed.
get a Carmen San Diego?
Oh, that's true.
Ooh,
Carl.
now you're talking to me
110
nice.
for this shit.
Let's get a Miss Frizzle up in this bitch. Let's go.
Oh my God!
I'll
With a
pay
magic
$100
school
for
bus.
Frizzle and Arthur. Come on.
I'd
We
pay
need the magic
300. I'd pay 300 for a Miss Frizzle with the Magic School Bus. I'm not even gonna front.
Speaking of buses, though, I just thought of this.
Uh-oh.
With Hasbro doing Fortnite now, what if they HasLab the Battle Bus? That'd be crazy.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well. Like the Battle Bus is like pretty iconic. So I mean, you see it at the beginning of every fucking game.
Right? And who's gonna pick up the Call of Duty Warzone license too? Because
maybe NECA again. Shit the bed again with that one. It wasn't NECA. No, McFarlane did it before.
Yeah, it was McFarlane.
Yeah.
Who wants Call of Duty toys? Honestly,
Nobody. No, absolutely no.
not like there's like iconic characters. Maybe Captain Price, but anyway, we're getting off topic here.
Yeah, Rick, I'm with you. I would want an Arthur Reed figure. Has to come with closed fists and a bruised DW for sure.
What other classic literature characters too? What about
a beaten up DW?
We need a Stuart Little, baby.
Okay.
We need
Arthur?
a Stuart Little.
Oh, baby.
Literary icons. Let's go.
There's that one company that made a Stuart Little. You remember that one?
It's a 1/6 scale. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like 1/6 scale. Well, it's really like 8 inches tall.
Yeah, I'm about to buy that thing and piss off my wife.
Yeah, man.
She hates
I'm
Stuart
tempted,
Little.
man. I need to get it.
Just leave it around the house.
That's what I told her I'm gonna do, and she's like, "I might end the marriage if you do that."
Yeah. While we're on the subject of children's literature characters, of course, Beverly Cleary died this past week at 104 years old.
Holy cow!
You don't remember Beverly Cleary? She's behind the Ramona books. Remember Ramona?
Ramona and Beezus?
Yeah.
Dang.
104.
I know, right?
4.
Damn,
That's wild.
long life.
Yeah. But that would be cool to do some stuff in her honor.
For sure. What was that? Who were those two toads that was on like the fucking bicycles?
Frog and Toad, bro.
Yeah, let's go.
Frog and Toad, man. They were awesome.
I would love figures. Dude, I'm telling you, dude, give me highly articulated figures of just wild, wacky ass characters. That's all I want. And I'm just going to pose them like fucking jumping somebody in. Like, I love doing that shit.
Frog and Toad were hilarious too, just because of like.
No, it's funny that you just brought up Frog and Toad. Did you guys see that that author went like baby viral earlier this week?
What?
Really? I didn't see that.
People came to the realization, like, people didn't know that author is gay. The book Frog and Toad was about him and his partner, and like in a fanciful world.
I do remember hearing that. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's the whole thing. It's just two like guy friends just hanging out doing guy friend stuff. Like there's no other way to interpret it. Like obviously as a kid you don't care about that, but it is a normalization
like,
of that kind of thing.
Everybody that's an adult kind of had the same thing. They were like, "Hey, I thought this was just a frog and a toad." Wait a minute, they live in the same house.
Right.
Hold on. Wait a tick.
Wait a minute. Are you telling me my great aunt and her roommate?
Wait a second. You're telling me those two cousins from Sailor Moon aren't really cousins?
I mean, the title of the book is Frog and Toad are friends. Just strictly friends. Platonic. Frog and Toad are platonic.
Let's go. Somebody in chat just mentioned, where is it? I gotta find you. Thanos Ruler said Clifford the Big Red Dog only if SH Monster Arts does it.
Oh my god,
that's genius. That's fucking genius. That's fucking genius.
Berenstein Bears, of
There's
course.
a
Yeah.
Clifford movie coming out soon, so tie it in, baby. Come on.
That's it.
Yeah, and then Calvin and Hobbes. Obviously, everybody wanted Calvin and Hobbes, but that's just
Never, ever gonna happen.
We're still hoping for the people that did Tom and Jerry to illegally do Calvin and Hobbes next. Come on, baby.
Yeah,
that could happen. That could happen that way for sure.
For sure.
Yeah.
But in
Calvin,
terms of,
Calvin and
this
Cobbs.
company specifically, Blitzway, Andrew JLA boy, 112 scale SpongeBob from Blitzway would actually be pretty cool.
I fucking hate SpongeBob.
Yo.
SpongeBob.
We watched nothing but SpongeBob last week.
I've been tortured because my daughter would just listen every episode on repeat, like just nuts. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I've seen so much SpongeBob.
Hey, me and you got a lot in common, bud.
It's Patrick.
No, this is Patrick.
I'm not.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to find out a way to get this though. This the Waldo or Wally, whatever.
Yeah.
Without all this extra shit though.
For sure. I think he's on BBTS right now without all the extra stuff.
Let me see how it looks.
Now, I did forget to bring this up during the Diamond Select segment, but it is someone just brought it up in the chat asking who is going to do these, and it's relevant because the show just premiered on Amazon this weekend.
Ooh,
and Diamond Select is doing Invincible.
Let's go.
Dude, I heard that this shows. I've read the book since I was in high school. I know that the story is great, but I hear that the show is absolutely fantastic.
Damn, the bare bones one really is fucking bare bones.
Yeah, dude, I'm telling you. Next Shooter's also saying he would dig Looney Tunes figures like Tom and Jerry. Like, we're getting Space Jam figures, but they're like kids' toys, but we need like classic Looney Tunes. Yeah,
I want the weird extreme Looney Tunes from 2000.
I want big chunks. Actually, the Looney Tunes, like the more recent one, yeah, that one was pretty good. The one where like they all live in like a town together, you know what I mean?
That one is good. I do like that one.
Yeah, it had that kind of What's New Scooby-Doo vibe.
A strong possibility that because of this new Space Jam movie, that somebody like SHF or someone is going to pick up the license and like make a LeBron James like with a Bugs Bunny or something.
LeBron James.
That would be sick.
You know what's going to happen with this? Sorry to backtrack, but you know what's going to happen with this Waldo figure? This shit is going to be like it's going to shoot up in price. It's going to be some crazy like down the line when this shit is completely sold out. It's going to be one of those like rare like figures that's like, oh, you got the deluxe one with all the shit, and like I'm telling you, man. Yeah,
you're really gonna be playing Where's Fucking Waldo in a couple of months after this shit.
Yeah, and I could also see this Waldo being like the new like Ant-Man figure that everybody like brings with them places, and then whenever they're snapping a photo of whatever the fuck they're doing on vacation, they just like pop it somewhere in the background.
For sure.
This is gonna reach Woody territory, and you remember like 7 years ago when there was a figure for the old man from Up, like everybody.
Yeah.
This is gonna take that. This is gonna take that crown, baby.
It's happening for sure.
Okay, I don't know what this is, Poncho, but this is way too edgy.
This is fucking Looney Tunes from the 2000s, man.
Oh man, come on.
I did not remember this shit.
Me neither, at all.
Lunatics on WB.
This has been slowly resurfacing over the last 2 days or something like that.
That's hilarious.
I do not remember this at all. This is crazy.
Yeah, this shit is wild.
I will say that if we're on the subject of stuff like Waldo and everything like that, where's our Freakazoid line? We need some Freakazoid.
Yeah, we sure do.
Mm-hmm. And Animaniacs are back too.
Oh, an Animaniacs figure, like a line of just the 3, would be really tight, dude. Be so cool, and you could just like pair them up with literally anything.
Yeah, I mean that whole show is like just pop culture references.
Yeah,
and like you can just have them there. They're like Deadpool characters, you know.
True.
Basically, yeah.
Everybody's like, what the fuck?
Nobody's ever heard. Mahutsu guy, top 10 Super Sentai, right?
Yeah, so funny. Oh shit.
Kevin Johnson, KJ, shout out to Freakazoid. You know what I'm talking about, dude. Hell yeah. Soft goods Freakazoid. Somebody, please.
Fabio, you were saying that you wanted to talk about Blitzway, and then
Blitzway is the Waldo figure.
Oh, okay, I got you.
Yeah.
And then, was there something from McFarlane that we wanted to touch on too?
There is actually. They had a ton of news. Actually, I can't believe we forgot it.
Oh, no.
We didn't even put it in the main chat, in the main topics. That's funny. Yeah, McFarlane had a ton of stuff that they showed this week. Some stuff that is new, some stuff that is like updates of stuff we've seen before. Obviously, I guess we've seen most of these, the Justice League stuff. These
Filipino Nightwing.
Yep, we've seen these before, but this is just an update to say the pre-orders for these are up right now. I think you can get them on Amazon, all those retailers. You got some Bizarro.
Oh man.
Yeah. And this is on that infected Superman body too, so it's technically the better articulated Superman, but now in Bizarro flavor.
Hell yeah. This guy looks like the uncle you don't talk to at the family reunion.
This is that uncle that you're sure would like rob everyone if he had the
chance.
Yeah.
And then, we also got John Stewart, which I'm seeing people find in hand already, and this actually looks like a great figure.
Yeah, it's a nice sculpt. You know, it looks real nice, just in a vanilla stance right there.
Yeah, well, and I like this head sculpt a lot. This is probably one of their strongest head sculpts.
I don't know what's happening. I mentioned this before, but I don't know what's happening with those lips, though. What is that about?
What's going on? Look, he looks like those wizards from Game of Thrones that drink Shade of the Evening.
Yeah, he looks like he just had a bunch of red wine.
Yeah.
Come on, bro. Who painted that? What is that? Why is his lips so dark like that?
Yeah, clearly not the same guy that did his lineup.
No. That looks nuts.
Right. Man, I saw just barbershop.
I kind of take it back about the sculpt too. I don't know. Those other shots look good, but now that I'm looking at it, it's not really a good sculpt.
Yeah, it's got all that, that kind of detailing in the suit that you can either take or leave,
I see people really want these the effects though. The
constructs or whatever.
Just me. That's all I want them for. And the trading card, obviously, because you know how the investment market on trading cards is these days.
Select the trading card, baby.
I mean, if these Charizards are going for $500,000, I see no reason why this particular trading card right here wouldn't do the same in 20 years.
Could you imagine?
Oh my God, Jamichael Johnson, can we address that, because he brings up an amazing point.
Yeah, he said he hit us with $2. Thank you. He said Lunatics Unleashed and Duck Dodgers would be fired. Hell yeah.
Duck Dodgers, brother. I love Duck Dodgers. Remember the Duck Dodgers game for N64? That game was fucking fire.
Yeah, that's a great game.
Oh,
yeah, I used to play that at my best friend's house. I never owned it.
Hell yeah, dude. I'm with you right there, Jamichael, dude. Duck Dodgers in the 23rd and a half century, whatever it is.
Sherlock Holmes? Let's get some Sherlock Holmes in the 22nd century figures while we're at it. Let's get Robo Watson.
Yo, I think we'll actually be in the 22nd century before we get there.
Yeah, right, basically.
Can we take a second to just appreciate, Poncho, that you live in a timeline where Sherlock Hound was made with his fucking car?
That's true. That is also very true.
Incredible. I still cannot believe that happened. Sometimes I wake up and I'm like, was this a dream? Real? You really get a Sherlock Hound with a fucking car?
The car was the chef's kiss.
Yeah, that really
24th and a half century. That's what it is.
That's what I said.
Oh, my bad. I thought it was 23rd for some reason. But yeah, really, really deep cut. I appreciate you for that, Jamichael. That's real good.
Thank you.
I 100% agree with you on that one.
A great man and a scholar.
Absolutely.
Really though. Real quick, I guess we'll get into the rest of this McFarlane.
Yeah, we gotta talk about Filipino Nightwing, Kuya Nightwing right here. Let's go.
Kuya Nightwing, there he is.
Ed Lord Nightwing. We live in a society, Nightwing.
That is so wow how that is such a spot on description right there.
What's with the diaper? You guys seeing this?
Yeah.
Oh no.
What about this?
Bro, this release right here, this is strictly for my kuyas.
This is Gamers Rise Up Nightwing.
Oh no.
Oh,
Stupid.
This is like the 4th time we've gotten this Nightwing body too, which is wild.
What is McFarlane doing over there, bro?
Oh, just wait.
Hold on.
Here's the same Wonder Woman in the Last Night on Earth wave, now with helmet of Dr. Fate.
Tight.
Oh, no.
As if they couldn't just throw this in as a separate accessory.
Come on,
Also,
man.
for pre-order. The design of the Wonder Woman's fine, but there's no reason you need to have got this twice.
Todd talks a big game. He loves to down other companies like, look at all these individual sculpts that we're making. Yeah, Todd, but then you release like the same character 27 times.
For sure.
Okay, you're not using it for another character, but it's the same character like 3 different times, man. Come on.
Right. Come on now. And then here is going back to some Warhammer action.
That's it.
Part of their gold label line.
People really like these, so I'll give you that, Todd.
Yeah, Todd, we know you're listening.
You know you're listening to this every week to hear the slander.
Crispy.
And this is called the Blood Angels Primaris Lieutenant.
Incredible.
Ooh.
Just badass ranking names. Come
I
on,
know.
that's so sick.
Thank you, Warhammer.
You know what? My roommate has like the Warhammer books and everything, and
Mhm.
there's like full-on encyclopedic spreads on exactly what each of these colors means,
Oh, of
what
course.
each emblem on their armor means, like everything. It's wild.
Shout out to his roommate.
Yeah, they were
Ted, I know you're not listening, but what's up, dude?
Teddy, baby.
That's
it.
right.
Puppy.
Named after 2 very prolific serial killers. Not
Oh, no.
well,
Oh no.
and 1 hilarious comedy actor.
Pack Photos hit us with $5. He said, "Because of you, Poncho, I'm gonna cop Nightwing and pose him with some Limpy and Jollibee." God damn it.
Now you're talking, man.
Yeah, I've never been to Jollibee's, but there is one in LA. I've been meaning to hit
You
up.
have to go, Fabio.
Okay.
Put it next to the Jollibee spaghetti, man. Then
Oh,
you're really
true.
talking.
Oh man.
Yo, they sell Jollibee mascot figures. I'm just saying, Pack, like you got them.
There's a Funko Pop. There's a Funko Pop of it, baby. Come on.
The bastard Pac photos.
Telling you, man, Fabio, you gotta go to a Jollibee. Get the Joy Chicken. You gotta get the Hawaiian Burger. You gotta do it all, baby. It's
All
so
right, all right.
Yo, I like I wore I have like this really nice like pea coat that is exclusively for very cold weather. Have not worn it since my honeymoon, which was like 3 years ago. We went to New York. So I put on this pea coat to go to Colorado. I'm in Colorado. I reach into my pocket and I feel paper in my pocket. I was like, what the fuck is this? I pull it out. It's a Jollibee burger wrapper.
Oh, hilarious.
That I had like saved.
Bro, so on brand.
Absolutely.
And then this is a variant of a noob Cybot,
Hell yeah.
or as I call them, Tobias Boone.
Tobias Boone, that's it.
Dude, hey, R.I.P. What's her name? Lucille 1.
Oh no.
Yeah.
That was rough.
Jennifer
That's
Walter,
true, man.
Lucille 1. R.I.P.
It's so crazy because it's one of those, actors that you don't realize how much like lines from them from like Arrested Development, for example, have like become a part of like your own lexicon.
vocabulary.
I fucking say like, for work and shit, like, oh, Star Wars all the time.
Go see a Star Wars.
Star Wars.
I'm always talking about how, this is a Star Wars versus the franchise itself is Star Wars, and this is just one of them. And that's literally all from that show. And there's like so much stuff from that show that is like directly quotable from her. And that's not even like, getting into Archer, which is its own kind of thing that I never really got into. But I mean, we'll always remember the mistaking the drowsy eye alcohol warning for the winking eye alcohol suggestion.
The wink.
I mean, just classic.
Oh,
Shout
man.
out to Jessica Walter.
True,
Rest in
true.
peace. One of the all-time greats. Literally legendary, like Silver Age Hollywood actress.
Oh yeah. Absolutely.
But I don't know how we got onto that, moving from Tobias. But, Tobias. There we go.
Tobias.
Come on, man.
I pre-ordered 2 of these for sure. You're gonna need 2 for the fatalities. Let's go.
Oh, that's true. That's true. And do you have the regular one too, or you the bloody one specifically?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, the whichever one was like I guess the regular one went up first, huh?
Yeah.
So that's what I got 2 of. I might pick up one of these. I mean, there are times where there's 3 Noob Saibot's on screen.
That's true.
So
that's true. And then finally, the DC Multiverse pre-orders are open. You can get them all in all their places. We've gone through all those. We did find out that this really janky looking unmasked Batman,
God,
with just the completely incorrect hairline. Like, come on.
It's not even close.
Not even, dude.
this is the real nightmare. This is the real nightmare
like a
timeline.
good, like, comic Bruce Wayne, right?
Basically.
There's no way you can pass this off. It doesn't even have the dimple in the chin. This is not Ben Affleck.
Yeah, what happened was that Todd had this sculpt laying around somewhere, and he was like, "Oh yeah, throw that into the Snyder one."
Yeah.
That's what I meant to ask you, Fabio, about the head sculpt on the Mezco black suit Superman. Is that the unmasked one? Is it not unmasked, but the head sculpt? Is it new?
Hold on. I love how you still have the fucking tab open. First of all,
this you talking about this one, right? The unmasked Batman.
Fabio's sleeping with a picture of the shit on his phone. Holding his phone and shit.
I have been falling asleep to the movie like the last week, so I let it play while I fall asleep.
Yeah,
just 1 million of 17 million views.
No, I meant the Superman head. Are those new?
I think I think they're all. I mean, really, the only new one would be this one because they did the heat vision head, but it was just like red paint around the eyes, and it's actually glow in the dark. But the addition of the actual like lasers coming out of it is new.
Okay, all right.
And I believe this one here is the original only had 2 heads. This one is the head that used to be the heat vision with the painted eyes, but now just like with a frown.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's a new head for this one.
These look like they're painted better too.
That's kind of the hope is like from the BVS line. Those were like year 2 of the 112 collective.
I remember I initially I had them pre-ordered on the website, but I think I canceled, or maybe it was BBTS where I canceled. I can't remember, but I remember I canceled because this was so early on. I was like, yo, these guys really look like dolls. They really look like dolls. But then they came out and I was like, fuck, these are kind of sick.
I actually might have them.
This guy looks like Geralt of Rivia.
I didn't mean to drag us back into this shit. Let's go back.
Oh, you did.
McFarlane's shitty figures.
All right.
Yo, killing me with this.
Fabio was pulling out the fucking Mezco figure right now.
I'm pulling out my extra Superman heads right here.
Oh my god,
this head does not hold up, dude. It's so pale and just not good.
Hold on.
I don't have my second camera today, but
put it back up real quick. I have you focused right now. Yeah, it's really soft. It's very soft. So.
Mm-hmm.
And he has that McFarlane Ben Affleck hairline too.
Oh, brother.
But then the other one, I guess it did come with a frown too. I don't even know. I got all my shit so mixed up in here. So the original did come with a frown, yeah.
Yes.
So it is the 3 same heads. It's just the new laser eyes one.
Okay.
God.
All right, cool.
We're back all over the place.
Let's blitz through this. Let's go.
What's going on here? What company is this, and what's going on?
So this is Diamond doing Invincible. Which
Cartoon series is on Amazon. Yeah,
fuck that. These look awful. But I like the some of the accessories here, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Wow, he can have a catch with his dad. That's so cool.
Yeah,
that is pretty cool.
Not everybody got that luxury.
I am a little ashamed to say that I never read the Invincible. I kind of want to go and read it.
Me neither, but go ahead, Rick.
I was just gonna say this is cool, but maybe my memory isn't serving me correctly. This came out when I was in high school. I think that they're just dressed as civilians when they do this.
They are.
I don't know why they're in their like uniforms. I don't believe that's what happens.
Wow. Don't here I am like 20 years later talking about I'm about to say don't spoil it.
I mean, I guess no spoilers for the show because there's only 3 episodes out, but I will say that like it was okay, and then the end of the first episode, and I'm like, okay, we're in. This is
where is this show happening right now?
Amazon Prime.
Really?
Yeah.
Wait, who's in? I'm not hip to any of this. Who's animating this, and what's going on exactly?
Well, the writer is Robert Kirkman, who did Walking Dead and all that stuff.
Yes, okay.
Like the cast of the show is like stacked. Speaking of Walking Dead, the guy, the Asian dude from Walking Dead who played Glenn, Steven Yeun, is invincible, and then the dad is J.K. Simmons.
Wait, hold on 1 second though. This is live action?
No, it's a cartoon. It's an animated show.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
But it's like hyper violent as well.
All right, yes, all right.
Violent.
All right, say no more. I'm watching it later.
It's sick. It's 3 episodes. That's kind of the benefit. It's not like a once a week drop. Or maybe it is from now on, but they did release the first 3 at first.
All right, so basically everybody wants some other really good company to make these figures now.
Absolutely.
Yeah, correct.
Not McFarlane.
And that would make sense actually, because I think McFarlane did the original 3 3/4 inch versions of these, right?
Making me sick.
Or I don't know, maybe 5 inch. I don't know.
You need Figma or SHF to come out with the Invincible figures, right?
Completely. And then maybe he'll have an actual like soft case too.
Offx for sure. That's what we need.
Come on, man.
Yeah. That actually makes the most sense. Where I could see that. I could see that happening though. I could see that being a very highly sought after figure too.
Mm-hmm.
Does.
Where's Michael Westman? I know he loves this shit. I know he loves it.
Yeah, dude, exactly. Where is he at? Michael, if you're not in the waiting room, I don't know where you are.
Michael, we need your help.
And,
yes. That's the yellow spawn everyone's been asking for.
Exactly, dude. You know him, you love him. Now in Bumblebee colors.
Now in mustard.
Mm-hmm.
Mustard. Is this the Grey Poupon spawn?
Grey Poupon? Oh, spawn.
Grey Poo spawn? What?
Grey Poo spawn. You heard it here first, fellas.
Oh, no.
Ladies and gents.
But that's not all.
Oh, Christ.
Oh, Arctic spawn.
Damn, what it feels like to chew 5 gum right over here, dude.
And Poncho was just like, "Oh man, I love those Arctic versions." Well, here, are you happy now, Poncho?
Yeah.
Are you happy?
Real monkey paw situation.
I mean, I wouldn't even hate it if the blue was actually white, honestly. I don't know why.
Yeah, I know, right?
But the blue, I don't know. It's not doing it for me.
It's so weird. Todd.
Pack Photos says 3 3/4 inch. That doesn't sound like McFarlane at all. That's not a lot of plastic.
Yeah. No, you're right. It's not all plastic at all.
Like no plastic.
Oh shit. Michael Johnson hit us with $5 again. He said he's taking it back to Mortal Kombat. He said they weirdly made A.C.B.A. a generic guy in Mortal Kombat 11 instead of it being his shadow and black. So I'm gonna just paint the Fortnite Skull Troopers and call it a day. LOL. That's how you do it.
There you go.
That's how you save money, baby.
Man, don't say that too loud. McFarlane might hear you.
True. Yo, Plastic
Pretty
Thunder.
good idea.
Plastic Thunder said Monster Energy promo spawn.
Yo, we do need that. We need a Mountain Dew Code Red spawn.
Oh shit! Could you imagine?
This is Baja Blast spawn right here.
Baja Blast spawn.
It's so wild the rate at which he's putting out shit too. Like, literally every week we have something to talk about that McFarlane is releasing.
Yeah, man.
That's not healthy, man. That's not good.
No, this shit's not getting any chance to breathe.
Yellow spawn is a Mountain Dew Kickstart.
Yeah. Oh shit.
Pure fucking garbage. Get it out of
here. All right. I believe that's it then. That's it for our topics, unless the chat wants to tell us something we may have missed. But if not, we can move on to pickups.
There's one topic it's actually the biggest topic in collectibles like the past couple of weeks.
Uh-oh. Oh yeah?
Oh.
That's NFTs.
Oh. Okay, non-fungible tokens, right?
It is a huge topic right now, and like what this means and the resale of these things. It's a pretty big thing. It's nuts.
Yeah, I know that there's one toy photographer. I think it's Black Series. He started coming out with a line of them, but I think he had to pull them back because of possible like copyright claims with the subjects of the photos that he's turning into NFTs. But for people who don't know, I mean, I honestly don't really know that much about it either. But from what I understand, it's basically the cryptocurrency of collectibles.
It is. All right.
That's it.
Yeah, I was thinking about that when like the story was first breaking. I was thinking about how long it was going to take for figure photography and A.C.B.A. to be incorporated into that, because like, yeah, there is a lot of gray area with like, previous copyrighted, like, you can't like just take like a like a SHF Mario figure, like take a picture of it with your fucking iPhone 12 and this like, but if you are already like an indie like figure kit basher or some shit like that, and like you take some pretty wild shots, that could be like a pretty lucrative market. It's pretty.
I can see it being big in like the designer toy market.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, that's exactly what's happening. Like Poncho right now, he could take his 3D files of those head sculpts that he's been making, call them some weird series name, and upload them onto Vivi. What's it called? The app that hosts it. Mm-hmm. You could say that's you can make them like one of 5, a collectible NFT, and then there you go.
True.
And that's like the crazy thing is that any artist can make these files, upload them, make them an edition of whatever that they want, and it's pretty crazy.
Yep,
it is wild. And this kind of gray area right here, like this is an existing property, but somebody like made it themselves. So like Beeple, like he like made fucking mad money like a couple of weeks ago with his shit. But like one of the things, like he sold like a series, but in one of his series it was like Nintendo shit, but like really decaying Nintendo stuff. So like that's like that's the gray area that's very interesting to me. Like if you can sell an NFT.
What happened with Black Series? Because I saw something, he had put up something and then he had said that he wasn't going to do it, or what happened exactly with this?
Right. So basically, the way the NFTs work, it's like they use the same blockchain technology for cryptocurrency to basically ensure that your digital file has like a particular like signature footprint that is exclusive to you, that signifies that it is one of 10 of, or however many that it is, and it's like a certificate of authenticity built into like the code of owning the file.
Okay, got it. Move on.
So then what he did is he had he turned a set of his photos into like 3D moving GIFs and everything as like kind of like digital cards, digital trading cards. So he put out a few of them, and then he came out, I think this is the third one here. Yep, here's one.
Yes, all photos of his I've seen before, but he made it. How would this work though? It would be like I heard you say it's a digital kind of thing, but like, does that mean that when you own this, it would be only digitally though? I'm confused.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So go ahead. And then he came out and said what?
And then there was, you can see right here that this would be like only 10 people, and you would be able to like be on this list of only these people. Like in a broader sense, there was like an NFT that was like a super like high res photo that is like a compilation of like hundreds of thousands of photos compressed, but into like a file format of NFT that is like the full size, like giant fucking image, but only like certain amount of people are allowed to own it. And I think it sold for like, $500,000 or something, like crazy.
Right.
Just for the sake of having like the largest JPEG of all time kind of thing. And so he came out with those, Black Series did, and then he said yesterday that the Black Series in Motion NFT release will be postponed indefinitely. Certain things have come to his attention that recently caused him to reevaluate his release plans. And it's To be honest and clear, it revolves around copyright and potential copyright infringement. It's probably painfully obvious now. It's not as simple as it sounds. So this was something that I saw some people commenting on, particularly MBG 1211, Matt Goldberg, who's one of the all-time great wrestling figure photographers. And he was interested in the same thing as far as turning his photos into NFTs. But he brings up a good question. He says, fellow artists interested in NFTs, being that our subjects, like yours here, are copyrighted, how exactly does that work?
Right. Okay.
So I think,
that makes sense.
I think that makes kind of is a weird gray area in terms of him not being able to like sell these things because they're not his characters, his properties.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, but I get that and I understand that, but your photography is still your photography, though, right? There's got to be some type of gray area there, some type of loophole, some type of something. But whatever, I respect the hustle of trying to figure this shit out, and I could see what he's doing and how he's trying to monetize his shit, and I'm all for that as far as people just finding a way to hustle within this whole entire thing that we have going on, which is a very niche, very untapped market. I've been saying for a very long time already that just toy photography and all of the stuff that comes with it and is around it, as far as people making their own props and people making flight stands and cutouts and everything that comes with it. All of that shit has been a pretty untapped market, and now people are trying to tap in. People that review figures, and they have a Patreon, and they want you to get early access to this or whatever it is you do, and however it is you're hustling to try to make an extra buck and trying to monetize your shit, then it's all fine and dandy with me. I can't knock anybody's hustle as far as that goes. But I'm saying all of that for a specific reason. I'll get to that. But yeah, man, I don't know. I don't know. There's got to be. I mean, I'm sure he'll figure it out. This Black Series is somebody that I know personally, and that crew that's around Black Series,
Nose Rain and those guys.
Nose Rain and then Swit Picks and that whole crew, Eye of Fatu and all of those dudes that are like, I guess what you could consider like premier toy photographers on Instagram stars and shit like that. They have all really been trying to monetize their shit in one way or another, for sure. And again, I'm not mad at that shit.
You know what's interesting is that how would something like this work if they use for a good example, Mezco has figures of characters that are public domain. If I use a figure, it's a public domain. There's how is somebody going to copyright me or copyright infringement?
Right. If it's like King Kong or something, which is technically public domain.
Nosferatu, Frankenstein. How are they gonna do anything?
Yeah, I think
even a lot of Disney characters, like a lot of the Disney princesses, they're all public domain. That's why Disney gets to just make them all the time.
I think the thing that the gray area starts or the thing that keeps it from being gray is like, yeah, I can see it's not transform. Like just taking a picture of an Iron Man figure isn't transformative enough for it to like slipstream through like the copyright like gray area. So that's why that digital artist Beeple, when he did like his Pokemon thing or whatever, like it's like decaying shit. Like you could technically say that's not really like a Pikachu or a Mario or some shit like that. But when you're taking a picture of a Hasbro Marvel Legends Iron Man, like there is no doubt that it is an Iron Man figure. Right. So that's why like if you like you said, Fabio, designer type shit, like if you were to make like an Iron Man looking ish figure and then capture that really well and then sell that as an NFT, like that would be I feel like you'd probably be able to skate by pretty well, a lot easier than taking pictures of a Marvel Legend and then like just saying like, yo, tight, you want to take a look at this,
I'd like to I'd like to stop speculating about this shit. I'd like to talk to him and ask him
True.
specifically.
Yeah, that would be cool.
What happened and did somebody contact him or did I'd like to know. I'm going to find out.
So I'm pulling up this article here from The Verge because it's got a lot of examples of like other NFTs that have sold from like digital artists and like their own original works and everything.
It's funny, man. He's trying to get to the fucking bag.
Right?
True. Hey, are we all? Huh?
Non-fungible token. Non-fungible means that it's unique and can't be replaced with something else. So, for example, a Bitcoin is fungible. You trade one Bitcoin for another, and you still have a Bitcoin, right? But a one-of-a-kind trading card is non-fungible. So, in terms of, they make a good example here. NFTs are designed to give you that can't be copied ownership of the work, although the artist can still retain the copyright and reproduction rights, just like physical artwork. And so, in terms of like physical art, anyone can buy a Monet print, but only one person owns like the original.
Mm-hmm.
So, like the Louvre, for example, has the Mona Lisa, right? That's a non-fungible token. That is, by definition, because it is a one-of-a-kind artwork. But there's reproductions of it out there, prints and stuff like that anyone can fucking own. But only one person can own the original.
So sorry to cut you off, but the other thing that you should highlight is that it's a unique opportunity not only for let's stick with Black Series. If this would have worked out, right, it would have been a unique opportunity for him to sell these moving digital prints or whatever he's calling them, right? But it's also a unique opportunity for any one of us to get in on this shit and resell. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
So it's like it's interesting.
That's really the idea.
I'd like to see who will figure this shit out first, as far as the world of toy photography goes.
Yeah, another dude from Jazzwares who does the AEW line, Jeremy Padower. He's runs that whole thing. He's really into the collectible trading market and all that stuff. He has a great tweet where it's like, to give you an example of what he's into. If the 40-year-old virgin hadn't given up all his stuff, he would be the 55-year-old multimillionaire now. So in terms of like these NFTs, it's kind of that same speculative collectible market where you're buying this original artwork from this digital artist and kind of doing so with the intention to sell it for profit.
Yes.
You hold on to it for as much time as it takes for the value to go up. And obviously the bigger name that you are, then, it drives up the value of your product.
True.
But I guess the slogan
technically we could do that shit with some merch, some one of a kind like toy photographer related merchandise and shit, which is where I would like A.C.B.A. merch to go at some point too. Anyway, but like we could do this shit. Anybody could do that shit.
Yeah,
like,
you could probably sell the original sound clip.
Say the original what?
I was gonna say you could probably sell the original sound clip of Billy Mahoney's wife doing "That's Crispy."
Yeah, you can. Yeah, for sure.
Make that a non-fungible token, and you can't reproduce it, and one person owns it, and if they want to trade it out and drive up its value, that's up to them.
Or JC could do that with his intro on my channel if he wanted to, right?
You can do the whole A.C.B.A.
The other thing you could do is the championship trophy. You can make an NFT.
There's an idea, Rick. Instead of giving out physical trophies to people, you give them out, the non-fungible token that is like a 3D render of it.
I probably still got the original actual hand drawing of the trophy.
There you go. See, shit like that. And that is, of course, valuable because of the value of our brand.
Our money-making ideas and discuss other people's
stuff. We're giving out the sauce for free.
Hey. Well, it's still yours. I mean, that's shit that you own. It's not like anyone's going to come out from under you and be like, I'm making the render of the A.C.B.A. trophy. It's selling it as an NFT.
But yeah, maybe we could get Black Series to come on the show.
That'd be sick. We really are just kind of learning about it. Like NFTs is like a brand new thing. Like literally this year, this became a thing.
Yeah, this is all like brand new territory. And there's a little bit of a second side conversation about people claiming that when you're turning on an NFT and you're viewing it through VR with your phone, that it like costs companies like an insane amount and like it's terrible for the environment. Like, man, everything we do is terrible for the environment. Like
For sure.
you leaving your light on all damn day in your house, you like, let's throw that out of the way because people
toys
really
is terrible for the environment. I mean,
right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's why I keep my carbon footprint displayed on my shelves here instead of throwing out the boxes. 1/6 Shooter has actually been saying, I think he has some experience with this as well. He's breaking it down, basically saying that people are paying crazy money for 90s level 3D GIFs.
Yeah,
for these.
They are.
Yeah. All right.
Pet Rock, who's gonna do the NFT Pet Rock? Come on.
Yeah, multiple to the problem. Multiple to the problem. I told him I think he could do one and not have an IP issue in terms of Black Series. The fact that he's telling 10 owners for each of these maybe is what called that into question.
Oh, maybe just do 3 or 5 or some shit. I don't.
Parody would be okay too, and you can't reproduce it. It's like owning an original real world painting. Yeah, that's what we were kind of saying.
So what if you well, I guess you kind of addressed this too. Like if you did like a character that looks like Iron Man or whatever, you could do your own sort of custom character then and do something like this then, right? If you had your own character that was your custom character that you made, or you created some type of story behind or whatever, then you could escape all of this copyright bullshit, right?
Mm-hmm. Man, if Mezco starts making Gomez NFTs, I'm screwed.
I was literally just about to say that. I'm like, yo, Mezco could do that shit crazy right now, for sure.
For sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, they would probably be the premier toy brand to do it with the fan base that would be willing to buy it.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's going to be a lot of red tape if like Hasbro or Mattel wanted to use like one of their licenses, but with them, it's literally just them. So there's no lawyers to call to double check. There's no red tape. It's just them.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Interesting. I would not be surprised if we see that happen in some capacity soon. I wouldn't be surprised if we see like some like disgruntled employee leave and have some original shit or something, and it'd be some big legal battle, and like I would not be surprised.
I thought of it because of the designer toy thing too, but the guy who's the art director at Mezco, Radioactive Uppercut, he does a lot of like straight up designer vinyl toys. You could take any of those original sketches or designs and sell those as NFTs, you know?
So I wonder what it would be like for a legit comic book artist to do something. It's still not their property though, huh?
No,
right.
Boog, it's actually interesting. I was going to mention there's an artist here that works for people in DC and Marvel. Sometimes he's pretty popular. His commissions cost like $10,000. His name is Art Germ, Stanley Lau. He's an incredible artist. He's like one of the top in his field right now, and he just announced yesterday he's going to be doing things like this with NFT, but he's going to be using his own made characters because he fears copyright as well, and he's making all of his NFTs one of one. So it's interesting. It looks like comic artists like Stanley, and I'm sure a lot of other people in the industry are going to start making their own characters and putting it out there like this.
That's right.
And like, where do you keep it? Like, how do you display it? Is what I'm kind of wondering. Like, do you have to get like a digital frame and like put it into that? I don't even know.
You get a old iPhone and you just put it up on the screen and just display it in a case all the time.
Right.
Get ready for McFarlane to do Spawns like this.
Yeah, Spawn variant covers, shit like that. Yeah.
I own Spawn. I own 100% of Spawn.
I was saying that earlier. I was mentioning that digital artist Beeple, who sold a bunch of his shit. His shit was pretty wild because he sold them, but they came. It was a physical package that was mailed out to these people, and it had it had a picture frame that was basically just a screen, and you could like turn it on and look at your shit on the screen.
Is that the fellow with like he's got like long hair and he's like kind of looks like How does he look?
He's pretty clean cut. He's the guy who's been doing he does like one piece of digital art every day, and he's been doing it for like 13 years.
Oh yeah, okay. You know what? It's funny because I was watching Joe Budden's podcast, and they had somebody on there a couple weeks ago, and he was talking about that. Whoever that was, how you pronounce his name? Bebo? Beeple. All right, yeah, he was talking about it and how he did a new digital art for like 5,000 days straight or some crazy shit like that.
Yeah, that was actually one of the examples right here on the Verge article. This Beeple video right here. This is a Beeple NFT right here. Somebody paid $6.6 million for it.
Yeah, wow, man. And that goes to what you said, Fabio. Like the bigger the name, like the more value it's gonna, because like in the digital art community, like he is if not the biggest name in the digital art community.
Here's one from Grimes.
You know what I just thought of? I'm sure Poncho remembers this person. He's an animator whose son went viral because he would take his son's sketches of like random characters that he would create, and he would like make them super impressive and like really well done. His name was Thomas Romaine. Like, could you imagine if he did NFTs? Because they're all his son's creations. They're all his creations. Like, that would be pretty nuts, because those pieces of art that he did for his son were incredible.
Mm-hmm. And real quick, we got Trevor in the chat. He's been commenting along. He's done a lot of research. He actually had a big comment here on this post. Let me just read this. He says, I believe, having looked into it quite a bit, that a single original piece of artwork featuring a copyrighted IP is legally defensible. It's when you start selling multiples, prints, reproductions, etc., and used for commercial purposes that it's an issue. Even Marvel artists who appear at cons are technically breaking copyright law if they sell copies or multiple prints of work featuring Spiderman, etc. But original one-off sketches are legally okay.
All right, that makes perfect sense. Okay.
So that's why maybe 3 or 5 wouldn't even do it. It would have to actually just be one.
It would have to be a one-on-one. Got you. All right, yeah.
And then also it has to do with the context, though. If you use the Luke Skywalker figure in an image with a yo-yo and a box of crayons, you're not really playing on the IP. You're showing its status as a toy. Put it with droids and a cantina, and now you're playing up the Star Wars IP.
Sure. Yeah, that's
where
parody
artwork shouldn't be an issue. Disney lawyers could argue it, but who has the money to fight them? And hey, can they sue you for Bitcoin? Like if you're selling this shit for like crypto, for like Ethereum or something, can they like sue you for the Ethereum itself, or can they sue you for the money that the Ethereum is worth?
I would imagine it's the latter. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I said, man, it's a very ambitious thing, and he's thinking outside the box here, and I like it. And just a friendly reminder that A.C.B.A. 1 million tags on Instagram, and the idea of being an entrepreneur in this realm and opening up the doors for others to be entrepreneurs and to chase their dreams and to have a great time and to all of these things, making a business centered around your love of taking pictures of toys and all of that shit. A.C.B.A. baby, 1 million tags on Instagram.
We called so y'all could run.
Just a few kids on YouTube taking videos of their figures 12 years ago. It's where this all snowballed from. And I don't give a fuck who you are. There is some connection to this community for you, and somebody within this original community got you into doing this shit. Even if it wasn't me directly, or Chartemis, or freaking Charles Dukes, or fucking JR Nightmare, or whatever, KJ Hulk. You were birthed from one of these people. I don't care. There is a very slim chance that you're doing this right now, and you're not doing it because of somebody from this original community. There's only a few people out there, a few people, maybe. Not 99% chance you're doing this because of somebody that was showing video of their toys on YouTube 12 years ago. All right? Let's not fucking forget that. So I don't care who you are. Don't be mad at me. You can't be mad at me, motherfucker. You can't be mad at me. There's no way you could hate me in this scenario. It's impossible. I just got to talk my shit. I'm sorry.
Dude, I'm with you because
you could hate on me. I fucking birthed you, bitch.
Right. Yo, that's a great point, Boog, because back when I discovered A.C.B.A, like, I don't even know, like 8 years ago at this point, let's say, it was like that exact difference is what attracted me to A.C.B.A, is the fact that not only were people taking this hobby to, you know, a level that I had not seen before, but monetizing it. And I'm like, oh shit, there is money to be made in this thing, and this is the brand that is kind of on the forefront of that. Let me get in on that. Whereas even back then, people were like, wow, I can't believe you would try to monetize this hobby. What a douchebag thing to do. Now everybody's fucking doing it. Like, shut the fuck up.
Sure.
You didn't think of it first. And I knew that was evident from back then. Because it was me saying, the difference is, it was me saying, oh, fuck, I should have thought, like, I kind of had the same idea. Oh, these people are doing it. Let me get with them. As opposed to, fuck them, I should have thought of this first, you know?
And that's why I will never, ever hate on however you get in it. As long as you are not hurting anybody, you know, in any way to get to the bag and to get to your money and to supplement your income or whatever the fuck you're doing, I will never have anything to say. So look at yourself. You know what I'm saying? You should not have anything to say about anybody else. I don't care who it is. I don't care how big or small they are in the game. If they're just trying to get to the money and they're just hustling and they're trying to make a living or make some scratch off of what they love, then it's all good. It's all good. I will not hate on anybody or have anything to say or try to stop their hustle or their grind in any way, shape, or form. If you do that, you're a bitch. That's it. That's it.
Yeah, even when we first launched this podcast, the idea of you know, I remember a similarly acronymed podcast was out there talking shit because we started doing this on YouTube, and they're like, who the fuck would watch a podcast on YouTube? That's dumb. Who wants to see these faces on their screen? Everybody's fucking doing it now, dog. Come on.
Time and time again. That's what it is. Every time I can specifically think of like 10 things off the top of my head similar to what you just said. That was just like, who would do that? Like, and now people are doing it. It's nothing new under the sun. You know what I'm saying? And again, I'm talking shit and I'm being, you know, I'm talking reckless and what have you. And I'm not saying that we started toy photography or that wasn't something that was happening back in the days with like G.I. Joes and like, you know, shit that they were doing. Obviously that shit highly inspired me as a kid. But as far as popularizing this shit and bringing it to the forefront and bringing it to the mainstream and continuously pushing every single Comic-Con that every single Comic-Con talking to Marvel Legends saying, listen, you guys need to link with the toy photographer community. You guys need to incorporate A.C.B.A. You should do more A.C.B.A. on your packages. You should do this. You should do that. Fighting with them all the time until they finally just basically just said, all right, yeah, we see it now. Like we see what it is. And every single company followed suit. Everything that's going on right now in terms of how people are marketing, promoting their product and using toy photography and using toy photographers and catering to toy photographers is based on us in this community fighting for that shit to happen. I'm telling you 1,000%. That's what it is. 1 zillion%. That's what it is.
About a zillion.
About a zillion. Let's go. Nico Hodge hits with $2. That Boog letting his nuts hang. Talk that talk. Hell yeah.
That's right. old man nuts hanging.
We got one from Tac Tac Customs too, real quick. He's addressing me. He says, Fabio, Piers Morgan has been hassling me. He wants to do the Mezco segment of the A.C.B.A. podcast. I fed him some cheese toasties to subdue him. That's probably good. Keep him in bed.
Oh my god!
Hell yeah! What's up, dude?
Yeah, this is interesting. Like I said, I'd like to get Black Series on and hear that, but I'd like to get Trevor on too and let him talk his shit as well.
Yeah, for sure.
100%.
Yeah.
It's wild. I mean, it is that kind of uncharted new frontier of collectibles.
Wild West, baby.
Hey, listen, I've said this plenty of times as far as where I would like the tournaments and shit to go and how I would like to see them get like super crazy sponsorship, and like I'd like to see A.C.B.A. tournaments work in a way like one of those cooking shows or Cake Boss or whatever the case may be.
Whatever the case may be.
Chopped, whatever, like, you know, that type of thing where it's highly produced and like you get with a team and you have X amount of time to put together something, and like, you know, shit for the tournament, like world tournament style stuff where it's the video based thing, or maybe just setting up for a still, a shot, or whatever the case may be. But that would be a unique opportunity for mad sponsors to come in on this and to make toy photography really go mainstream and take it to a totally another level. Can you imagine the sponsorship for some shit like that if it's televised, and like all of these toy companies that will want to be involved with it, and not just toy companies, because at the end of the day, you would be the marketing tool in a way too. So it's going to matter how you dressed when you there on that platform as well. It's going to matter what Jordans you got on your feet, what shirt you rocking, who's like toy photography, like apparel are you rocking, like all of that shit. It could be enormous, like, you know what I'm saying? So look, man, I'm giving away a lot of game here for free, but I'm just
I will just to add to what you're saying. You seen Lego Masters? Lego Masters is exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, exactly. And I talked about this years before Lego Masters came out. I've been saying this shit. I've been advocating for this shit since the very first tournament that I ever put up on YouTube, which was like my 1,000 subscribers tournament or some shit like that. That's how long this shit goes back, how long I've been like thinking about all of these different ideas and really trying to push this shit forward and put it in the forefront. So like, listen, man, I see y'all out there talking and don't know what the fuck you talking about. So, and another thing, you know what? Let me shut up. I ain't even gonna say it.
What? I will. Lamar Newton, real quick. He's saying, to be fair, toy companies have been doing some form of action figure photography, department store, Christmas catalogs, commercials. Yes,
yeah,
that was
sure.
That was, you know,
that was part of my
point. And then A.C.B.A. took it to the level where it's at now. Is what Boog's trying to say.
Oh, for sure. Don't be coming in here trying to doubt what the fuck I said.
No.
No donation, nigga.
That's right.
Excuse me.
Tayo, 29.92. Hit us with $15. He said, "Let him know, Boog. You speaking straight facts. Hell yeah.
Let him know.
1,000% facts.
You gonna learn today."
And don't be thinking that like, listen, man. Tonight is I'm just on one. I ain't have no drinks. I didn't have no drugs, no nothing. I'm 1,000% sober, but it is what it is. Another thing, don't think that you gonna say some wild shit or lie about something that I've said or done, or lie on me in any way, shape, or form, and I'm not gonna see you in traffic and I'm not gonna approach you about it. I ain't say nothing, but a couple weeks ago, you know who you are. I saw you and I approached you because you a lying motherfucker, and you didn't have none of that to say. You didn't have the same energy. You wouldn't even address it. You wouldn't even say anything. Same shit you did to Shartimus. Don't think.
Oh, okay. I was about to bring him up, brother.
Don't think that I'm not going to see you out here. And it's not, and please, yo, I'm not trying to say that I want to like physically assault anyone or fight you or whatever, but I'm going to approach you and I'm going to ask you to keep the same energy and be truthful and say to my face what you said to everybody else when you know that it's a lie. Don't lie. If it's one thing I can't stand is when you lie on me. Lie to your girl, lie to your wife, lie to whoever, but don't tell no lies about me because I've been 100% straight in this game from the beginning. I never did nothing crazy to nobody, never fucked nobody over, never tried to beat nobody or steal anything from nobody. I've been straight. I'm a cool dude, but don't fucking lie. You got all of these other people tricked and fooled into thinking that you somebody or whatever. Like, you know, people be on some ego shit in this game or whatever. I'm not on no ego trip. I'm not on nothing. I'm just a regular down to earth guy that tell it how it is. But you start lying on me, I'm gonna see you for sure. We're gonna have a face to face. You know who you are. Somebody that listens to this podcast will know who you are and will tell you, or whatever the case may be. But it is what it is. I'm addressing everything. Fuck it. I don't care.
It was me.
Fuck that.
Yeah, that's wild. Get out of here. I'm gonna see you.
I'm sorry.
But yeah, what else we got going on? If I think about the other shit that I'm supposed to say, I'll tell you.
We're just you know, this is after show territory. You know, we're just.
Oh, all right.
This is the Waffle House, man. Come on.
Yeah, this is the Waffle House at 3 a.m.
I guess if we want to head back into figure news real quick, I was going to bring this up for miscellaneous. The latest wave of AEW Unrivaled Collection has been digitally revealed.
Let's go.
From Jeremy Padower, who I mentioned earlier. He's, you know, the big collectible dude. Of course, this is the tweet that I was talking about. The 40-year-old virgin would now be the 55-year-old multimillionaire with the ROI on collectibles.
He screenshotted this a bit too early. I think this ended up going viral.
Yeah.
He screenshotted it when it was like at 100 likes, and I think it got like to way more than that.
Yeah, I'm sure it did.
Wait, who's this dude?
This is Jeremy Padower, who runs Wicked Cool Toys and Jazzwares.
Okay.
AEW.
Okay.
And he's also really big into the you know collectible market. So, for example, Steve Jobs' 1973 job application sold for almost $300,000.
Jesus.
Not saying that like he did this, but he just keeps track of you know these big collectibles in the market. Nice. So he went ahead and also revealed AEW Unrivaled Series 6. We got the AEW Women's Champion Hikaru Shida.
Let's go.
Really cool. Hopefully she's got a better face than Riho.
Oh no.
Please, oh my god, that Riho's head sculpt is one of the worst female head sculpts I've ever seen.
Mm-hmm. And that was like Wave 1, and all of the Wave 1 stuff compared to like the same characters in like Wave 3, completely different. It's crazy how much better they've gotten. But here we got the Demo God, Le Champion, Christopher Jericho. I love how MJF calls him Christopher. It's so funny.
Daddy Chris.
Which wave are they getting into right now?
This is 6.
Okay.
And I think 4 and 5 are like starting to hit, or maybe just 4. So we got Jake Hager, you know, formerly Jack Swagger in WWE. Now Jake Hager, one half of Sammy Hagar's favorite wrestling tag team, Sammy Hager, Sammy Guevara, and Jake Hager, of course.
I can't get over the fact that Chris Jericho was shit talking people for like years about going to Japan and going to all these different things, not being loyal to WWE, and then look at him now.
Mm-hmm. Hey man, he's not the only one. There's plenty of people that specifically Randy Orton has RKO'd into AEW. So Chris Jericho, MJF, now head of the Pinnacle, the greatest heel faction in professional wrestling today. Maxwell Jacob Friedman, of course. And then Rey Fenix. Come on, man. He's literally the king of the ropes. Like, probably the single greatest luchador alive today.
Look at those hands.
That's who he is.
Those are flight hands, huh? So he's jumping off.
Yeah, he's flying with those.
Oh, yeah. I think whatever last match he was in AEW, I think he did like 10 dives out of the ring onto the apron. It's crazy. Like, the guy's nuts. And, of course, his brother, Penta L0M, because he doesn't have the rights to his real name, which is Pentagon Jr. Some wild shit. But there he is. The Lucha Brothers.
Having the rights to your own name.
Imagine AAA being like the worst wrestling company on the planet. Oh, yeah. So that is that. I guess we can get into. God, I keep getting more miscellaneous news brought up, but has anyone seen the Animal Warriors of the Kingdom Kickstarter?
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. I screenshot
Zero.
it.
They've already hit their goal, so this is actually great to be talking about because they are doing a 6-inch line. Oh, these are the original line. Hang on. What are they called? I forget. There's like a specific name for them. I'm sorry. This took me. So here we go. I found it. This is Animal Warriors of the Kingdom, 1/12 scale, Primal series. Already hit its funding goal. I think within like the second day that it was up, which is wild.
Yeah, I'm pretty surprised about this, man. I don't know.
It's definitely a very unique line. This is like Mythic Legion's level of like swappability and like character specificity, you know?
Yeah.
But it is its own kind of universe. They've got comics and all kinds of stuff that they're going to include with this. But you got
who's behind this though?
This is Spiro Toys, Spiro Studios.
Yes. Look at it. It's not Panthro and not Tigra.
It's interesting. I mean, there's like kind of apes. There's mandrills. There's like tiger people. There's baboons. Like it's all over the place.
Tigra. There's Tigra.
Yeah, it's cool. Pretty decently priced actually for what you get here. The whole set of 6 of like the wave will cost you $180, which is like not bad. And then of course they're going to get into the stretch goals and all that stuff. All of this is to say, once again, Trevor, thanks for reminding me of this because we did mean to bring this up and totally forgot. So this is cool because again, it is fully funded and with 26 days left, there's plenty of time to get a lot of these stretch goals, like new accessory sets, new figures. This one I actually really like. This is probably my favorite one of all of them.
What the?
Yeah, I don't mean to be rude to this company or to these people, but they're a failure for having monkey figures and not doing a Goku.
Yeah.
Like, the real Goku, Journey from the West Goku. Like, you should consider this a failure. Like, how do you have sculpts that look kind of like him? Don't make that a figure to be able to purchase. Like, what a misstep.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. I mean, this is like again, I could live vicariously through some other people with this shit, but this is like plunderlings to me. Like I'm good. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it has to be very specific. You have to really want to like specifically support, a new creator and everything. Not new. I mean, they've done 3 1/4 inch lines before, but in terms of a 6-inch, yeah, this is. I like it. I think they did a really good job with this campaign. These figures look great, but it's just not really for me. You know what I mean? It's just like a little too like specific.
Yeah, these would go good with those Gene St. Jean figures.
Oh yeah, for sure.
You know what? This is again, I can't hate. There's somebody out here literally doing their own toy line and shit. So just from that perspective, just from a entrepreneur standpoint and I guess being a trailblazer in a way, then salute. But for me to care about this shit, it's gotta be something that I care about. It's got to be something that I'm invested in some way, shape, or form. It's got to tug at the heartstrings or nostalgia or something. And this is just, it's his own creation. I don't know shit about this, so
The good thing is that like if you do just want to support this and like get into this universe, they're giving you a lot of like material to like flesh out the story and you get into their universe a little bit more. So they've done a really good job with that.
And that's the thing about like Mezco and like Gomez and all of that shit. Like I could totally ignore that stuff because at the very least, it's some bucks that I want or some accessories that I want to continue to expand on the shit that I do really care about. In this particular instance, like you said, they're so specific that it's just like, I can't. It's nothing really I could salvage that I really would care about, like to use for other shit,
And Ori Omega is calling me out on my shit. If they did have some soft goods, maybe I'd change my tune. But
pull your card.
But even then, I don't know, man. It's again, I like this. I think this is fucking dope. Congratulations on getting it funded. We'll do everything we can on this podcast to to help make people aware of this and promote it. But like personally, I just don't see it in my collection. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It is dope. I mean, I like the designs. I do like it. It really just I would have a hard time really accepting it. And it's crazy because even something like Articulated Icon works so well. What's that?
Did you say who's doing the sculpting?
I think it's all done by the same guy, Jason Bienvenu.
Oh, okay. That name sounds very familiar to me, though.
Yeah, he's definitely worked in the industry for a while.
Nah, I think he's like in a group or some shit, though. Like that
Probably,
name is familiar to me.
Lafayette, Louisiana. All right, that's cool.
Hey,
yeah, that name
Lafayette.
is. He's a member of the group. I'm pretty sure.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like that. Oh, I gotta look him up.
I feel like I would need like these kinds of diodes to go with it, like jungles, and temples, and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, he's
a lot of these are army builders as well.
He's in the group, Rick?
He's in the group, and
I knew I saw his name before.
Yeah.
All right, well, just off the strength of that, we definitely gotta at least promote the shit for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's fun, dude. This is us telling you, like, yo, if you like this, like, go get it right now because you are guaranteed to at least get the original campaign, and you'll be helping with the stretch goals and all that stuff, which is all really cool stuff. Like, more accessories, more weapons, more heads, more armor pieces, all that stuff. Everything that's great about like every other great Kickstarter line in terms of swappability and interchangeability and all that stuff.
All right, so do we want to move into shows, movies?
Yeah. Good. Yeah, we've gone on.
Before we move into that real quick, got a couple of donations to read out. Carlos Cerrone hit us up with 10. He said, "What's up, boys? Wanted to spread some love and shout out to Boog and his Toy Biz tribute series. Would love for him to tackle the X-Men, Fantastic Four, and Spider-Man classic lines as well."
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I'm gonna finish up Hulk, and then I'm gonna do Thing, and maybe I'll do Wolverine. Yeah, but for sure. Thank you, bro.
Yeah. Classic Thunder hit us with 10 as well. Thank you so much. He said, A.C.B.A has been needing that major media push. Half the time, people who don't shoot see what we do with toys, and it blows their minds. Get that A.C.B.A Netflix feature that would have been perfect during the quarantine. Hell yeah. For sure. Let's see. BXR Works hit us with 4 fist bumps. Hell yeah. Thank you so much, man. Along with $5. Tight.
Hell yeah.
Lamar Newton hit us with 5. He said, "What do you guys think about Bobby Vala's Action Force?"
I was just going to mention that too, because he actually put out a call looking for prototype painters in the community. So I think it's very close to coming out, right?
This is the one with like first responders and stuff, right?
Let me be that guy again.
All
right. Somebody saying stop it from the kitchen. Listen, man, I'm supporting anybody who's doing their own thing and who is an entrepreneur. I'm gonna keep saying that, and I'm especially supporting you if you Black. That's number 2, and I'm especially upset with you if you Black and you fucking lying on me because we shouldn't be beefing at all. We shouldn't have. I really, truly, and honestly don't want to have any problems with other Black collectors. Call me a racist, call me whatever. I don't care. I don't want to have problems with other Black people in the industry and collecting and whatever. I hate that. I don't want that. I really just don't want that to be something. That has nothing to do with Bobby Vala because he's white. But I'm just saying that this is not. If there's an issue, you want to continue to perpetuate some type of issue. I truly and honestly want peace and love and happiness with everyone. But I'm saying that to say you brought up the Bobby Vala thing. We should probably talk about at some point about the whole Infinity podcast thing, and Todd is not on the show anymore or whatever. We should probably talk about that. Listen, I'm gonna stop sugarcoating shit on our podcast and stop like pussyfooting around certain shit, and we're gonna get into the nitty-gritty of real shit and make our podcast what it's supposed to be and continue to, if we gotta touch on shit that's touchy, we still gonna do it. So we probably need to address that at some point. And then what I was going to say about the Bobby Vala situation is that, listen, man, I'm supporting anybody that's hustling, doing their own thing independently and trying to get bread. But I am not really like comfortable with the amount of times and the frequency of Bobby like going at Hasbro, and like he's got to stop beating that dead horse and shit like that. Like, stay away from that shit, bro. Like, stop doing that and just like do your shit. Like, people like your shit. People appreciate that you trying to like give history about the origins of the GI Joe and giving more realistic weapons and these swaps and all of that shit. Leave that Hasbro shit alone. It don't really make sense for you. Like, I never understood it. I don't get that. And I don't know this for certain. I don't know what the beef was with Todd and or whatever, if it has something to do with all of that or what, but like, if you trying to like do some shit in the industry, it doesn't really make sense for you to like burn some of those industry bridges. I just don't see the point in that shit or whatever. And I know that you dudes feel me on this. Some of the people in the audience might not even be aware of this shit or know what the fuck I'm talking about or whatever, but I know y'all understand what I'm saying on that. But whatever. Again, I don't want no beef with anybody, but I'm gonna stop not saying shit about shit that needs to be said.
Right.
Fuck it. All right. So I'll be that guy. I'll take all the smoke for us. It is what it is. I'm fine.
I will say there's probably, as great as your line is and as much love as you wanted to, put into the G.I. Joe brand when working at the company, and it didn't work out. And that's, I guess, part of the origin behind the Action Force Kickstarter. But I don't think it's going to help sell Action Force to like write Hasbro employees' phone numbers on G.I. Joe packaging and tell them, like, if you hate this, here's the number you call to complain. Like,
that shit is wild.
It's not a good look, dude.
At the end of the day, we here for entertainment purposes on our podcast and shit. We take jabs at Todd and whatever, but like, when we gotta be on our professional shit and we at Comic-Con or we at Toy Fair or whatever the case may be, there's none of that shit. There's no room for any of that. We all know how to put on our professional hat. We all know how to like keep our industry contacts straight. And like, at the end of the day, even as much as we joke on Todd and shit like that, we all still have the utmost respect for Todd and grew up on shit that Todd was doing at the end of the day. Like, that's it is what it is. There's still a certain level of respect, even though we joke and whatever, as far as that goes. We're not trying to what you say, Rick?
That what we say about Todd comes because we know that he's such an incredibly like ahead of his time thinker, and for him to do things that aren't from what we know him to be able to do, it sucks. And that's why it hurts so much. Without Todd, this industry of not only figures but comic books would be behind like 10 or 15 years.
Yeah, it'd be different. It'd be totally different. So, you definitely got to put respect on his name and shit like that, like, for sure. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't want. You can't save everybody though. It is what it is. I don't understand that aspect of it or why he won't let that shit go. What happened there? But he's got to let that shit go, man.
Right.
If he wants to sell Action Force, man.
Right. I mean, for example, like NECA was all born out of former McFarlane employees, and you don't see Randy like popping off on McFarlane on Twitter,
Nah. And the industry, as far as making toys and shit goes, is pretty tight knit. It's close. It's not like, this ain't. It's not crazy. You're gonna come across the same people over and over. There's a few very well known like premier sculptors. That's why I asked who was sculpting this thing that we were just talking about. What's it called?
Animal Warriors of the Kingdom.
Animal Warriors, like, because when you think about people in the industry, one thing that always comes to mind: Gentle Giant, Four Horsemen. Like, it's the same people. You bounce from company to company. So, like, to think that you would like so ferociously like going after, like, it's just like, why, dude? What are you doing?
I mean, to give you an example, this literally just happened to me like last week. I was at work on something, and Gentle Giant was there, and I did something with Gentle Giant, and I was talking to the guy, and I'm like, hey, do you know Adam Van Wickler? He's like, oh yeah, I know Adam, it's great. Talk to Adam about the thing we're doing and shit. It's a really, really small world. Like, this is such a niche community that, like, it's not a good idea to be burning bridges in any direction.
No doubt.
We can give honest opinions, but like Boog's saying, like, we're not going to hate anybody's hustle either. And McFarlane, come on, McFarlane's a legend, and like Rick said, we talk our shit because we know that the dude can do better.
Yeah, he's done better, and he's a visionary in so many ways that it sucks when he doesn't do the best that he can with every showing that he has. Because if I had the opportunity, I would try to do the best I possibly could every time, and it just we give him a hard time because we love what he has and what he's done. So,
but what were you going to? Before I took us on this whole tangent, what was you going to say, Fabio, about Action Force? What's happening right now?
I think it was just it was Lamar Newton just wanted to know what we think of this Kickstarter in general.
Oh yeah. But this is not his first Kickstarter, right?
I don't know. I mean, obviously he has the whole product line and everything, all the figures, and Sergeant Slaughter is officially licensed as part of this, which is pretty cool.
Hell yeah.
They're actually only available with him. Hasbro cannot use Sergeant Slaughter.
Oh, interesting.
Yep. Yeah, that was huge when this announcement came down. Sure.
Yeah, it's a dope looking line for sure. It's it's all army builders and riot dudes and it's cool. It's definitely cool.
Like I said, it's a way for you to make some of your existing Hasbro G.I. Joe figures more accurate and shit too. So
that's true.
So yeah, it's definitely a good look. It's quality as somebody that's been in the industry for a while and definitely knows their shit. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like, those parts right there for your gung ho that you could use. And yeah, man, it's quality shit for sure. I know that.
The Waspinator Trooper, that's pretty cool.
Which one?
Waspinator.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, this one.
That's fire.
Oh, that actually is Waspinator colors. That's crazy.
Yeah, it totally is, man. That's pretty sick.
Awesome. I like that. I love like homage colorways.
Yeah, that's dope, man. We need more of that.
Mm-hmm. So that is.
But yeah, let's go ahead and move into to these shows. Did we? I guess we want to talk about Snyder Cut first, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
We all saw it, right? Everybody saw it. P, you saw it?
Oh yeah, I saw it.
Wait, you mean you wasted 4 hours of your life? No, just kidding.
So, what was your viewing procedure, I guess, so to speak? Did you guys sit through it 4 hours straight, or you had to do it in a couple of sittings, or what?
Did 4 straight.
Yeah, I was trying to stay up at midnight and watch it, but it like wasn't working for me because obviously like everyone was trying to get on and watch it. So I called it a night early that night and woke up like 6 or 7 a.m. like watched it through the morning in one sitting. Yeah,
that was funny. I was trying to stay up for it. I fell asleep. I woke up at 1 a.m. and I was like, oh fuck, the Snyder Cut. And I turned it on at 1 a.m. and I watched it all the way through.
Really?
Yeah.
I watched a half hour of it first, and then on a Sunday I watched all the rest of it.
I actually watched it twice that weekend because my roommate wanted to check it out. So I watched it like when it dropped, or I think that Thursday or whatever, Friday morning. And then Saturday night, I watched it again with my roommate.
Pete,
I liked it, man. I mean, oh, sorry. Go ahead, Mantra.
I watched 2.5 hours of it while I was on a flight. Would have watched more. Flight was longer. And then I burned through the rest when I was in the middle of nowhere. And it was great.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like I would have just watched the whole thing all the way through, if I had the chance.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's not like it was a chore to watch it all the way through, and like all the way through meaning like, oh, a new part. Let me pause here, go use the bathroom, do whatever I got to do, get a refill, and then come back and finish it. Like technically one sitting, but I was able to pause it and take breaks.
I mean, I saw a lot of people making a comparison that you'd sit and you'd binge watch something that is episodic, that that would be 8-9 episodes or whatever. Like, if you were watching Sopranos or Breaking Bad or whatever the case may be, you could sit in a
Or
whole
like
day.
The Boys. The Boys
yeah,
drops a whole season. People fucking watch it in one sitting.
For sure. So for this, it didn't seem nuts, and it surely was a much better movie than what we got originally. That's for sure.
Right. That's definitely the criticism that I can't stand as someone who works in film and who enjoys films in general and the art form of it. To me, the criticism of it's just too long, I can't watch it, is like I'm judging you very strongly on it. Like it's in terms of it's not a real criticism. It's an excuse as to not watch something, and it feels weak. It's very like a lowest common denominator thing to bitch about. It's not.
I'll give people more props that say that than the ones that say that it's the same movie.
Yeah,
dude, I'm sorry, but it's not the same movie.
No, it's not. The first version didn't make no sense. It literally just did not make sense. I kept saying to myself throughout the whole first movie, like, what? Like, huh? What? Huh? Like, how did that happen? Like, I was confused. I was ready for the shit to be over. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like,
the pace was terrible on the original.
Yeah, the pace was terrible for sure. Yep.
I was telling Rick and David and Matthew in the group chat that, like, when I was watching the first movie, I would mentally fill in the gaps just by using, like, the farthest reaches of context clues I could possibly muster. And like that version of the movie that I saw in my mind's eye, whatever you want to call it, was this version. Like while I was watching Snyder Cut, I was like, oh fuck, this is exactly what I imagined would have happened, or this is what I thought was. And I was just like, I was just very pleased to, like, oh shit, all right, cool. That was super.
I actually feel like I would watch it again. So that
Oh, yeah.
I never wanted to see the other Justice League again. And you know what? I did try to rewatch it again to see if it was, just to confirm whether or not it was still really, really bad. And yeah, it was still really, really bad. So this was
it's like overall, like, yes, the story is like largely the same big beats, but there's no question that, like, the path that this movie takes to, like, get to those beats is just way more elaborated upon. It's more like just a more robust story, and it, like, lives in the universe for a lot longer. Like
Ray Fisher's anger is so warranted because he is honestly like the main character of this film.
Yeah.
And in the Whedon cut, he's like barely in it. He barely says like 10 lines.
For sure. Yep.
And it's a better, like, made technically movie. Like, from a technical standpoint, everything about this movie is better, from, camera angles to, like, just overall scene composition. Everything about it is 100% better. And this is, like, film nerd talking. But even dumb shit like, the scene where they're deciding whether to bring back Superman or not, the original was, like, green screen backdrops, straight shot, I think this. Next character, straight shot, I think that. Next character, straight shot. This version, it's a completely, constantly moving 360 camera movement as it pans around to each character giving their thoughts on the situation. It's the same scene, basically, like the same kind of dialogue exchanges. Mm-hmm. And obviously that other one was completely reshot, and this one is just more visually interesting to look at, even in dialogue scenes, because that camera is always moving. There's a scene where it moves from Aquaman and Flash are looking at Cyborg, and he's got, like, the blueprints of the ship or whatever, and he's, like, doing his thing. And Aquaman and Cyborg are like, "Oh man, we're asking a kid who lost his father to do, whatever they're saying there." and then it moves in the same shot from that conversation, pans over to a Wonder Woman and Batman starts discussing his dream with Wonder Woman. Just that simple camera movement is just so much more like visually interesting and like a better technical film, aspect.
Like, you know what's an interesting thing? When I was watching the Justice League movie, I thought to myself, wow, we didn't really fuck this up in Marvel. Because I think back, such a similar moment. It's so crazy that you just brought that up. It's such a similar moment when the creation of the Vision happens. And the bringing back of Superman, it's so similar. And I wonder now, like, man, if we would have had more time during that Vision scene. Like, I love that scene. That scene is like become really iconic, like on YouTube. It's a really watched clip.
Mm-hmm.
But man, could you imagine if we had more time, like this Justice League film did, with that scene of Vision being born? When you watch the original version of what Superman is brought back to life, and when you watch the Vision being brought to life, it's crazy how almost identical it is, and it's just so Whedon in how like quick, how somebody says a piece, okay, boom, the Superman's back. Oh my god. It's so crazy how much better Snyder's version was.
Yeah, that sort of like quick kind of quips and quick cuts, and that worked well for Avengers 1. But I don't know, this we've said this before during the first film, but the universe in general just needed more time, just more TLC, like the Marvel universe had gotten, like, more movies, more like, what I'm saying, to this build up. But I will say that now seeing this final cut of just this movie, they did a pretty good job of standing up to the 10 years of Marvel, kind of, putting it out there for you and letting it play out. This still did a good job. I would not go as far to say that it's better than any Marvel movies or better. No, that's not it, because there was still a lot of stupid shit in this movie. But like you said, from a film buff standpoint, and just like the cinematography, and like it was a much more enjoyable movie, and I would definitely check it out again for sure.
Another shot that I really like, that seems silly, but I love the shot when Lois Lane and Superman are back on the Kent farm, and she's looking through the box to get him a shirt or whatever, and the camera pushes, like the box opens, and that's the beginning of the shot, and the camera is like facing up at Lois Lane, and the camera fucking pushes out and follows her grabbing the shirt and comes all the way out and follows them to Superman. Like, in one shot, it comes out of the box and into the room and follows them to their dialogue. And it's like, that's a beautiful shot. It looks fantastic. And even a silly, like, 3-second shot of Flash, like, opening, the lock into his hideout or whatever, and you get this crazy, like, from the bottom angle looking up into the lock as he's putting the key in, is like, just silly shit. But visually, it is a better, like, technical film, and obviously the effects look a lot better too.
Yeah, I didn't feel, not one moment throughout the whole thing did I feel like I was bored, really, or that I wanted it to be over. I really wanted to see it through, because I wanted to try to catch all of the things that were new, and really kind of piece the story together in my mind, and seeing what makes sense, and trying to remember what I thought made absolutely no sense from the beginning. So just from that perspective, it was intriguing. It was fun. Now I can sit through it again and just actually kind of just enjoy it and watch it, and really see what I think this second time, though. So I'm like I said, I am interested in watching it again, though. And we're about to get a bunch of figures too.
And like who's saying? Darren Squire saying the Steppenwolf character is way better in this. And
way better.
It's ironic because they changed his design in the original to humanize him more, i.e., they literally just made him look more human. This movie, he's still a fucking hulking monster with with bipedal legs, but this crazy armor, and somehow he is more human than in the original. They give him real motivation. Like, he's got little sad dog eyes and everything when he's talking to Desaad,
This guy, that character is night and day, man. In the original movie, he sucked. did terrible. He was just a villain, like with no name that could have been replaced by anyone in the first film, but in this one he was much more.
No doubt.
And then, of course, like this movie had to set up literally 3 characters. Like we were introduced, quote unquote, to Aquaman, Flash, and Cyborg in Batman vs Superman as just like little cameos. But this movie also picks up like it reintroduces that little footage that we saw in BVS and like makes it a plot point and picks up from there. And it's crazy how consistent it all is, because in that original footage from BVS where you see Cyborg's origin and it's Dr. Stone is like talking to the camera and you see Cyborg being transformed in the background, and then that footage ends with him like reaching towards the camera and like cutting it off, right? In this movie, you see literally the reverse angle of that when Cyborg is in that scene watching his origin during that whatever, and you see the reverse angle of Dr. Stone going to turn off the camera. It's the same fucking scene, and like it's crazy how consistent that kind of stuff is. Little details like that I like picked up on that I thought were really cool. But of course, like it kind of had holes in it as well. Like it's not a perfect movie by any means, but visually it is a lot better. And I'm a fan of Zack Snyder's like wider like interpretation of these characters as far as them being like the literal like new gods, and this is like the modern mythology of them. And we got a really good sense of that with this movie when you have the flashback sequence of like the old gods and the armies of Earth coming together to fight Darkseid. Right. And it creates a really, really good parallel for what is going to be the Justice League, the new gods who will have to gather the armies of Earth to fight the next Darkseid invasion.
Right.
So I like that. It's like it's mythological, it's grandiose, and it does a good job of differentiating it from Marvel, where it seems more like they're like superheroes, people with superpowers, whereas these are like fucking gods. Right. Like Cyborg can literally like launch nuclear arsenals with his mind.
And I mean, listen, the that's a big difference between. Well, I think that's a big difference between Marvel and DC characters and shit too. Hasn't that been the age-old kind of dispute that the DC characters are just like kind of overpowered and like super powered and shit like that anyway? So it kind of falls in line with that and makes sense though. But yeah, I like that. I like that parallel. I did still see a lot of parallels to Marvel and to Thanos and to their whole quest and whatever. There was a lot of shit that was still very similar. I mean, obviously there's going to be similarities in Thanos and Darkseid and just the quest for the mother boxes, quest for the Infinity Stones, and like, it was a lot of that shit too, though. I felt like I had a hard time remembering what was first. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it was a lot of moments where I was just like, did they bite that from them? Or like, it was a lot of that for me too. But I mean, it's superhero shit, so I guess that's inevitable. But yeah, man, it was much better, man. It was much better. So for sure.
Poncho, do you have any final thoughts, Poncho, too?
Oh yeah, I mean, I thoroughly enjoyed this movie. Like every time, like every Amazon scene, I was just like so jubilous watching every Amazon scene, practically on the verge of tears at how like incredible it all was.
You know what? The Amazon scenes from the first movie was like the best part of one of the best parts in the movie, basically. So yeah, the extra shit in this one, 100. Yeah, for sure.
Dude, honestly, I love the Amazon scenes too, because it's like it feels like a female reboot of 300 in a lot of ways.
Basically.
And it's I am like visually like titillated at watching these buff fucking women like knock the hammers and like destroy the pillars. I'm like,
you know what that just reminded me of? P. Rick, you know who I'm talking about too. Chipankas.
Oh man, Chipankas, man.
I was watching it in a watch party with a friend who does like CrossFit and shit, so he like knows CrossFit Instagram models, and he recognized some of the Amazons as like CrossFit models.
That's really cool.
And I'm just like,
I enjoyed all of those bits too, for sure. Go ahead, Pete.
Yeah, that was really great. Like, it's no secret, Flash is my favorite superhero of all time. though, like, I mean, I'm pretty biased when it comes to Flash, but like, you know, just seeing that whole scene, like fully realized where like he saves Iris and stuff like that, that was like so cool. When he like liquidized that piece of glass, I was like, fuck, dude, just cut the movie off right now. This is everything I've ever wanted. And I just like,
hold on 1 second though. 1 second about that Iris scene. What was that with the hot dogs? What was that?
So like, I was the same way. I was watching it with Becca, and he's like taking the hot dogs. I was like, what the fuck is going on? And then like when it gets then it bookends with him like feeding the hot dogs to the dog, and I was like, all right, tight. I guess that makes sense.
I mean, there was a split second that you thought he was going to put the hot dog in.
Absolutely, absolutely. For sure. I was like, please don't. Like, come on, man. I'm enjoying this shit so much right now. Like, please don't do this.
I would have been pretty pissed if he did that. Like, what the fuck did you do that for? Like,
it was wild. But like, just
really weird.
Flash's just entire story in this movie is like so great. I love how like, you know, this movie basically is just planting seeds for Flashpoint at this point. Like, and like, that's what like hurts the most for me personally. Like, where we don't really know like how much of this universe is like super intact still. Like, we don't know what Flashpoint is turning into, if it's still gonna like, you know, if the seeds planted in this movie will grow in Flashpoint, or if they're just going a completely different direction. But like, I love the whole just character arc of him basically telling everybody that like, yo, if like I don't know how to control how I can reverse time yet, but like I guess I'll try it out, whatever. Like that shit is like super cool to me. Like, I love everything about Flash is like super interesting to me, so I love all that shit. I love like just everything. Like, he still had some of that, like in terms of visually, he still had some little artifacts of like that like speed skater like running style, but it was like very toned down. And it
wasn't what we saw before, where everybody was making complete fun of that scene.
Oh
when he was running.
Right. And he tripped a lot more in the original too. Like, he trips a few times in this one, but you know, not as many times as the original. And he certainly doesn't trip and land on Wonder Woman's boobs.
Trips like every other time that he runs in the original.
Yeah, like I like the decision to where it was like, you know, in the Whedon version, like he's like very like an amateur at this shit. Like, he like kind of fucking sucks at it, like in the Whedon version. Whereas this one, like you believe that like he's been doing it for a little bit, and he's like just getting the hang of his powers and stuff, and he's not like a complete like fuck up and stuff.
Didn't he mention that at one point in the Whedon version? I don't remember seeing that in this version, where he said like, I don't know how to fight, or something to that effect.
That was a big thing.
And this movie even does a better job of like setting that up without fucking saying it to camera. It's like, I've never done this before, and Batman gives a pep talk of like, no, just save one person. It's like, no, like Flash is playing the same role essentially, but in that same scene of when they're rescuing the hostages, actually they weren't even hostages in the original, but when they're in that you know island or whatever under the river, Flash does a better job of saving the civilians without being fucking told to do so.
Right.
Yeah.
That scene when the rubble's about to fall on the hostages when they're escaping, and he fucking like runs around and like catches all the rubble and shit. It's so much better done than just him being
way better that way.
Time or whatever.
Yeah, I just rewatched the original Justice League like a week or two ago. And I remember seeing that scene where he was like, I don't know how to fight, save one person. I was like, God, what? This Flash sucks. I remember thinking like, God, what a wimp. Like, this is terrible.
Well, you guys reminded me about something else too. You just reminded me about something else I was going to talk about. Oh, the fact that Batman was less of a kind of bitch too, but still way out of character. So,
yeah.
I don't know. Like, but again, like I said, it was still much more enjoyable. It's too bad that didn't get put out in the movie theaters when we were all not afraid of COVID.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
I will say that this movie also does a really, really good job in general of like setting things up early that'll come into play later.
Yeah.
Like it seems like inconsequential at first, even though it's like all character beats and like character moments of for example, Lois Lane is like so fucking depressed over losing Superman that she has not been to work. She has just stopped showing up to work. She fucking stays at home, depressed all day, and then all she does is get her coffee for her and the cop and walk to the Superman memorial every day. That's just what she does.
Go home. Yeah.
Because it does a really good job of establishing why she happens to be at the Superman monument later when Superman fucking gets revived.
Yeah,
instead of just Batman showing up and like pulling her out of the back of a car.
Right. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Well, much better. So anybody out there that hasn't actually took a look at this yet, it's a fine time to do so. And if you never saw the first Justice League, then hey, consider yourself lucky, and you could start fresh with this one.
Yeah. Shout out to Zack Snyder for that display of power that he had for Cyborg. Like when we see Cyborg in his own mind, that was unreal.
I love that visualization. Yeah,
that was very.
Man.
Yep.
One scene almost made me cry was when he like increased that poor woman's bank account, and he like he's crying at the ATM and everything. I was like,
that's exactly what I.
The only thing I didn't like about the Cyborg bits was that he just seemed so angry all the time, though. Like I don't know, that kind of rubbed me the wrong way for some reason. I just didn't like how he was just always like pouty, like. But I like that there was way more of Cyborg. We got to actually get a story around him and everything, and he had way more screen time and speaking parts and all of that shit. I was really down with that, though. It was good, man.
Fabio, I had a question I wanted to ask you. You're quite a vocal person when it comes to restore the Snyderverse. My question to you, Fabio, is going to be, what do we do if they do? Because there's like 3 characters that aren't going to ever be in a DC movie again. Ben Affleck is out. Ray Fisher says he never wants to work with WB in any capacity ever again. And Henry Cavill, for the most part, looks like he doesn't want anything to do with this either, Fabio. What are you thinking here?
I think Affleck is supposed to come back for the Flash movie, though, with Michael Keaton.
That's what I hear as well.
Oh, well, I thought we just saw a report where they said that there was going to be a completely different Batman for Flashpoint.
I think there's last I heard. I don't know how recent you heard that, but literally all I've heard is that it's Affleck and it's Michael Keaton and it's the 2 Batmans coming back for the Flashpoint movie, or the Flash solo movie, which will be some version of Flashpoint. And as far as Cavill, I don't know. I honestly think that these guys will come back if it's Snyder. Like I think there's Snyder guys, and if Snyder will continue to do these films, then presumably he would come back with them. But like I don't know, because even as far as what's it called, Shazam, Superman was in Shazam, but you never saw his fucking face because they couldn't get Henry Cavill back because they didn't want to fucking negotiate a new contract. So I don't know. I mean, I do. I want to see the DC universe continue. I don't want I'm not so set on one way, on one brand with Marvel versus DC. Like I want them both to continue, and I want them both to do a great job. But I think this shows that as much as people talk shit about the Zack Snyder, vision, people liked Man of Steel, I think in general, but were like confused at the decision to have fucking Superman destroy a whole city, which I think is fine. And obviously BVS had its shortcomings with the fucking Martha scene and all that, but like it does show that the broad strokes vision of this universe is like way better than what fucking Warner Brothers and Joss Whedon like had to scrape together to, in their opinion, like save the movie and like make it marketable and make it Marvel and make it brighter and like all that stuff. Like all the shit that they did to course correct, presumably to like out Marvel, or at least catch up to them, like fucking backfired. And even though it's not, maybe it's a darker DC universe than the DC fandom in general wants, as far as like a smiling Superman and all that stuff. Like, I think it shows that still just having one dude, like a Kevin Feige type guy for Marvel, come, Zack Snyder for DC, it's better to have that one guy with the vision carrying that forward than just the studio being like, no, that didn't work. We got to change it. Like it more than anything, I think that's what this movie proves.
It's like we said before, the idea is interesting that you give these directors their own free liberty to do what they want with these characters. And it's like, in theory, that's a cool idea. When you do things like that, like you said, when you don't have somebody at the helm of it all directing everyone from where to go, it all just feels so separated. It all feels so different.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. It's going to be interesting. I mean, so far, I think the only person that I think would 100% ever come back is Ray Fisher. I think he's even like thinking of suing the company for like mental damages. So that kind of sucks because he had a great part in this movie, and he seems like he still fucking hates everyone involved.
And it's clear to see.
I wouldn't mind Henry coming back and Ben.
Yeah, I in a perfect world, I would like to see everyone come back, but as far I think the latest Flash news that I heard is that they're replacing Flash's dad. So the dad that's in jail, Billy Crudup, who is a Zack Snyder guy, he played Dr. Manhattan in Watchmen. He's not coming back, and they've replaced him with Ron Livingston from fucking Office Space.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, that was the latest I heard of that. Can we just nobody fucking comes at me saying that I'm a fucking Snyder fanboy and I'm totally standing this movie like it's perfect. Can we at least talk about what we didn't like about this movie?
All right, what I didn't like about it was what I did and didn't like at the same time was that final scene, man. Like, Joker's dialogue is just so cringe. And Ben Affleck's dialogue was so cringe. I'm gonna kill you. I made a promise to Harley Quinn. Like, just so edgy, cringe. Like, I love the scene, but at the same time, like, God, I hated the dialogue at some points. Oh God, I was like gritting my teeth when Joker was talking. I was like, oh Jesus Christ, Jared Leto. Yeah, that scene was good and bad at the same time. I really didn't like that hot dog shit. That was really weird, man. Like, I mean, I get it. Oh, he's feeding the dogs, cool, but like, I don't know.
I mean, he's literally playing hide the sausage. Like, he grabs it and puts it in his pocket.
Yeah, man.
If that's not an overt sexual overtone, then I don't know what is.
Yeah, man, that was some weirdo shit. I didn't like I didn't know until after the fact that apparently that scene with Martian Manhunter was shot originally, but then it was shot a second way where it makes more sense. The second way makes more sense where we're supposed to be Jon Stewart. Just being John Jones is really weird because he just sat and watched the world almost like fucking die. Like when it's Jon Stewart coming from space, it makes so much more sense. And like apparently Ben shot it with the actor that's been cast as Jon Stewart. And that's why he's like, okay, who are you? And so that does make a lot more sense. That scene was kind of weird. Just Batman's reaction to Martian Manhunter, like, we need more people. And then when more people show up to his doorstep, he's like, all right, buddy. Okay, dude.
I'll give you a call, okay, basically.
Yeah, I'll give you a call, bud. Yeah, I think those were like the only things that I didn't like or anything like that. I thought everything else was good. I cannot rock with anybody that says that this is the same as the previous film, and that this isn't better than the previous film. Like, come on, guys. I've given Zack Snyder so much shit. I've given DC so much shit, but like, so let's give people props when they deserve it. This is a much better film.
Yeah, I definitely I've heard some reviews saying that like, yeah, there was this was fine, but honestly I kind of like the original more just because it was brighter. Superman smiled more. It was more humor. I'm like, oh my God, this is like saying to me that's like saying that you thought Bohemian Rhapsody was a good movie because you liked the music. Bohemian Rhapsody was a terrible movie, top to bottom, horrible. But yeah, it's a jukebox musical at the end of the day. I guess it's fun to tap your toe to. Doesn't make it a good movie. But like, I guess to say some stuff that I disliked with this one or that, could have been better. I didn't think you needed Martian Manhunter at all, especially in the scene when it's Martha and Lois talking and there's that real heart-to-heart telling her to, get back to the living or whatever. And then it turns into Martian Manhunter. And that's because it completely undercuts the emotional tone of that scene because it's all of a sudden not Martha having a heart-to-heart with her. It could have easily played out the same, have Martha leave, and the fucking general that Lois already knows from Man of Steel shows up in a separate scene and has a similar kind of heart-to-heart. Or maybe they have something else. You know, you could have still had the General as Martian Manhunter, but he didn't have to disguise himself as Martha.
Well, not that, like, it would have made the final scene like much more of a oh shit. Like we already saw him just randomly show up at Lois's place as the Martian Manhunter. So when he does it later on in the film, it's not much of an oh shit moment. It's like a oh okay.
And that makes much sense because at that point, before the final events of the film, we know about Martian Manhunter. So when he doesn't show up, we're like, where the fuck was Martian Manhunter during all this?
True.
Exactly. Man.
If you introduce him at the end, it's like, oh, okay, well, you know, he's here now, right? I also didn't like, or you know, something I thought didn't really make sense is like, you know, I love the fucking prologue, you know, the flashback scene. I didn't like, you know, the Wonder Woman like exposition on top of it, like her narrating it. It's her basically telling Batman, you know, about the fucking fresco mural she saw under the temple. Didn't really need the narration for that, but also it doesn't really make sense for both the anti-life equation and the mother box. You know, like that scene happens and fucking Darkseid gets slapped and sent back to Apocalypse, and they leave the mother boxes, and it happens to be on the planet where the anti-life equation is carved into the surface, and they fucking forgot where it is. They haven't been back in 5,000 years. Like
them forgetting where it is makes absolutely no sense.
No, that I didn't, you know, I didn't like it, but it doesn't ruin the movie for me either. It's just like, all right, well that could have been explained better, or like, you know, something could have been done to improve that. Or maybe not. I think that was a result though of like, I think a lot of the Darkseid stuff wasn't like entirely intended for this film. It was more meant to be like a Thanos smiling over his shoulder moment in the original vision of this film. But then when Zack Snyder went to remake this, it was more like, you know,
this might be my only shot.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
Shoot.
To put Darkseid in it and like kind of give you the peak of like the overall plan, which is I think what the nightmare sequence kind of serves as too, which I like. I like the nightmare sequence in terms of like I want to live in that universe a little bit. I want to see what leads. I like that it clearly seems like the prelude to Flash showing up in Batman vs Superman, because in that nightmare sequence in Batman vs Superman, you see that Batman has the Joker card that he gets in this scene. He already has it.
Him showing up in Batman vs Superman makes absolutely no sense without this film.
Exactly.
It makes no sense without it. And you know what? Another thing I'll give them praise for, like, it just sounds like we're sucking this movie's dick, but like another thing I'll give them praise for, man, is God, that Jesse Eisenberg scene is so much better.
So much better.
League of Our Own is taken off. Thank God.
Dude, and Joe Manganiello looks like fucking Deathstroke. He straight up does.
Yeah, man.
When he takes off the helmet and he reaches for the fucking champagne, I'm like, yo, that looks like fucking Deathstroke. That is him right there.
That alternate scene was way better. I think it's time you and I start League of Our Own. I was like, oh God. Yeah,
and that's also meant to set up the original Ben Affleck solo film, which was going to be Batman versus Deathstroke, like Arkham Origin style, you know. So that's kind of what sucks about this movie, is that it does leave those hints for shit that's probably never going to happen. In terms of like the slow motion, like I'm not mad about it. Someone ran the numbers on it, and it's like only 10% of the movie, which is like 24 minutes or something. So like I guess the movie could be 24 minutes shorter if you know you remove all the slow mo. But I'm not mad about it because I get from a filmmaking standpoint why that would make mundane scenes more interesting. Like I can see in Zack Snyder's head him being like, you know what's really boring? Just a woman like getting coffee and walking to the Superman monument. Let's slow it down. Let's throw some music on it. You know, it'll be cool.
Yeah, I was saying to a couple of friends, like, the slow motion doesn't bother me. Every time they use slow motion, it's to emphasize either like hyper speed movement or some shit like that, or to add like gravity and weight to a scene. Like every like normal scene that has slow motion in it, the slow motion is like, you know, from a filmmaking standpoint, it's there to add like gravity, weight, and emotion to a scene. Like that's how it's supposed to be used. Like I just don't.
Right.
That, like, to me, that stuff is, I don't know if it's just because like because I know that's what it's used for, like it doesn't bug me at all. Like I was about to say, it doesn't bug me that much, but like it truly doesn't bug me at all that there's that much slow motion in it, just because I understand that, like, yo, dude, like, yeah, Lois Lane walking in slow motion. Yeah, I mean, like, on paper, if you hand me a piece of paper and says, hey, what do you think about Lois Lane walking in slow motion? Like, it sounds kind of fucking dumb. But, like, you watch it in the movie, what do you think about Lois Lane walking in slow motion getting coffee when she's fucking depressed as fuck? The only person she's ever loved is, like, dad, and now she can't even function in society as a normal person. Like, oh, well, no shit. Yeah, maybe we'll run this at half speed. Like, I just, like, what the fuck, dude?
But, like, even the stuff that I found, like as far as, you know, like Wonder Woman doing the exposition over the prologue scene is still, like, better done than it was in the original, where it was just Batman blows up a parademon and, like, the 3 fucking mother boxes show up in his blood. Or, like,
what does that mean?
Exactly. Or, like, he goes to get Aquaman and, like, boom, there's murals of the mother boxes behind him. Like, it's the same shit. It's the same storytelling device, except it makes more sense for Wonder Woman to, like, I don't know, find this ancient temple that, like, has all this shit instead of, like, you know, it just being written on a mural in Iceland or whatever. And as far as that's another complaint that I've heard from people, but I didn't really care too much about. I thought it was fine. It didn't really take away anything from me. The Icelandic people, like, singing to Aquaman as he's, like, leaving and shit, and, like, the chick smelling his sweater. I'm like, yeah, it's weird. It's kind of, like, you know, out of place. But, like, in terms of it being an interpretation of new gods.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too.
Aquaman is a fucking god to these people. He brings them food when otherwise it would be impossible for them because of the glacier that, like, traps their village or whatever.
True. That's what I thought as well. Hero. Like, because Becca was saying the same shit. She was like, why are they singing? I was like, I don't know, dude. Like, it's a living god, like, in front of them. Like, you know, they'll do fucking anything. And not, like, you know, she's simping over his sweater. Fuck. I mean, like, would you? Like, I don't know. Like, I don't know. Yeah, I thought, like, much like you, of course, like, I can, like, you know, separate myself from it and, like, say, like, yeah, duh. But, like, at the same time, like, it's not, I'm not really, like, pressed about it. Like, a lot of people, like, I'm seeing, like, all over the internet, people are pressed about, like, you know, people singing at Aquaman and Lois Lane walking in slow motion. Like, who fucking cares? I don't know. Like, it didn't take me, it wasn't egregious to the point where I was like, hold on, let me pause this. What the fuck is going on? Like, it was never to that point. Let's see.
And in terms of one more thing of consistency between, you know, the something established in a previous Zack Snyder film, when Superman goes into the Kryptonian ship for the first time and he, like, wipes the top of one of the things, one of the pods or whatever, he wipes the top of it and sees, like, a body in there. In this movie, when he goes back to the pod, the wipe marks are still there.
Yeah.
Like, it's I love that consistency.
Speaking of that, Lamar Newton hit us with 5. He said, any thoughts on who might have been in that empty sleep pod on Kal-El's ship?
I don't know. I mean, a lot of people say it's you know, Supergirl.
That's what a lot of people say too.
Yeah, that would be the most obvious one, I'd say.
It definitely feels like another kind of open-ended thing to then pick up on later.
Super Soldier in chat says there's a prequel comic that shows it was.
Oh, okay. Well, that's cool. I didn't know that. That's a lot of people are saying that too. Is that it would be cool for them to continue this universe in the comics? You know,
true.
In comic form. There's also kind of the setup for Lois Lane to have been pregnant too.
Yeah, which it's heavily implied that she's for sure.
Right. And even at the end of the film, when Batman buys the farm back for Kent, she's carrying, like, a baby basket and everything.
Yeah, and then his line of, like, congratulations, by the way, makes way more sense in the context if you think that Lois Lane is pregnant.
Right. That's one of those, like, show don't tell kind of things, which
True.
I don't know is technically considered good movie making.
I mean, duh. I mean, like, it's yeah, there's a lot of, like, great, like, world build. Like, for me personally, I was talking about it to a couple of friends earlier. Like, a lot of people were saying, like, the slower beats in the movie, like the new scenes that are kind of, like, slower and somber, where it's just people talking. They thought that shit wasn't. They thought it wasn't, like, people think it's not exciting or whatever. But, like, I think any form of good world building is exciting. Like, I think like learning more about this world and making it make more sense and become more vibrant through storytelling is just as exciting. Like is just as like stimulating, like as like a really like sick fight scene and stuff like that. If like like so like all these newer scenes where it fleshes out like the world and the lore and all that stuff,
or even the relationships or the characters, you know?
Yeah, character relationships, like that stuff, like that. I was never bored in this film. Like everything new that they showed, and every new link that they made, and like, you know, reforging like, you know, old bridges that they burned through like the editing of the older previous film. Everything that was new, like I was like, oh shit, like please give me more. Like I truly want this movie to be like, to be cool and great. So like if like anything can like strengthen and, you know, enrich this world, I'll take it. And it was really cool. I really enjoyed it. I thought it was super tight. Like
I will just to address what 1/6 Shooter's saying, that he didn't need Aquaman walking into the water for 2.5 minutes. Like, yeah, you don't, but it's kind of the way it's the same thing with like Lois walking in slow motion. It's just an extended like character moment that I feel that method of showing that he is, you know, first of all, I like that scene like right before that too, because, you know, he saves the guy from the boat, from the sinking boat, and then brings him into the bar, and everybody in the fucking bar, sweaters, like multiple layers. This dude's walking in soaking wet with like half a shirt on, and just drops it on the table, and then goes back out, and like the wind like blows the door open. There's all this snow. It's fucking like sub-zero temperatures basically, and the dude is just walking around with no shirt and walking into the ocean. I think if you're seeing the forest for the trees, the big picture of that fucking scene is Aquaman just like does his shit. He like really doesn't give a shit. Like he or, you know, that, to be redundant, sorry. He just is doing this duty, but he's kind of like aimless at the same time. You know what I mean? Like he just kind of is going through these motions, and he's, you know, fucking an alcoholic at the same time. Like he's not really like, he doesn't have a purpose really, and you don't need the 2.5 minutes of it, and it seems pointless, because that is the point that the scene is trying to make, is that he doesn't really have a purpose. He's aimless at this point in his life, and clearly doesn't give a shit about the ocean, because he's like breaking glass bottles where my kids play.
Okay.
Yeah, and you know, another thing too, I think one of the when I saw that scene, I swear to God, the first thing that came to my mind was, wow, Zack really wants every scene that he couldn't put in the movie that was from the trailer in this movie.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, there's so many scenes in this film where I'm like, yeah, we didn't really need it, but like, I think it's just it's like we said earlier, this is probably going to be this poor guy's last shot.
Mm-hmm.
If I was him, I'd have done the same thing. I'd have fucking given you everything that I showed you that I wanted to put on there. Like, I wouldn't care. I'd just be like, fuck, man, this guy's about to be drinking for 2 minutes. I hope you like it, bud.
Right.
Because this might be the last fucking time I'm in this studio, so you're going to fucking watch him drink and throw it in the ocean.
I will say that, like, you know, this is also like, I've only seen the movie once, and like, as it, like, the movie has done its job, like in terms of like me like going into a movie for the first time, watching it like blind without any context or anything. I enjoyed everything about it. There, I mean, obviously not 100% everything. We talked about like weird shit, but like in terms of like the slow motion and shit, that it like landed with me. It was cool. So like it did its job as a first viewing, and like what all that storytelling does for a first viewing of a film. Like I really want to watch it a second time to really like get an idea of like what parts I do think are maybe a little excessive and stuff like that. So that would be interesting to me. And another thing is like what you were saying, Rick, is about like how he's just like throwing everything in there from the trailers. It also makes a lot more sense. Like I remember when like this movie was being filmed, and like people were just like glued to Zack Snyder's Twitter, because he would just like share like fucking like stills from like raw stills from like the Red camera or some shit like that. And like then he would show like test footage for like Deathstroke and stuff. And like I just remember thinking like when the movie came out, I was all like, yo, how was he excited for this shit? And like now it makes way more sense, dude. Like, can you imagine like what was it, like 4 years ago? Can you imagine like 4 years ago filming this and just like knowing that you have like a really sick version of this film, and like you're just like so excited about like putting this movie out and like putting this movie out that you're throwing stills onto Twitter into the ether of people. Like, it's like fucking crazy. And like now it's just really cool that like now like his excitement matches like the end product for sure.
Right.
Oh, for sure.
And another thing this movie sets up is the Atom. Silas Stone's lab partner is Ryan Choi. He goes on to become the Atom, and at the end of the movie, they're like, "Oh, so you're the nanotechnology guy? That's your thing?" And he's like, "Yep, that's my thing." But they do, for the little moments you get with that character, you get a sense of his character as well. Like the scene when Steppenwolf shows up to get the last mother box when all the employees are out in the parking lot and shit. Ryan Choi, like when fucking Steppenwolf shows up, he puts himself in front of Steppenwolf and like in front of all the other people. Like he steps up to like protect the people behind him, So like stuff that is again shown and not said. I feel like in an inferior version of it, for example, the Aquaman scene of him, drinking and like walking slow motion into the water. A worse way to do that would be to have, one of the bar patrons or like the bartender or whatever just like look at him as he goes and he's like, "That boy's lost."
Yeah.
And have the end right there. Like,
He's aimless.
Yeah, exactly.
Just aimless, am I right?
I think it to me, one of the things that, to your point, Pancha, didn't like bore me. Like I was never bored watching the movie, is because every long shot feels like it's for something as well. Like even stuff that is extraneous that you also don't need. Like, do you really need like 5 establishing shots of London before the fucking heist scene with that Wonder Woman stuff? No, you don't need it, but it looks fucking cool to have all these like angles and shit. Like it's just, you could do just one establishing shot, but then like that's the difference between like a good film with like real cinematography versus a fucking lazy TV movie that's just like exterior of bank and van.
You know what, Fabio? It's so crazy that you say that, because like I said, I just rewatched this movie like a month ago. And one thing that really pissed me off and annoyed me when I watched the original was me thinking, where the fuck is she? What city is this? Like, this could be anywhere in Europe. Like, is this Italy? Is this France? Mm-hmm. Like, I just kept thinking, like, where the fuck is she? And this movie, like, I didn't. It was funny. I'd like that scene, this beginning scene where they kept showing London. I was like, oh, she's in London. Mm-hmm. Okay. It's like that guy having a British accent doesn't fucking mean anything. Mm-hmm. People can travel to other cities, or what he was trying to accomplish wasn't just like a city thing, So yeah, it's funny that you say that, like, oh, did we really need those things from London? But like, man, I kind of did. It kind of pissed me off the first film. That I was like, what is this? Is this France? Is this England? Is this like what is this?
And I guess you could have done the same and just put like, again, a quicker, more digestible but lowest common denominator way of doing the same thing would just to have one establishing shot, London, plaster on the screen. Okay, I guess you could do that. That's fine, but like, if you're trying to make something more visually interesting, i.e., like, I guess you could just have fucking one long wide shot of fucking Flash putting the lock in and opening the door to his secret lair. Yeah, one wide shot will get that picture across, I guess. But it's more visually interesting and gives you a sense of, you got to think about how the camera, again, film nerd shit. You got to think about how the camera is telling the story too. When fucking Flash puts the key into the lock and the world literally turns upside down to show him putting the key in, what happens in the next scene? His world gets turned upside down because he's now introduced to this fucking world of superheroes, and he's not the only one, and Batman's there to recruit him.
There you go.
It's all stuff that the camera is telling you rather than the fucking characters, like, or the camera showing you rather than characters telling you.
That's because you're a true auteur.
It's me and Zack. Like, okay,
there's 2 people in this world that get it, and their name are Fabio and Zack Snyder.
Yeah, I love shit like that too. Like, I don't know if it's because like it's like a cool, I like it as a hobby, or if I took like a fucking pretentious ass film class when I was in college. But like, I mean, like when I see shit like that, it's cool, man. I think that shit is cool. Like you said, like the story, like the camera telling a story. Like, if there's one thing I hate in movies, it's where like you as an audience member figures it out and you're like, oh fuck, that's sick. 2 seconds later, the movie tells you. Like, I fucking hate that shit. Like, don't treat me like a fucking toddler, dude. Like, I get it. Like, duh, I get it. I don't need like a flashback and like fucking grayscale, like putting the pieces together. I hate that shit.
I don't need Will Smith to point out that there's some sort of Suicide Squad.
True. I have heard that maybe there's some sort of Suicide Squad.
There was some sort of Nightmare Squad at the end.
Oh no!
Like this whole world, it's like some sort of nightmare.
I mean, I guess to kind of relate it back to what we do in A.C.B.A, it's you know, what you might think is a, you know, pretentious you know, cinematography. It's the difference between, you know, someone like Simon Hill who takes incredible fucking A.C.B.A photos and like someone like just kind of starting out who doesn't know about camera angles and shit like that, you know?
Yeah. Are you just tilting your camera, or are you experiencing a Dutch angle? Basically. Like, what's going on?
Yeah. It's the same reason why like TV shows used to be filmed like fucking flat, one camera, basically like a play happening in front of a camera.
Yeah.
Whereas now you have fucking multiple angles and more coverage of the same scene. And yeah, it takes longer to fucking make it, you know, from a technical standpoint, but like it creates a more visually interesting product. And that's not, yeah, I guess you could say that's subjective, but there's a difference between like subjective and having an uninformed opinion. And it's, I think if you were to tell me that you think it looks better for the Superman revival dialogue scene, you think it looks better to have the fucking characters just flat, one shot of that character, and then the next character flat, one angle of that character, and the next character one flat angle of that character. You're telling me that's more like better, or it doesn't really matter because it does the same thing, then I think that's a very uninformed opinion, because you're not taking into account how much the camera itself plays into the storytelling of it. And that's true for any movie. Like, if you tell me fucking Blade Runner 2049 is fucking boring and long and stupid because there's too many long landscape shots and too many establishing shots, like, okay, then you are not very informed in your film opinions.
Don't you get it?
There's a difference between like subjectivity of art and like actual improvements from a technical standpoint. Like, lack of technique should not be a style. You know what I mean?
True.
You know, you can't excuse your shortcomings and call it your style when you are technically fuck, what am I even trying to say? It's like when you're lacking in technical ability, you can't say that is your style. Like, that is just an excuse.
True. Technical naivety.
Yeah, thank you.
Noni M hit us $2. They said Snyder Cut was way better. There, I said it, and you did.
Simply put, it was. I mean, yes, it's the same like story, broad strokes in general, yes. But the way that it gets you there is way more visually interesting, and you're not feeling like, you know, like you're being rushed through this thing. Like, it's really taking its time to establish different things. Even like the fucking scene with Alfred and Wonder Woman, that was one of my favorite fucking scenes. I thought that was hilarious. Like, not because it's funny, but it's because like it's a really good like character moment.
Yeah.
You know, and that's it. It's just more time living in this world with these characters.
True. The last thing I'll
go back.
Oh, go ahead, Rick.
Matt R is saying that we're defending this film. I'm not defending anything, because to say that I'm defending something is to say that like I'm, you know, taking offense to other people disliking it. You can like or dislike whatever the fuck you want. That's totally fine. But from a technical standpoint, you cannot argue that this movie is in any way inferior.
Or that it's the same thing. It's literally. You can go back and check the receipts, man. I hated the first film. I thought it sucked. I thought the pacing was really weird. I thought the dialogue was so forced. I watched this film and I really enjoyed it. I've said it many times, man. I don't mind being wrong when something good comes of it. Like, I don't mind Todd making us look stupid with like a sick figure release. I don't mind Zack Snyder making me look stupid for thinking that the first one was bad. Like, I don't see what the problem with opening yourself up and changing your perspective. I don't know, man. I don't want to be some grumpy Gus that just fucking hates DC for like just because they're not Marvel or anything like that. I'm just not that kind of person. Or I don't want to be that kind of person, at least. Anybody who tells you that this movie is the same thing, that it's no better than the first, there's just no way. Like, opinions aside, like, there's no way that that's true. There's just no way. There's no way that this is the same thing. It's literally like twice as long.
Listen, like, you could do the same to relate it back to A.C.B.A. one more time. There's plenty of photos that you can describe the same way. Batman hiding behind some barrels in a warehouse about to ambush goons. Okay? You can describe it, and that's the broad strokes of what the scene is. But you could see a shot from somebody like, I don't know, Pharaoh Black, to name drop him, versus, anybody else doing the same thing. And I guess I am bringing it up specifically because there was a particular shot of Pharaoh Black's that was bitten that was like the same fucking angle, same everything. But the Pharaoh Black one was like clearly better from a technical standpoint because he knows what the fuck he's doing. And the other one just felt like amateurish, you know what I mean? And that's, art is subjective, but there are technicalities that are empirically like not subjective. Like, there are just
like Fabio said, you guys can dislike the film all you guys want. You guys don't like Zack Snyder, you guys don't like the vision that he had in mind. That's perfectly fine, but like, don't hate that other people like it. Like,
true.
Who cares, man?
The bookend.
You can hate it all you want, but like, don't shit on other people for enjoying it.
Yeah, to bookend that, like, and Av Frankie in chat was saying, like, so style over substance got you. I mean, I think what we're saying, it's style and substance. Like, it's not one over the other. And then they also say, hold on, this movie wasn't good enough to be the entire subject of the night. Like, to go back off of what you were saying, Rick. Like, I mean, like, I feel like we aren't really spending as much. We're spending the same amount of time talking about this as we were talking about WandaVision like 3 weeks ago, right? Like, I don't know. Like, I feel like we like the movie, and like people. I don't know. I don't think it's a big deal that we're like talking about how much we like this pretty cool movie that we all enjoyed.
And if you don't like it, like we said, like, that's okay. You don't have to fucking like it.
True.
I'm not Zack Snyder. It's not gonna kill me if you don't like the film or anything like that. I'm not crushed or anything like that. It's just like, let people enjoy what they want to enjoy. Like, we all here like the film. Even Boog liked the film before he left. He voiced that opinion. And it's not a big deal that you hate the film, that we like the film. Like, at the end of the world, man, there's just so much. You have to believe what I believe in this community, that it's just it's shitty. We see it all the time because we're moderators in these groups, and we're quote unquote figures in this community, and we just see it much more than you do. We see these people going back and forth, like shitting on things, and it's just man, I gotta get things out somehow. This is our show, damn it.
That's it, dude. I mean, I've been, just kind of gathering my thoughts, like chatting with my roommate and like whoever about it in general. But this is the actual first time that I've like had a big discussion about the film with people, and I love you guys. So, and we're on, we're on similar wavelengths on a lot of these things. And I'm not saying I enjoy this conversation because we're all in agreement, but you guys know what I'm, trying to say, and you guys, knowing me, appreciate my point more than someone who is like, not as informed about film and about like this geek world that we're inhabit,
Yeah, exactly, man. It's like I said earlier, just compared to something else. Like, we're not gonna shit on Todd when he does something good just because we shit on him for something else, or we made a joke about something else. Like when people do things the right way, or how we feel is the way we would want them to be done. Like there's no problem in giving people their props when something is done right, or the way that we would want it to be done. Like, I don't know.
For sure.
Yeah. The only thing that I, will kind of be like harsh on people about is like, if your criticism of it is like, it's too long, or it's not the way I like it, so therefore, or it's not the way I would do it, so therefore I don't like it. Those are two like really uninformed opinions, I'm afraid. Like that is again like saying that Bohemian Rhapsody is a good movie because it has great music. Like, no, it is not. But
Conclusion.
You're allowed to like Bohemian Rhapsody. That's 100% fine. It does have great music, but come on, you can't tell me that it didn't suffer from all this fucking studio, from Queen interference of them wanting to like have the story go a certain way and not feature like the downfall of Freddie Mercury. They romanticized the whole thing. You know what I mean? As opposed to the original intention of it. Honestly, this is all leading me to say I'd like to see the original cut of Bohemian Rhapsody, where it was supposed to be Sacha Baron Cohen, and it was supposed to be a fucking like gritty deep dive into like the darkness of Freddie Mercury and like the real
release the Sasha cut.
Honestly, please release the SBC cut.
Oh, brother. We got two more donations real quick. Miami hit us with $2 again. They said, I want to sequel to the Snyder Cut. Who's with me? We're all with you.
Hell yeah, dude.
Repeat DC hit us with yo, love you guys, A.C.B.A. all day. Hell yeah, man.
What's up, dude?
Hell yeah. But yeah, that's it. I mean, like,
one more thing. I forgot to mention earlier, but I thought it was fucking dope. Mara fucking sucking the blood out of Steppenwolf's face. Come on, that's fucking.
Oh yeah, that was fucking. So sick.
There's a lot of like really cool like displays of power in this film. Really
sure.
tight.
I just call back to 20s display of power.
Like the last thing, like so you just said like to bookend this, like what was like your favorite like display of power in the film? Like was that yours, Fabio?
Overall display of power. I mean, that was a good moment, but I would say, I think, Superman's like got to be up there because that the same thing. It was an established thing that was then called back. Darkseid fucking takes an axe to the shoulder and like he goes running like a bitch with his army. Superman takes a fucking axe to the shoulder from Steppenwolf. Not impressed. Like that entrance of Superman was like so much stronger, and of course, like it was, you Anaheim guys, you'll relate. It's the fucking Shonen Jump arc. It's the fucking Shonen Jump character arc where the main fucking super powerful hero is indisposed for 90% of the fight, and then he comes in at the end and fucking like rallies the troops and they get it done.
Hell yeah. I will say mine is like the final like bit where Flash is like reversing time, and like every step he takes is like he's stepping on like ground that wasn't there a second. Like everything about that was like so cool, and he's like running through like the guts and shit of like Cyborg and Superman. Like it was so tight. Like I don't know, I'm like a huge like Flash stan, so like I loved everything about it. I thought everything about Flash was like so sick.
Oh, you know what? That's another complaint I have. Just so we're not looking like we're just sucking this guy off. Another complaint I have is that I like Poncho, am a huge Flash fan. Like I fucking love Flash. But this Flash is just not Barry Allen.
True. I will say that too.
This is Wally West. Like
sure.
It's not even close. Like Barry Allen is such a stoic, like straight like guy. It's just so different. But I still enjoy this Flash nonetheless. And my favorite display of power was, I said it earlier, was Cyborg. And we see his power. Like nobody, maybe in the comics, but I've never seen in film or in a cartoon or anything like that ever display his power to be something like that.
Yeah.
So powerful like that. Yeah.
The only thing that I can think that comes close to like how impressed I was with how they displayed like his specific power set like on film was like I always talk about this scene in Summer Wars, that anime Summer Wars, which is basically just Digimon the movie, just remade. It's when like he's doing like all the math on the paper, and then like he literally doesn't have any time to like write equations, so he does it like all in his head, and that scene where it's just like the camera just like slowly panning in on him, and you see like his eyes like it's like his pupils like shaking in his eyes and shit. Then he starts getting like a nosebleed and stuff. Like I thought that was like such a really cool like way to illustrate like him doing like hard like math equations like in his brain, and like the mental strain, like the mental toll it takes on like his like physical mind. Like I thought that was like that's like on the same level of how cool I thought like all the cyborg shit was. That's pretty tight.
Yeah.
And to address what Matt R is saying, if you think this is way too much explanation as to why this movie is better, then like I guess like honestly like film analysis just might not be your thing, dude. You might just want to be entertained by a film and not think further as to like why the camera's showing you this or why like things are happening in a film, because these are all like things that you would learn in a film class as to like having the camera show things that characters would otherwise seem, you know, weak for telling you, you know. It's just
but we were more so explaining why we enjoyed it. I mean,
yeah.
We said you guys don't have to like it.
No, that's fine. But like if you think that's why we're on this podcast. This is what our opinions are. In my opinion, happens to come from
this is our job,
the film industry. And I get why these things happen. I don't look at a long panning shot and think, whatever. It's more like, okay, I'm looking at this long panning shot and what is it showing me? Okay, you know? It's because everything that film fucking rule is like everything that's on camera has to be for a reason, you know? If it's on camera, it has to be there for a grander purpose.
Yeah, I subscribe to that as well. That's like whenever I watch a movie and like something like specifically stands out, like if a scene like lingers a little too long and they show like some shit that is kind of out of the ordinary, like I always put that in like a mental bank, and I'm like, all right, tight.
Right.
When I'm saving this for when it's going to show up later in the movie, and then when it doesn't, you're all like, why was that there?
Same thing with for example costume design. Like there was an entire department dedicated to making sure that what someone is wearing on screen at the moment of that shot is in the right place for its purpose. Same with props, all that stuff. So I actually linked it in our chat earlier, Rick, those dunks that I saw on Superman and Lois, which is it's an alright TV show. It's fine.
Yeah.
It's interesting that they did that because I caught it because obviously I like dunks. They're my favorite fucking shoes. And I'm like, oh shit, those are the fucking Black Hornets. But then I'm thinking, okay, well, it's on screen for a reason, right? This wasn't the actor wearing his shoes that day. And they're like, yeah, that's fine. Go with that. A wardrobe designer fucking put him in those shoes, and it plays into the like grander story of even like a fucking CW TV show. They show it for a reason. Those are the fucking Black Sheep Hornets, you know, from the skate shop Black Sheep. That character wearing those shoes is kind of becoming the black sheep of the family. It's all there for a reason. And yeah, it's like you could just call me a fucking pretentious snob for like analyzing that. This is what I fucking do. This is my fucking industry. And I see these things. My girlfriend's a fucking costume designer, so I learn all this shit from her too. It's like, yeah, if it's on screen for a reason, you have to think about what that reason is.
See?
That's it. That is ill.
You guys
she has diatribes like ready to tell me about the Chris Evans sweater from Knives Out. She can't stop talking about it. Chris Evans sweater is like 90% of his character in that movie, and she will tell you exactly why. And I've learned through her that that's why. Like it's just one of those things. Yeah, I could be like, wow, you pretentious costume designer. Like, why should I care about that? No, she has a more informed opinion than me, and I'm gonna take it as like, oh, that's interesting. I didn't think about that. I mean, I guess I'm the asshole, right? All right. No, I'm not saying that. Whatever, man. I think you're to use this term again. I just don't think you're seeing the forest for the trees here. We're talking about the Snyder Cut because it's it's the fucking comic book movie du jour. Like we'd be talking this long about fucking anything else that were this like huge in the geek world.
We talked like almost 2 hours one time about one episode of WandaVision. It isn't even an hour long. Like I don't know.
Yeah, the last thing I'll say is like I feel like we're talking about it so long is because like, you know, as like fans of the DC universe, like we want a cool movie and like we got it. So like we're like stoked to talk about it, you know? So I don't know.
And I've said it so many times on many different episodes, but like just because I didn't like the original iteration doesn't mean I want this to fail. Why would I want the DC universe to start all over again and me have to wait another 10 years for like a Justice League to build? Like, man, I want this shit to succeed, man. I want this to be good because I'm a fan of this shit. I don't want to wait 10 years for some other visionary to like figure it out. Like I want Zack and people and the guys at DC to figure it out now.
Right.
Like, I don't know. You know, I love this shit too much to want it to fail. Like I don't wish for their failure.
Right. I just want to see good movies of this genre in general, and I think this is a fucking good example of a good comic book movie. I think they did a really good job.
And we literally spent a whole segment talking about things that weren't good about it. So we're not just here like sucking this guy off, calling it a perfect film. Like, watch out, Kevin Feige.
It's not a perfect film. Like, let that be the grand scheme of this. Like, it's not a perfect film by any chance, but it is just a night, and it's like incredible, like how much better it could have been originally, and they decided to fucking do what they did.
Yeah.
All right, can we get into? Speaking of DC, we can just get into some Suicide Squad real quick because it's just a trailer. How many hours can we spend on that?
Hey, you guys, back to our regularly scheduled programming. That trailer did nothing for me.
Oh, really?
No.
Yeah,
it did nothing. Right. I think it's all right. Like, it's fine. But, like, I think coming off such a high of, like, you know, Justice League and how much I enjoyed that, I was like, man, dude, this really just kind of seems like, I don't know. Like, I was watching the trailer and I was like, man, this would have really slapped if I was in the 8th grade, dude. Like, and like, there's so much shit about it that like I really want to like enjoy. Like, I said it like a couple of weeks ago. I've been watching like a lot of Rocky lately, so like, I am just like crazy amped for King Shark.
Oh. Excuse me, Rocky 4. What a fucking waste of screen time to have these two buff ass men running on the beach in slow motion. You don't need 2 minutes of that.
Oh no.
No, I guess you don't, but it shows their fucking friendship, and it establishes what a big loss it'll be when Apollo Creed dies, and how far they've come since they were rivals in the first 2 movies. Oh my god.
Well, the secret sauce is just putting hearts on fire as the backtrack to everything, and then the slow motion is fun. Right? But yeah, man, like I don't know. Like, I was watching the trailer and like, I don't know, man. I don't know if it's just that like I'm over like dick humor. Like, so, I mean, like, you know, pause. I just don't know. Like I don't know. There's like I can just really tell that like whoever was cutting the trailer was like, hey man, I got something on my sleeve. It's gonna be this fucking dick joke. And it's gonna be hilarious. And John Cena just talks about like beach full of dicks, and I was like, tight, dude. I mean, yeah, that's funny, I guess, but like the score stopped and like just to deliver the joke, and I was like, all right, cool. You know, I don't know. It looked like I'm excited to like. I'm always excited to watch like comic book media like on film and stuff like that. So I'm excited to see where it'll go. I just like the silver lining for me is like there is no way it can be worse than the first one. There's no way.
Of course not. No, dude.
No way.
And that first one, speaking of fucking filmmakers trying to restore their shit, that original film is getting a push to release the original Ayer cut. Because for people who don't know, they did one version of it, and then they kind of basically scrapped it to go with the tone of one of the trailers that had Bohemian Rhapsody, to fucking mention that song for like the third time in this podcast. They had the trailer that came out, set to a Bohemian Rhapsody, and it fucking slapped. Everybody loved that trailer. So fucking Warner Brothers is like, you know what? Let's get the company that edited that trailer to just edit the whole film.
Oh, great. Fan cameras of Twitter unite.
Yeah.
Yeah. I watched this trailer and I just thought to myself, like, really, you couldn't just have made Idris Elba Deadshot? Had to make him some nobody.
I know, right?
Like, why? Like, nobody cares. You just replaced Batman and Joker. Nobody's gonna care that you're just like, oh, this is Deadshot now. Nobody's gonna be like, well, but what? Nobody's gonna say that. You just hired Robert Pattinson to be Ben Affleck's Batman. Like, come on, man. Jared Leto and fucking Joaquin Phoenix are the Joker at the same time. Like, nobody's gonna scoff at the fact that you just name him like Deadshot. Like, when he's not wearing his Bloodsport helmet, he looks just like Deadshot. He's wearing like the same outfit, just different color. I just watched it and I was like, God, man, like, Bloodsport. Like, oh no, you don't say the Bloodsport. Oh my God.
You could have made it Sportsmaster and it would have, like, I don't know, made more sense. Bloodsport just seems out of nowhere, but I agree. They literally should have just made him Deadshot. Like, who cares?
Yeah, nobody would have cared. You recast everybody already. Like,
give Harley Quinn a line that's like, you look different. Done.
Yeah.
Yeah. Boom.
Iron Man.
Done.
Yeah. Just Iron Man to it. Yeah, basically.
Yeah. And he literally, like, that is Don Cheadle's opening line. He's like, I know it's weird, whatever, let's move on. Whatever he says to Tony Stark in that scene.
Yeah, like, see, things like that, man, would have been perfectly fine. And I also hated that fucking bag of dicks joke.
Yeah.
My hope is that like with pretty much every DC film we've had, that the trailer is nothing like the movie.
Mm-hmm.
Because, I mean, the trailer for the original cut of Justice League was nothing like what we got. Like, literally, like, almost nothing in the trailer was in the film. So I'm kind of hoping it's a kind of like I don't know if it was Fabio or Pancho that said it, where the editor was just like, ooh hoo hoo, the bag of dick jokes is getting right in this trailer.
Right.
Yeah.
It's kind of funny because, like, it's John Cena doing that line, right? And, like, I think somebody saw John Cena in that movie with Amy Schumer, Trainwreck.
Oh, yeah, man.
And they're like, okay, that's the character we want John Cena to play in this.
Yeah. Oh, John Cena is gay jokes? Done. Like, that's what we want. Yeah.
It works for that movie, but, like, I mean, apparently he is kind of the standout character of this because he's already getting his own, like, spin-off.
He's getting a spin-off because I guess the executives, like, saw the early cut of the film and they were like, this guy's awesome.
Right. And speaking of Will Smith, he was actually supposed to be in the nightmare sequence of the Justice League as fucking what's his name, Deathstroke, and he didn't want to come back for that, so they put Manganiello in there as Deathstroke instead.
He didn't want to come back as Deathstroke?
No, Will Smith didn't want to come back as Deadshot for that nightmare sequence. Yeah, so. Because if you saw, like, the original storyboards or whatever that like you said, like, Snyder, like, releases all this shit on Twitter. The original storyboard, that it was that team, but it was Deadshot instead of Deathstroke.
Okay. Pretty cool.
So, but yeah, as far as what's his name, Peacekeeper or whatever, it's like, I just don't want to see John Cena typecast as, like, big buff dude who makes gay jokes. Like, I don't know about that.
Yeah. It's a weird look.
Or who makes, sophomoric dick jokes, let's say.
Sophomoric, yeah. I just, my biggest thing, like, while watching the trailer was, like, I like James Gunn stuff, like, Guardians of the Galaxy was really great, like, I mean, and then, like, he got in all that hot water because of his shit on Twitter. And then I just remember thinking, like, as I was watching the trailer, I was like, yeah, like, please don't make this movie like a big middle finger to, like, that whole situation. Like, like, yeah, you guys trying to get me in trouble with this Twitter shit. Like, I'll make a whole movie like this. Like,
and then he made the bag of dick jokes and you were like, no.
Yeah. And then as far as the King Shark CGI, the Luke Plakaya is saying was bad. It's the first trailer. Like none of the CGI is finalized.
I think what him and like some other people in chat are saying is like the art style of King Shark is bad, just because like he's like a dad, like shark dad.
Yeah, yeah, he looks a little soft, yeah, for sure.
In the TV series, he's horrifying and huge.
Yeah, in the CW,
like, oh man,
that's like obviously everybody's gonna be making that comparison, like this Suicide Squad King Shark versus CW's, and like technically, Suicide Squad's King Shark is technically the better looking King Shark, like on just like from a rendering standpoint and the way he moves and like the way he's rigged and shit. But like, the design of the CW King Shark, I think looks better. But of course, like within the context of Suicide Squad, it looks like he's just going to be it. I'm kind of hoping he's just Harley Quinn King Shark.
Pretty much.
Man, that's exactly what I'm hoping for
from the cartoon. Yeah, dude, hilarious. They should have just gone Ron Funches then.
Yeah, so like if that's the context of his character, then like his character design of him being like chunky and weird, like I'll take that all day. Like that just like fits like perfectly. It's fine. Like I think it's fine.
And you can't deny this cast is like stacked. I mean, this is huge.
Yeah,
I can't believe they got Michael Rooker.
Yeah, Michael Rooker. Come on, man. It's James Gunn. He's got to come.
True.
He's a savant, right? That's his name.
Yeah. Now, how many of these people are gonna die?
Oh man, it's got to be at least like 50%.
Right.
100% that like little weasel character that's played by what's his name?
Sean Gunn.
Yeah, his brother.
Yeah, like 100% that guy's gonna die.
Alan's gonna die for sure. The fucking arm fall off boy or whatever is gonna die. I do like that they brought back Jai Courtney as Captain Boomerang, because I think he was pretty fine in the first Suicide Squad, and I think if it's a James Gunn film like ensemble, he's gonna have some good moments in this one for sure.
Yeah.
I guess if we're comparing it like more directly to Guardians of the Galaxy, who's gonna be the Drax, who's gonna be the Gamora, like you can kind of make some of those parallels as well.
Yeah, and Weasel Gun is gonna be the Rocket Raccoon, I guess.
Yeah, I bet the Polka Dot Man is gonna be. I bet he's gonna be like the low key heart of the film.
Everybody knows that when you look to heart, you look to Polka Dot Man. I'm also surprised that they didn't feature that one guy like pretty much at all in the trailer. What's his name? We gotta look it up. I forget his name, but he was like a big deal that he was in the film. I don't want to get his name wrong.
So Davidson?
What's his damn name? He's that kid. He's pretty young.
The kid from King of Staten Island?
Flula Borg. That guy.
Who's that?
He's Javelin.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
He's like a pretty big deal. Like, the fact that he wasn't featured like pretty much at all in the trailer was pretty surprising.
Yeah, one thing I noticed from the trailer is that there's like two like team shots, and both team shots are completely different people. Like the third team shot has like Javelin and Savant and like the fucking Mongol girl or whatever, and the next team is like the remnants. It seems like fucking Bloodsport and Peacemaker and Harley and King Shark and stuff. So we'll see. I mean, I'm excited for Margot Robbie. Like basically is Harley Quinn at this point, so it's great to see her coming back. And then Joel Kinnaman, who like I think is kind of underrated. Like I think that RoboCop movie kind of ruined him, but I think he's a good straight man. But I like that he's a little more like colorful, I guess, in this one. Like they gave him more of the comic look rather than him just being like generic army guy from the first one.
Yeah, like and trust me, guys, if this movie sucks, I'll tell you that I think it sucks.
Yeah, it definitely has more going for it. That doesn't, that doesn't completely exempt it from the possibility of it being not great.
Yeah, hopeful, but man, if they're just giving, if I'm just watching 2 hours of John Cena making gay jokes, like not gonna fuck with this movie.
All right, so that is the Suicide Squad trailer. Obviously, it's just a trailer, so how much can we really dig into that? Pancho, you haven't seen Falcon and Winter Soldier at all, though, have you?
I saw the first 15 minutes of it. I kept on trying to download it. Like, I downloaded it on my Disney, on like my iPad. Then I would go back to watch it when I had no Wi-Fi, and it would just not work. It would just not play. And I was like, all right, tight. Like, I rationed what little internet access I could get by driving, like, I don't know, like 2 hours out of town or some shit, just to download Falcon and Winter Soldier, and it wouldn't work. So I watched the first 15 minutes while waiting to be seated for breakfast this morning, and I really enjoyed it.
Okay. And what did you think of, what is that? Just the
him
sequence, right?
Yeah, it's like, even he's not done fighting these helicopters yet.
Okay, gotcha.
I will say, you know, it's so funny. Like, as the MCU fleshes out more and more and more, I start to realize it more and more and more. These guys just fucking kill everybody. Like,
I noticed that right away in that scene.
Absolutely no regard for human life.
I even thought that, I mean, I guess he didn't really have gotten this far, but not much of a spoiler to say that I thought they were going to kill fucking George St. Pierre's character, Batroc, you know, from Captain America.
Dude, I thought he was going to die. Yeah, I was like, oh, shit.
Like, oh, don't kill GSP. Come on, man. He's still got to put some dudes in the Superman punch.
Yeah, man, I love GSP. I'm so happy that he brought back, man. I love GSP.
I love when the MCU does that. Like, I never liked that they killed Baron Strucker right away in Age of Ultron. Because, you know, it would have been cool to have him be a recurring kind of background villain, you know, kind of like how in Dark Knight, Scarecrow comes back and he gets taken down in, like, the first opening sequence, you know?
It's true. Well, one could argue that the only reason he was in the third one was because the Joker was unavailable.
Pretty much. He was a little exposed by death.
Killing off any villain is never a good move.
Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah.
Why? Like, why do it? If they don't do it in the comics, why are you doing it in the fucking movies, man?
Nobody could have seen it coming, but I bet now Marvel wishes they'd kept Killmonger around.
For sure. They're so fucking pissed right now.
Hey, man, like...
They're hoping that snap. They're clinging to it. Like, okay, what if in the snap we make it so he comes back? He's from another world, but he's back.
I'm telling you, man, like, they're going to activate their "we didn't see him die on screen" card immediately. Like,
they're gonna end the next movie with, like, Shuri going to a jail cell in Wakanda and going like, "Are you ready to come out?"
That's it. Now tell me where my mother is, basically.
Yeah. Where the fuck is my mama?
Sup, auntie?
Basically.
They're gonna have Storm pull up. Like, where the fuck is the man that almost killed my man that you never saw was my man? You're gonna see, man. They're gonna bring him back. They're just too upset, especially after, like, DC. Like, I don't know if it was DC or if it was Michael. Somebody must have put a rumor out there that he was gonna be the next Superman.
I remember that.
Marvel was quaking in their fucking boots. They're like, Jesus Christ, no. Oh, no.
Well, yeah, you guys talk about Falcon and Winter Soldier. Just message me in the group whenever you want to slide into pickups after this.
Okay. If you want to, like, mute yourself or deafen yourself or something.
Yeah, I'm just going to get up and do some.
All right.
All right, cool.
Well, you, because I've been having to piss since the beginning of the Snyder Cut segment.
Oh, hell yeah.
No, but just kidding.
I want to go piss in the middle of the Snyder Cut segment.
I mean, you're not even seeing the red Solo cup pile up that's around here right now. All right. To get into some Falcon and Winter Soldier. First of all, what a change of pace from WandaVision.
Yeah, it's night and day, Brother Bear. Come on.
Wait, I think Poncho's leaving. I'm gonna Oh shit! There we go.
Wow. They couldn't hear anything you
I'm
said.
so sorry, guys. We didn't even realize that. I'm glad I checked the chat real quick. Yeah, sorry. I deafened Poncho so that like he wouldn't hear us, but I guess that makes it so literally the whole screen can't hear us.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yes. We were literally like.
I remember I heard you guys say that shit.
That's so funny, dude. Okay.
I was like, yo, you guys are being really quiet.
Yo.
Yeah, they thankfully me and Fabio literally went on a random tangent about Stargirl, and we pretty much haven't even talked about the show yet.
Yeah, we didn't. So it actually worked out pretty well.
It works out. We kind of had to stop. We're like, okay, let's stop talking about fucking Stargirl.
Right.
Talk about the show.
Sorry, guys. We were talking about Stargirl, so you didn't miss anything about Falcon and Winter Soldier.
Literally nothing.
Oh, that's hilarious. But anyway, so this show fucking.
All right, I'm gonna take my headphones off. I'm gonna take my headphones off.
It is Falcon and Winter Soldier. It is not Stargirl, and I like. Yeah, tech is quite a challenging thing. Thank you, Brian. I actually didn't know that's how this worked. I thought just like muting you would do that, but not deafening. That's crazy.
That's wild.
So as far as Falcon and Winter Soldier, episode 1 I liked because it's again establishing kind of where these characters have been or where they are now compared to where we last saw them. And so we got, Bucky doing his government mandated rehabilitation, therapy in order to, as a condition of his pardon, which I think is cool that he got a pardon in the first place. Many worse people in real life have gotten pardons for much less with no court mandated therapy sessions and everything. And I thought that was the therapy scene in general. I thought was cool because it's all character moments. Like it's and the camera does a good job of showing that as well, of how like close and intense it is to the therapist and to Bucky's face. And he has that nice moment of like, I'm free to do what? Like he's literally like a soldier without a war now. Like he's been fighting for like 100 years or whatever. And now he's like working on his transition away from that. But, no matter how much they pull you out, or you try to get out, they pull you back in. And now he's like willfully like jumping into this fight with Sam in episode 2.
Yeah.
And then Falcon, he's trying to help his sister. He's been gone for this time, and the sister's been kind of like picking up the slack at home and in Louisiana. And like, she's trying to keep the family business afloat, literally, because, it's a boat. And she's trying to sell the family boat that is named after their parents. And Falcon's like, yo, you can't do that. Let's go get a loan. And then, we get that nice moment of like, this, I guess, kind of awkward moment too, of like, the Falcon is like, for all intents and purposes, a celebrity, and he still can't get a bank loan because.
And we also kind of find out that like, poor fucks don't make any money.
No, it's all goodwill.
It's all goodwill, and I guess it makes sense because like they all live at Stark facilities, like they're pressed for rent or like dinner. They get fed. I'm sure at the Avengers compound or whatever it may be. Like, it does make sense. Like, why are you going to pay somebody that doesn't have rent, doesn't need to pay for meals because Tony pays for the meals? Like, yeah, that's fucked up.
And it's also like I like how it kind of highlights the kind of like systemic problems with like, the banking system as well, in terms of like, you're kind of set up to fail in terms of, I'm trying to, get this loan, but you don't have any credit for the last 5 years. So it's going to be tough for us to do that. It's like, bro, I literally didn't exist for 5 years. Like all of that notwithstanding, but it also ties into the overall plot of what the Flag Smashers are trying to do. This kind of like, I guess they're like a terrorist organization, but they consider themselves like freedom fighters, and they're trying to fight for, I heard it explained a little better than I think the show explained it, but it's basically why I think it explained better in episode 2. But at first I was like, what the fuck are these people up to? They want everyone to like be dead for 5 years again. Like I didn't quite understand that, but then it does a better job of explaining that later on.
Yeah, the second episode does a better job.
Yeah, and it's like the systems in place to help the people who have returned from the blip are benefiting them way more than taking care of the people who have been there the whole time. They're kind of being forgotten about themselves. So that makes a little more sense than just like, no, this world was better when the population was halved. What? No, that doesn't make quite as much sense.
Yeah.
And then, I mean, there's a lot of like really interesting like breadcrumbs kind of thrown around that I love that are gonna, you know, get picked up on a little bit later. The power broker gets name dropped in episode 2 as well, which is a big deal. We kind of learn about how the Flag Smashers are like, you know, it seems like they're taking these vaccines and everything, but the fact that they're all super soldiers kind of like calls that into question, because it's like, where did they get all that, and is it really vaccines? You know, what are they really like smuggling?
This show is literally just a movie every episode. It's honestly like crazy just how well done this show is, because it really is like I watch a movie every week. Like that was one of the downsides of WandaVision, is that the show was really short. So it felt like a 30-minute, like, you know, it felt very one and done. And this show is just it's unreal. When they say that the budget for this show was through the roof, I fucking believe it, man.
Right? Honestly.
Every episode is like a fucking movie. And it's not even just like the effects or the fighting or whatever it may be, like the moments where like Sam with the police, like them at Isaiah's house, like Sam at the fucking bank, like, you know, like those moments, like Jesus Christ, man. Bucky with the old man, you know, whatever it may be.
Yeah, that was definitely one of the best aspects of the first episode, that I was like, oh shit, man, like the show is like really tackling some shit. I love the scene when Bucky is like on the date, you know, like a small character scene like that, but it's like I love the way he like acts it too. You like, Bucky is that weird nervous smile that he makes when he's like, oh, I'm 106, and she laughs and he's like, oh yeah,
like I'm really fucking 106. Like I just man, I just love the themes for this show, you know. This show is all about, you know, self-forgiveness and, you know, and self-worth, and it's man, it's been
and
really
legacy
good so far.
They do a really good job of in the first scene, you know, when Sam is like giving the shield to the Smithsonian and everything, and he has that walk and talk with Don Cheadle, with War Machine. It's kind of cool because both of them are now kind of these legacy heroes, you know. Sam, you know, or I guess to start, Don Cheadle, War Machine, is like the next generation Iron Man now that Tony Stark is gone, and now that Steve is gone, Falcon is supposed to be the heir to the shield, and he turns that down, you know. And it's I understand his motivations for doing so, because he, you know, doesn't feel worthy, and it's like that's understandable and everything. But then, like, to slap him in the face at the end of it when the U.S. government just like fucking rebrands Captain America under his nose is like you can feel that, like, it fucking sucks. Like, he was actually chosen to be Captain America. And then that really comes full circle in the therapy scene in episode 2, when Bucky like fully says, like, listen, you gave up the shield, and that sucks, because if you think that Steve was wrong about you, then it means that Steve was wrong about me, and the fact that, you know, he could be redeemed and everything. And I'm like, oh yeah, that actually does hit hard. And that, like, I think Sebastian Stan is like fucking killing it in this one. I love that they also like call him out for just staring at people all the time.
Yeah, and man, it's just like watching this movie, I'm just like, Jesus Christ, man, these two's chemistry is unreal.
Mm-hmm.
And it's funny when you see them doing press tours for like Infinity War and for Endgame. They pretty much paired them together for most of their press runs, and it's just like, Jesus Christ, man, these guys are they're too good together, man. So good, this series.
Yeah, I mean, it's hilarious to think that, you know, this whole chemistry was born out of that scene in Civil War where it's, you know, them in the car. Can you move your seat up? No. Amazing. It feels like a real natural extension of that. And I think the show is doing a good job of not only setting them up to like be at odds, and that's why they kind of clash, even though they have that chemistry and they get along through Steve. You know, they're both mutual friends of Steve, and they're gonna get along and like overcome their differences because of that. But it also does a good job of saying, like, you know, yeah, we're gonna do this, and then afterwards we can go our separate ways. Like, that's cool. It's doing a good job of showing that they're not like friends. They're basically coworkers, and they're just gonna have to like get over this to get the job done.
Absolutely, man.
I also really liked, well, to talk about, you know, Captain America, John Walker. One of the things that I really caught on to him that I enjoyed, and even though he's a fucking goober and he's got that dumb, you know, up old guy smile, you know, in that first scene that we see him in the first episode. But I think this second episode does a really, really good job of showing him at first really like kind of feeling the same thing that Falcon does in terms of like, I don't know if I'm ready, you know, I don't know if I'm worthy. And, you know, his sidekick, partner guy, whatever, Hoskins is like, nah, man, this is the job. Like, you got to go out and kiss babies and shake hands. That's the job. And then he's like, yeah, okay, it's the job. You know, he's a soldier. He knows how to do the job. And I think this episode, episode 2, is setting up his downfall like pretty well, because you start to see like even though he's like peak human condition soldier, he was chosen for this because he's got more Medal of Honors than everybody else. He's the top fucking soldier. He's still no match for super soldiers, you know? Yeah. So when you know, they get their ass kicked on that truck sequence in episode 2, and by the way, he's actually really good with the shield too. That's another thing I noticed. He's
that was crazy. He was really good with the shield.
He fucking, you know, throws the shield and catches his friend falling off the truck. I thought that was really cool. But he still gets his ass kicked. And in you know, he gets knocked onto that car back there, and you start to see like kind of the gears turning of like, oh fuck, I'm not enough, you know. And I think that's doing a good job of setting up his motivation for potentially like going down the wrong path to become more powerful. And another thing, to get fucking film snobby like you people fucking hate, I guess, just kidding. But one thing I noticed in his character design from the first scene we see him into the last scene that we see him, he is all clean shaven and looking good for his Good Morning America appearance and like, you know, super clean cut and everything. But every scene that we see him further on, he has more and more stubble. So he's not like the super clean cut guy. He's kind of like letting it go, and you start to see that transition. Seems like a small, simple, missable thing, but the fact that it is consistent and shown to us throughout the show is important.
Yeah, and also really like the fact that like he's really trying to play it like Falcon and Winter Soldier need him, but it's totally the other way around.
Yeah,
he was saying that the super soldiers were kicking their ass, but like they were doing a much better job than fucking US Agent did.
Yeah,
they were doing way, but like he's talking shit to them, but they were doing a way better job than fucking than fucking Cap and whatever Star. What's his sidekick's name? Something Star.
Battlestar, yeah.
Battlestar, yeah. I just didn't want to fuck that up. Yeah, Battlestar, yeah. I can't fucking wait for this, because like you said, it's very obviously setting up, you know, the path to power, and it's going to contrast too, because you know, Falcon is searching for belief in himself and self-worth, and he's obviously going to take the complete opposite path that US Agent is going to take.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. As far as Expanding Maine says that we're off base here, that it's not that he doesn't feel Sam, it's not that he doesn't feel worthy, it's that he wants to make his own way. I mean, that's what he thinks. But I don't know. I think the show
I don't think it's come off like that.
No.
Oh yeah, I don't think it's come off that way.
I don't think he's refusing the shield because he's specifically, I don't want to be Captain America, I want to be Falcon. It's like, no, Steve chose me to be Captain America, to carry literally this shield for him. But I don't feel like I'm that guy. I can't be that guy, you know? And that's, Papa Sergio is making fun of me a little bit. Yeah, the beard thing. Yeah, he's slowly turning into Red Guardian. Like, I know you're joking, but like, no, it is that kind of small little bit of character design. And even like his collar starts coming more undone, like the further we see him in the scene. Like, he's, again, first time we see him, Good Morning America in front of the camera, smiling, signing action figures. clean cut. You know, the costume is all tied up. But then as we see him more and more, you know, his collar is undone. He starts growing more stubble. And then by the last time we see him, when he's like, stay out of my way, he's like, you know, the way the light is catching him and showing that stubble is like, you know, he's just kind of like letting it go. You know, he's not. Steve was always clean cut up until we saw him as, you know, bearded Steve altogether. But like, it is that slow transition. I'm not saying he's going to have a full beard by the end of it, but it goes to show that he's not this behind the scenes when the cameras aren't rolling. He's not this clean cut guy. You know, when not under that visual scrutiny, he kind of, you know, is a little more loose.
That's interesting that guy said that. Like, feel free to tell us what made you believe that, like, it's just him wanting to make his own way and not feeling like he doesn't live up to Captain America.
Mm-hmm.
Feel like I might have missed some shit. Like, fuck, man. Feel free to let us know. But I didn't interpret it that way at all. And like I said earlier, it's kind of like the way I interpreted it, at least, was that, like, you know, it's kind of like U.S. Agent feels the same way Falcon does, but they're both going to take completely different approaches to reaching
right
what their conclusion will be.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. Let us know. You know, what did I miss? You know,
I think you're onto something there, because it's like U.S. Agent, and, you know, John Walker also doesn't feel worthy of it, but he's going to do this to make himself feel worthy, or to, you know, be worthy of it. And Sam is doing the opposite way, and is going to like backtrack or like have a backdoor way of arriving at that same conclusion, but without, you know, sacrificing his morals for it.
Yeah, not needing to, like, obviously have some sort of supplement.
Mm-hmm.
There's no cheat codes in the future for Sam, I don't believe.
Yeah, I don't know if Sam will, you know, go through any kind of like super soldiering, but it is interesting that they're this early on in his first appearance. And again, if it's shown on screen for a reason, it's because it's if it's lingering on the shot of him, you know, getting his ass kicked, John Walker getting kicked off the truck, and then it's lingering as the truck is like walking, as the truck is driving away. You see John Walker, his, you know, the actor's job is to portray the subtext of that scene, which is like, oh shit, I'm not enough, you know?
I don't think that character has ever experienced failing in that way.
Right. So I think the power broker is obviously going to be like a big thing. And I guess we didn't even, like, we kind of touched on it, but the whole Isaiah Bradley thing was like a fascinating scene, because it really goes to show that like buried history of the Captain America legacy as well. And I don't know how much, you know, I'm not a comics expert. Of course, Brian Carter will correct us if anything goes wrong. But it's cool that they are touching on stuff from the comics, but introducing it in a way that makes sense for this show and for this universe. And I liked the Winter Soldier kind of being that through line, or like, you know, while Steve was frozen and all this time, like the Winter Soldier was like operating, you know, in select time periods and everything. And of course, there's that flashback scene where he kills the old Japanese guy's son and everything. And then as part of his like list of amends, he's like befriended the dad, and, you know, it's cool. That's all stuff that is being set up early, and I can't wait to see how that's gonna like play out. Like if Isaiah Bradley is like fucking fuming to see the Winter Soldier and is like, get the fuck out, I just wanted to see, like, you know, if you still had that arm because I kicked your ass or whatever, and you know, kind of given that quick history, it makes me wonder how that's going to parallel with the Japanese guy, because same kind of thing, a person that the Winter Soldier in some way affected their life, now he's come back to make these amends, and it'll be interesting to see if the reaction contrasts with Isaiah, or if it kind of follows the same path. I personally think he'll probably find a way to forgive him, you know, and
it definitely seems that way.
That'll be like a big Winter Soldier redemption moment, more than him just like putting away a Hydra related senator, you know.
Yeah.
Let's see. Plastic Thunder says, not gonna lie, for accuracy, we should see something vaguely racist from U.S. Agent at some point. Yeah, that would be fun. I mean, he's got a black best friend, so there's no way he could be racist. And
there's no way. I have plenty of black friends.
Right, he's right here. I love that. That's what the U.S. government does to like create a new Captain America. Is like, all right, we got to give him the shield, we got to give him the uniform, we got to give him the black best friend. That's Captain America. It's like, all right, come on.
Battlestar, you're in.
And I like that his, in costume design terms, I like that his body armor has like a star motif kind of like patterned into it.
Yeah, that's pretty dope too.
Just that cute little, cheeky thing. And then of course they get all pissed off when he's like, I didn't know Steve, but he was like a brother to me. And you're just like, oh
my god, yeah, that line was the worst. He was like a brother to me.
Right? And it's just like, whatever. And then what's your name? Battlestar? Battlestar, stop the car.
Stop the car.
That was great. John Papa Sergio brings up a good point. What if Samuel Stern is the power broker? We haven't seen him since the Incredible Hulk. The leader. That'd be interesting. That'd be a fun fucking cameo, right?
Yeah, that would be interesting. Surprised we haven't seen what's his name? What's that guy? What's that general's name that like?
Oh, General Ross.
General Ross. There we go. Cause fucking Red Hulk. I wonder where he's at.
Yeah,
that seemed like something that would tie in, a search for power kind of thing.
Yeah, I think it was like, I don't know. That's interesting for sure. I want to. Obviously, like, it's not even like a long show. I think it's only like 6 episodes or something. So we're gonna be at the halfway point this week.
It makes sense because every episode is almost an hour. They're like 50 minutes or something like
that. Anything else? Any final thoughts? Anything you don't like about the show so far?
I don't like the actor that was picked for U.S. Agent, but maybe we're not supposed to like him. I think the actor was not a good pick. I just think that he's like just not a good pick.
He's just smarmy as fuck.
Yeah, and like, I mean, maybe that's the point. Like, and if that is the point, then I guess they did their job. But like, I don't like that actor like in any way, pretty much. That's like my biggest complaint, I would say. Everything else I've really liked. Like, I really love the fact that fucking that we saw War Machine, man. Like, it's just tying everything together like that, man. Fucking awesome.
I think, I mean, repeat DC. I mean, I guess General Ross could be the power broker too. I mean, he's the one who gave Blonsky the super soldier serum in Incredible Hulk. But I don't know, man. The show definitely has seeds, but I don't want to like get into fucking crazy speculation territory either and end up fucking WandaVision status,
We all learned our lesson with WandaVision. Like, the more we take like a step back, just not like overly like throw things out there and then not get what we want, the better.
I think that's as far as stuff I don't like. I mean, I'm not saying that I don't not like anything. I'm just trying to think of what if anything like stuck out to me in particular. I mean, the action scenes I think are like really, really good in this show. Really, really well done. The flight scene in the first one are really good, and that truck battle is really good too. And it has good parallels to like actual Steve Rogers doing like the truck battle. Like, there's a moment in one of the movies where he also gets kicked off of a truck and onto the hood of a car behind it. Yeah,
man, this is literally a movie every damn week.
Yeah,
it's great.
I guess one thing I didn't like that I'm thinking of is in that truck sequence, though, when Bucky breaks into the back of that van, in the back of that truck, there's another truck behind him. So it's not like he's breaking into like the back door of the final truck, right? He's in the middle truck. So the truck behind him should see that he just fucking broke into that truck and everything should come to a dead stop. And
that was really weird. When he broke in, I was expecting like, oh, guys are gonna like, hey asshole, what the fuck are you doing in my damn truck? He broke into the truck and then like nobody said anything. It's like, yep, there's a guy in the truck now with fucking leader girl.
Mm-hmm. And I think she's making she's technically the leader, but I think the show is kind of burying the lead on that right now.
Yeah.
Maybe she'll become de facto leader, because right now I don't know if they have any leader. It kind of seems like they're just a group. But it's gonna be interesting. I mean, there's definitely like a lot of potential for this to set up like the wider, Marvel universe. Obviously, we're getting, the Young Avengers at some point. Like everything in this phase has set that up, and now we have Eli, who's Patriot in the comics. It just, I just don't want to like speculate too much and like throw shit out there and like be disappointed. But as far as cameos like Samuel Stearns and General Ross, it makes sense. I would like to see it, but I can't definitively say this is who it will be. Like we have the seeds that will we're planting the seeds now that will definitely be General Ross or Samuel Stearns. I would like to see it. Samuel Stearns would be a really, really good callback. Like Jamichael's saying, having him be the power broker would be great, because he was the last person we saw on screen, at least, messing with the super soldier serum when he was, making the abomination. And then he had it on himself. So I don't know if anyone could replicate a version of the super soldier serum, it would be a dude who is hyper intelligent because of the super soldier serum, or a version of it, or what is it, Banner's blood or whatever that got into his brain.
Yeah, we're definitely headed in the right direction. I mean, fucking Power Broker could be fucking no one. Could be just fucking random person from the comic books, but interesting to think about, man. I like where it's going.
Also, I think, I mean, I guess I said this, but I think Sebastian Stan is like killing it. Like he is clearly like the quiet one, like the one with technically the least dialogue, let's say, but he is acting his fucking ass off. That
guy's such a fucking incredible actor.
Mm-hmm.
You ever heard of the show Once Upon a Time?
I've heard of it. Yeah, it was like a network show, right?
Yeah, man, there was one episode it was all about him, and it was fucking incredible. His acting was just unreal. And in that moment, when he was cast as Bucky, I was like, oh my God, this is the fucking Mad Hatter. Like his episode was really good. Like he's an incredible actor, man.
All right.
Sign me up for recasting him as young Luke.
Any final thoughts? Shit, I don't know. I mean, it's 2 episodes, so it's my favorite thing so far is definitely the establishing of the downfall of U.S. Agent, Captain America, John Walker, and I like Bucky's redemption arc. Those are 2, I think, really strong beats. Falcon, it is his show too. I guess if there's one fault is maybe he's kind of struggling with an arc so far. Just from what we've seen so far, like we know his family thing, but that didn't really come into play in episode 2. Episode 2 was like all about the mission stuff, and episode 2 didn't really deal with his home family stuff that episode 1 dealt with. It didn't like pick up on that anymore.
Yeah, I'm kind of hoping that the balance of that is better in the next episode. Like the first episode did a better job with Falcon. I think the second episode did a better job with Bucky. I'm kind of hoping that now that they've both interacted on screen,
mm-hmm.
And that they've both had their time together, that now that the next episode will do a better job of
mm-hmm.
being able to balance out their arcs.
I guess to pick one thing that I caught that I was like, oh, that could have been better done, as well, was the moment when Falcon and Bucky are talking about going to see Zemo or whatever, and Falcon, whatever conversation they're having is already implying that that's who it's going to be, and I didn't like that scene ended with, we're going to go see Zemo, and then Zemo's music kicks in and we get the establishing shots of the prison and everything. I should have just been like, they didn't have to specifically say, we got to go see Zemo. It should have just been kind of the subtext of that, and then immediately it cuts to the music and the establishing shots, and then it's revealed that it's Zemo.
Yeah.
But,
they didn't need to say his name.
Yeah, no. That was for us, the audience, but come on, like, we know. That was a little a little beat over the head. All right, that's it. That's final thoughts. That's it. It's a good show. Can't wait to see where it goes. Poncho, are you there? I guess we got to message him.
We have to message him. He's not. He's there, but he's not there.
All right, I just messaged him. All right, let's get some of these comments here. Let's see. I know we had a super chat earlier that we did not address, so I apologize for that. Let me get to it right now. Plastic Thunder, $5. He says, if I ever see Zack Snyder in real life, I'm giving that man a straight-up handshake out of respect for persevering until the world saw his vision.
Hell yeah.
If nothing else, I agree. I think I don't want to go up to him as a DC fanboy and be like, you save the DC universe. I want to, out of respect, also tell him, like, you know what? I'm glad that you got to do this. Like, fine, you know, you got to do right by what you intended, and it's appreciated.
Sick.
All right. Cool. That was final super chat. Sorry about that. We can wrap us out of here now.
You guys want to do pickups real quick?
Oh yeah, we can pick up. Yeah. I'm pretty light, so I won't take long.
Not.
I mean, you should just plug your stream from earlier because that's got all your pickups, right?
It does. Yeah, I can share a picture real quick.
Yeah.
In the group chat, you can bring it up. You guys do your pickups first. I guess I'll wrap up.
All right. Rick, why don't you go first? Because I think I got to grab something.
Let me think. Dude, I don't think I've bought any sort of figure. Oh, this is something else, man. I don't think I've bought any sort of figure. There's just nothing out right now. Like, try to think of a toy that just came out that everybody's hunting for. Like, you got it. Like the X-Men wave, boom, knock that out. Bam. Oh, no, I'm lying. I did find something. I found RC, the Transformers RED line, the Walmart line.
Oh, nice.
That figure's great. But if there's not more figures from Transformers Prime, then it's useless and worthless. It's like that Cheetor, man. There better be more figures to go with that fucking Cheetor from the RED line. Like, and if there isn't, then what a fucking waste. Like, okay, cool. One Cheetor, one RC, but where's everybody else?
Yeah, I actually really like that you got the red Cheetor because I think it is actually a better representation of like robot Cheetor than any like transforming Transformer.
Yeah, man, people like David Wallen, like if David Wallen's listening to this, he's gonna like throw holy water at the screen. Like, to me, man, like, get the fuck out of here. Like, no, you're not gonna be transforming your figure all the damn time. Just give me a super articulated, like, clean, accurate robot mode, and I'll be happy. Like, I mean, I love Transformers. I have so many of them. I literally have like almost every single masterpiece. You know, don't get me wrong, I love Transformers. And I know it's kind of like against the point of Transformers for them not to transform, but we've had plenty versions where they transform. We've had like almost no versions of them where they're like hyper articulated and they don't transform. So I like it. I like the idea. Still not perfect. Like, I'm sure Poncho will tell you I'm sure there's some things wrong with that Cheetor. It's not perfect, but I like where they're headed.
You like where their head's at, huh?
Exactly. Where's your head at?
Man, so Poncho, you got a lot of stuff, man.
I sure did. I want to zoom out a little bit just so it fills out. I guess I know it's kind of.
I put it in a new tab, but it didn't.
Just do control and then scroll wheel up.
Okay, all right.
All right, okay. Yeah, I got a bunch of shit. So let's go from, I don't know, top right or top left.
Yeah.
So I got Bob Ross. I found Bob Ross in Target today. I'm pretty stoked about that. Hell yeah. I was like concerned because like when he initially came out, I don't even think I was in the States. So like and I kept on trying to find him at retail, but he was just like sold out no matter what.
Right.
So
yeah, that one went hot. Everybody wanted that Bob Ross for any reason.
Hell yeah. I mean, I love the sound of painting for sure. And I just want to like shoot Bob Ross or pose Bob Ross in like, martial art poses. I think it'd be sick. Anyway, big shout out to Plastic Thunder in chat. He hooked me up with a really great price for this Hulkbuster Mark II. really nice. I will say that like the Hulk Collection Mark II is like way worse than the Mark One, just in terms of like build quality and like paint quality. Like the Mark One like really feels like a true like marriage of like Solo Chogokin and like SH Figure Arts, where this just feels like where SH Figure Arts was all like, I mean, I guess I can try and recall what it was like to work with Solo Chogokin. It's pretty weird. And then there at the bottom is probably my favorite thing. I got the new iPad Air 4 right before we left for Colorado, and I gave my wife my old iPad.
Nice.
And like this thing rules. And then up top you can see I got the Magic Keyboard too. I love this thing, dude. Like it's so cool. Like I'm just like obsessed with watching like iPad Air 4 videos now, like cool accessories to get for it and shit like that. I got like I like reset my whole like bag situation. Like I bought a new bag and all that shit. Like it's just dumb shit.
You upended your life for this fucking iPad, huh?
Basically, it's cool, man. Like productivity is like way better on it. Like I'm like reinvigorated to like do all my like planning and scheduling on it and stuff. And like of course it choose through all these like 3D sculpting programs and stuff that the old iPad that I had was kind of chugging through when it got to like when it got to the point where I was like upping the polygon count on some of these models and stuff like that. So it's really fun to use. And then the second row from bottom to top, I got super into like beast boxes. They're like these transforming like robotic animal things. They're really cool.
Shut the fuck up. Don't you dare bring up beast boxes, man. They're the coolest fucking thing to ever exist. You have the penguin one?
No, I don't have the penguin one. I don't have that one. The penguin one
is 4 penguins coming together into the cube, but then you separate them and they're 4 little robot penguins.
Oh shit! I did not know that there were 4 separate penguins. Now I might have to fuck with it.
Dude, oh my god, Beast Box is so cool. Man, I wish you could see the smile on my face, man. I fucking love Beast Box. They have their own booth at Comic-Con.
Do they really?
Sick. Dude, yeah, and they have exclusive Comic-Con Beast Box every year. It's fucking tight, man.
Well, you know me, I'm not that big of a Transformers head, so pray tell, why am I fucking with Beast Boxes? It's so I can have them scrap with all my Mega Man figures, because it's like they were made for that shit.
Yeah, man, there's so many of them, and they're fun as fuck, man.
So like,
sick.
I'm super excited about it. I got the alligator, I got the red shark, I got like the turtle, and then I got the gorilla, and then I got the crawfish, and then I got the spider. So I'm really stoked about that stuff for sure.
Yeah, man, those things are so fucking sick. I didn't even notice that they were in that picture. Man, if I could, I would stand in a room full of people and start slow clapping. I cannot believe somebody else here fucks with Beast Box, man. Those figures are so tight.
Hell yeah.
They fit back in their little boxes and you can stack them. I swear to God, man. I wish Brian was here. Brian, I'm sure you know Brian.
Yeah.
Shout out to Brian. I love Brian. When I was buying them, for the first time I was introduced to them, I was buying them. I was taking them out of their package. I was stacking the clear boxes on top of each other. Like, oh man, this reminds me of Poncho's room setup. There's little boxes all stacked up. Reminds me of Poncho, man.
Yeah,
that's gold.
Yeah, man, those things are sick.
Gold. Yeah, so I got those. I got those up above those. You can see that I have like these little cat like weapon, this cat weapon pack that was kind of like making rounds.
Yeah, that's pretty hilarious.
For a while, I got 2 of them, so like people could like fight each other.
Naturally.
I got like the Muppets like old man set. I had no idea that came with the actual balcony too. I thought it was
Stanley and Waldorf comes with a balcony, man.
I had no idea the balcony was there. Like
baby.
I unboxed this thing and I was like, yeah, what the fuck? The balcony too? Holy cow, it's unreal. So I was messing with that, and then right below that I got the Mega Man X, the new Kotobukiya kit. Pretty stoked about that. And then I got Redline Cheetor. I think it's really cool. The ab crunch is a little strange to me, just because like his face, the kibble for his. Would you even call it kibble if he doesn't even transform? Whatever. But like his face like doesn't. It like hinders like the forward crunch a little bit. So it's whatever. I got the SHF Bardock.
Bardock Obama.
Yeah, exactly. I got Battle Damage Jiren. He was on sale at GameStop for like $45 or $44 last week. So I picked him up. I got Jace. I got Vegito. I got 2 Zamasus. And then I got the Kong Studio like Whis outfit Goku, which is pretty tight. It's just like the Whis outfit, but on a 2.0 body. And then those Office Lego figures were like $3 they were on clearance for like $3 at Target. So I grabbed that. I got like the Mythic Legions, like Skull Dude. And then I got like this, Samurai Armor Goku figure, which is pretty tight. Fabio, did a great service and hooked me up with a seller who was selling this Batman figure. Did you know that he put a Batmobile in there too?
Oh yeah, he showed me. Yeah, he sent me a little sneak peek, because I guess he does that when he sells shit, and he's like, well, since it's not going to you, I'll just show you. But I didn't want to ruin that surprise.
That's pretty cool, man. I don't know if I own that Batmobile already, because like I was like on a huge Batmobile kick like a couple of years ago.
Yeah. So
I was picking up like a ton. So if I do have it, do you want it? I'll ship it to you.
If you have it, sure, yeah.
Okay.
I'll fuck with it. Hell yeah.
I'll double check. And
that was the dude who I got that from. That's Dean_the collector on Instagram. He's another like pretty like prolific Mezco guy. I think he was one of the original winners of the Gold Gomez like last year.
Oh, sick!
Before it went out for sale. So he's been like huge on the brand since then. And yeah, he was letting it go for 100. So I'm like, yeah, fuck it. I mean, Poncho's been looking for it. Let's do it.
That's a great
Do
brand.
be collecting.
Mm-hmm.
Do be collecting. That's true.
Shout out to Dean, man, and yeah, big ups to him for throwing that in.
Hell yeah, dude. And then there's like my other Zamasu right there. And then I got Plunderlings too, and I just opened one of them, and like these things are pretty sick, dude.
Yeah, dude, that's what I've heard.
Like
Kevin Alpha, toying around will go nuts talking about those.
Oh yeah, like you hear the same shit every single time somebody talks about Plunderlings. Like the photos that you see on the internet, like, do not do it justice at all. Like the photos that you see really make it look like no offense to like the art style or anything like that, but like just the way the plastic and paint, shout out plastic paint, photograph, like really makes it seem like a Fisher Price type of deal or some shit like that. But like when you see it in person, like the matte of the paint is really nice, and then like the eyes are like a little glossy, and like the fingernails are a little glossy, and it's just really nice. And like they're solid little figures too, and they're just really cool, dude. I think these are really tight. I don't know if I'm going to go ahead and like get like a ton more, but I definitely would like, just a couple here or there, like a couple of blank bodies. Like I'm super stoked to be like, I'm going to try and like sculpt like cool heads for him too. So that's pretty tight. And then I got, like, you can see right there in the middle, like this old ass looking notebook. I was at like a Earthbound store. We have Earthbound here in Charleston, and like the only time I go to it is like me and my sister used to go a lot, but we were in Colorado. There's an Earthbound there, and she hasn't been to an Earthbound like forever. So like
Earthbound?
Earthbound is like a store where they sell like holistic lifestyle type of shit. So like Buddha statues and like incense and shit like that.
Healing crystals.
Yeah, healing crystals, all sorts of shit like that. It's pretty tight. But it's more like commercialized, I guess. Like it's like a bunch of products are there, It's pretty interesting. But I was about to buy one of those like journals like that in Colorado, but then I was like, these things are kind of like big. I don't really like have any room to like put it, so I kind of just let it go. But then I found it on Amazon, so I was like, all right, tight. And it's just like a leather bound journal with like really old ass looking pages made from like really thick. It's almost like they're made out of like old khaki. You guys ever do like the experiment in school where you make paper out of like old jeans and shit like that, or old denim?
Absolutely, man.
So like it's like that. And I thought it'd be cool to have like a journal like that and like do all my notes and shit for like work in it or something like that, and I can just like, I don't know, toss it in the woods and have somebody find it like 10 years from now and go like, what the fuck is this?
What does this mean? What does this mean?
So yeah, that's basically it. This is like my pile of loot and like maybe a couple of packages.
Did you talk about those Office Lego sets?
Yeah, they were just on clearance at Target for like $3.
That's funny. And did you get this Mythic Legions on like the sale, or this is all BBTS, right?
Yeah, everything here except for the iPad, the notebook, the Batman you sent me, that Samurai Armor Goku, and the Hulkbuster and Bob Ross. That's all BBTS.
Okay. Yeah, because I know Mythic Legions like just had a sale, like an in-stock sale this past weekend, and everything sold out in like a minute.
Oh, really? Holy shit.
Yeah. It was like, hey, we found some stuff in the warehouse. Here it goes. Oh, there it goes. It was like rare stuff too. Like they had one of like the Eagle guys from like the Gothmetropolis Ravens.
Oh,
they
hell
had like one of those, which are like kind of like a spin-off Mythic Legions too.
I had
Gothmetropolis was sick. Gothmetropolis was first.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I had all of those at one point. And then I saw they were going for like, $2 each, and I was like, I'd be dumb not to sell this.
Mythic Legions do be like that.
Truly.
It do be like that.
It do be like that.
Oh my god.
Whoa.
Cowbell. All right.
Bye.
I got a very small haul. It's weird because I remember we were talking about the Mezco big drop, the Slugfest drop, and all that stuff on the 18th with like the Black Skulls. So when that happened, what I did is I made 2 orders basically because I wanted to like get my cart through as quick as possible for the Black Skulls to lock those in. So I did 1 order of my 3 plus my free one, and that was 1 order. Then I went back and did another order of the challenge, the Hazard Squad challenge coin set, which I guess I could grab and show in a sec. The blank flight stands, the ninja weapons, and the soft goods kit.
Mm-hmm.
So that was my second order was those 4, and the soft goods kit is like a pre-order, so that's not coming out for like another month. But the other 3 items were in stock, ready to ship. All 3 of them got shipped as different packages.
Oh no!
One day I got the challenge coin set, and then another day, like consecutive days of delivery. Then I got the stand set, which is pretty cool. And I got it's literally just the blank stand, just black, stands with the clear, or black bases with the clear like stands on them.
Mm-hmm.
But I got it because I have like a couple of Mezco customs that like I am hesitant to like put in my Detolf display because the base that I would be displaying them on would be like inaccurate. Like for example, I have a black manta that I made out of Diabolic, so I would use the Diabolic base to like display it, and that would just bother the shit out of me. So I don't display it for that. So I got the blank stands, and I ordered some decal, like a black manta decal to like put on it, so that I can display my custom on there. More comfortable for my OCD. And then I got the ninja weapons pack too. I got 2 of them, and they come in like a really small like tray. Look how thin this is.
Holy shit!
But it's all the ninja weapons. It's the Naginta and the claws and the knuckles and the chain with the sickle, and all of them are just straight black though. So if you want any kind of paint detail on them, that's kind of up to you. Mm-hmm. I do kind of like them in black though, just because I have all the other ninjas anyway with painted weapons. I want to give these ninja weapons to the Black Skulls when those come in. Just have them be like jet black ninja weapons with them.
Oh, cool.
And then the Baron Ben's Tectonic Disruptor edition like went up, I think, before the Slugfest drop. I can't quite remember, but I got him in, and he is pretty dope.
Nice.
I ended up he comes with like this cool net, so I ended up like draping that on him like a cape.
Mm-hmm.
And then I put the like squid head on him and put the unmasked head on the regular version, like holding his helmet. So really cool. I like that it's a different enough look for him that I am comfortable displaying them side by side. They seem like different enough characters. And Baron Benz is just a cool design in general.
Yeah.
I think that's it though. Here's my dumb impulse buy.
Uh-oh.
Okay. I shouldn't have done this, but the Snyder hype got me. Okay.
Uh-oh.
thermometer gun? What's going on?
I got King Mattel figures, right?
What the hell have you done?
I mean, they were retail price. They were $40 for both shipped, right? I'm like, all right, fuck it, whatever. But I really wanted that they have. You have to get both because they come with halves of the mother boxes.
Oh, okay.
I'm like, all right, yeah, I'll fuck with that because I technically only have the one that came with Aquaman from Mezco and the mother box that came with Mafex Cyborg.
Mm-hmm.
So I need that third mother box, but I'm like, I might as well just get all three so that they kind of match. And they're fucking terrible.
Oh no.
So bad. Like, so it is the two halves and you put them together, but like it's such an obvious kind of seam in the middle and it's hard to like find the one that matches up.
Oh no.
The Amazon one is probably the better one, the Themysciran one. This Aquaman one though is awful. Okay, look at this. Okay, you see this?
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of hard to tell, but it's got like a black wash on it.
Okay.
When you put the two halves together, completely missing from the other.
Oh no.
That's hilarious, man.
So bad, dog. Look at that from the top.
People wonder why they lost the license.
Honestly, and like I literally only took the mother boxes out. I haven't even like popped these out of the bubble. I'm probably just gonna like give them away or like sell them to someone for super cheap or whatever. I just don't even care. But I have the other two here. It's just like the Snyder hype got me. I'm glad that it didn't get me in like a worse way, like making me rebuy like Mafex Flash or anything like that, because he's gone up in price. And I bought these before the Mezco set went up for sale too. So now it's like, oh fuck, well I would have gotten the third mother box with that Superman anyway. So
yeah.
God damn it. But it's don't let the hype get you, kids.
It's played.
Yeah. I think that's it though. I got a check from something I worked on. That was cool. That's it.
Cool. Sick.
Yeah. Yeah. That's it, man. That is it. You want to take us out, Punch? Or maybe
sure.
do some plugs first?
I don't think we talked about the Snyderverse enough. Let's get back into...
Why don't we just reenact the 6 minutes that we were apparently muted for?
Oh no.
Yeah. So back to Stargirl.
Okay. So let me tell you about Stargirl.
Uh-huh. The girl with a heart of gold.
She does, and so is her staff. But God, the mean girl at her high school, just so mean. Just so mean. Not deservedly.
You gotta be mean to Stargirl.
No, yeah, she's not even mean to Stargirl. She's mean to the other girl, the popular, the would-be class president.
But she is mean to Stargirl.
At first, but then they kind of become friends, right? Or something? I don't even remember.
They do be becoming friends.
Yeah. All right, Rick. What kind of shit you selling on clothes wise?
Right now, nothing right now. Maybe next week though.
Fair enough.
Yeah. B.
And in such an event, where would we be able to find you online?
Hey, you know where to find me online? I'll tell you right now, just in case you didn't know. It's gonna be RickDom2345 on Instagram. My name is just my name on Facebook, so there you go. Just those two. That's me. That's where I'm at. Just those two. Just the two brothers.
Oh God.
And you can find me Instagram, Twitch, and here on YouTube, Fobster360. Yeah, that's right, Fobster360. Working on my top 10. It is close. It's in its final stages. I guess I stopped screen sharing, but you can see my timeline here. It's almost done.
Can I ask you why, when you did your name change, you didn't go with Fobster316?
It was taken. I tried.
What? Get the fuck out of here.
It was taken. I tried. Yeah, I wanted 316 because that's my birthday, and it's also Austin 316.
Of course.
Believe me, I check periodically and see, like, is it available now? Is it available now? But it is not. So until such a time, I will remain Fobster360. Sub to me here on YouTube. I'm close to 1,000. I'm probably gonna do a giveaway at 1,000, or help me get the rest of the way. I got an extra something that people might want in the Mez community.
The Mez community?
Diplomatic Mesmunity.
There they are.
Okay.
The Mesonites.
Yeah, man. You remember them, right?
Yep.
But yeah, I'm working on that. I'm also doing a live stream, I think, on Monday. I'm just kind of going to test some software and just chat with a friend of mine, KJ, actually, who was in the chat here. Going to do like a Mezco Monday talk kind of thing, just kind of chatting in general about the latest Mez happenings. Mostly this Monday, I'll just be to kind of just test software and see if this shit works moving forward. So tune into that if you like me putting on my tin hat and talking Mezco speculation, all that stuff. It's gonna be sick. And while you're there, subscribe. Help me get to 1,000. Yeah. All right. Poncho, what's up?
Nothing. I'm back from the middle of nowhere. Awesome Acrylic Aura production resumes. And I'm working through that. And then once this wave is over, I will finalize designs for Wave 5, and Wave 5 will introduce some new stuff like energy shields. It's going to have I'm working on this new thing called premium like acrylic aura, like premium power auras, where they have like a LED base and the light shines through and it's like light piping through it. I'm pretty excited about that. That's like what this shit was meant to be from the beginning. I just didn't know how to source parts for the LED base or anything like that. But I think I have a pretty good finger on the pulse of how to get that done not only well but affordable too. So if you follow me on Instagram or tune into my own lives on YouTube, the thing I struggle with the most in terms of these auras is just pricing them fairly, because I know I could price them very expensive and all that stuff, but I really don't want to. The coolest thing about these is seeing what people do with them in their photography. So I try and price them as as normally and fairly as possible. So the biggest thing about the light piping stuff was just finding an affordable base for sure. And I think now versus 3-4 years ago, now they're affordable enough to where I feel I could buy them in bulk and get a good enough wholesale price on them to where they don't cost an arm and a leg to then fit them to what I'm gonna. So just keep an eye out for that. The hit time stop effect will be in this wave as well. But aside from that, I'm just chilling, man. I'm doing head sculpts. I'm gonna start. You guys fucking broke me down, whittled me down. I'm gonna start selling these stupid head sculpts. Of course, I'm just being dumb.
I need that fucking cat. I need Bill.
I know.
Quit playing.
Bill's the Destroyer, of course. Yeah, I'm gonna start selling them. Being pretty tight. I'm gonna start selling them just unpainted and unsanded. They have little supports on them from being printed. So you'll just have to cut them off standard 3D head sculpt shit. People just sell you just regular head sculpts. It's up to you to sand them and paint them, whatever. Just as low effort as possible for me to get these out the door. Very quick turnaround time, so the product can get out there. They're gonna be pretty tight. And that's really about it. In terms of video stuff, I actually, while I was on the plane, I started writing the script for the 10th episode of Posing and Easy. So I'm pretty stoked about that.
Hell yeah.
And then it's just all about 3D printing and 3D sculpting and how that's revolutionized the 1/12 scale scene and shit like that. Just standard boring shit basically. But yeah, that's it. We could talk until we hit 6 hours. That's not going to be the case. We went on for 5 hours and 50 minutes right now. So,
really good.
So
one of our
let's just do another 10. Come on.
And And the percentage of it that we talk Snyder Cut is the same percentage of slow-mo in Snyder Cut.
Truly. So yeah, I felt like we did it all in this podcast. We hit the news stories. We spoke our minds. We celebrated. We mourned. We did it all.
Dude, we really did, huh?
We truly an emotional roller coaster. This podcast. So yeah, man. As usual, be sure to rate this video in 2021. Comment, subscribe, hit the bell, join the notification squad, share the video, tag your friends in it, do all sorts of shit. And until next time, peace.
Goodbye. I said goodbye.
I said good day.
we're ending the show now.
I said good day.
Hey, Poncho, if I give you a picture of my dog, would you sculpt him?